Good afternoon and welcome to King Khalid Racecourse. It's Super Saturday and we've got 9 wonderful races to bring you. I, for one, am very excited. My name is Callum Helliwell and this is the Jcsa live YouTube broadcast. Congratulations for finding us and welcome along to the show. 9 races to look forward to, like I mentioned, but I won't be doing it alone. I'll be joined by the man on my right, Mr. Tom Collins. Your final shift here in Taif before you then end up going down to Riyadh. We'll see you down in Riyadh later next month.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to Riyadh, but let's talk about matters at hand first. We've got Mostak Mela in the first race. We've got Fuda Pine in race 3, Rakud Al Ansari race 4, Hala race 5. 4 very good and impressive horses last time up. Hopefully they can progress and provide us with a number of winners today.
Yes, it's a very exciting day and plenty to look forward to both on and off the track. However, it's not just myself and Tom. There is a third member to our wonderful team. It's Shamila. She's down in the parade ring. I'm sure she's got a horse she's very, very excited to see.
Good afternoon, Callum. Thank you so much. Happy Saturday, everybody, and thank you for joining us on the YouTube channel. Today is all about Fuda Pine, isn't it? I mean, it is only a 3-runner race, and I feel like we won't get to see the full extent of his abilities today. However, we can't complain when we've got fantastic athletes like him on show. I would also like to give a huge shout out to work rider Faye Galvin. He used to ride Beauchart. He runs in race 2. She used to ride him every single day in Dubai. He was her absolute baby. He is a 10-year-old now, and he hasn't had a fantastic run of things, but it's just such a treat to have him out here in Saudi Arabia. It makes me feel like I'm at home.
Shamila, you're absolutely right. Beauchart will be keeping all our fingers crossed for that horse's success. But Tom, Fuda Pine, let's talk about this horse for a little bit, because really, before a couple of weeks ago, I was so excited to see this horse run in one of the true big races here at King Khalid Racecourse. But unfortunately, he was a very, very late withdrawal, and now he appears rated 100 against only 2 rivals.
Yeah, it's not a great race in terms of depth, is it? You know, Fuda Pine faces a first-time starter and a maiden, a long-standing maiden at that. So there's no doubt that Fuda Pine should be winning today. The one race he actually managed to run here at Taif, he was super impressive from the front. I believe you liked him pre-race. I liked the horse who eventually finished second for the Al Kaladir stables. Didn't get to run last time, which was a bit of a surprise. Didn't go into the stalls, and I wasn't here that day, but that was the first thing you mentioned when I came back to Taif. So I'm looking forward to seeing him today. Hopefully he goes in A-OK and we get to see the real Fuda Pine.
Yes, all fingers crossed. It's a good run of things today. Shamila has already been really, really busy. She's given us a preview of all the racing to look forward to today.
The excitement will reach its peak on Saturday as we host the strongest races of this weekend. Mostak Mela seeks his first win in only the 2nd race of his career after he ran well on debut, finishing 2nd. After his victory last week, Amarola Gold returns in search of a 2nd win over 1,200 metres, while Bashuat tries hard to break a string of 2nd place efforts. The Arabian race sees the return of Fuda Pine. Lucas Gaitan's stable star faces 3 rivals after his withdrawal from the King Faisal Cup last week. The Stunning Bay will look to remain unbeaten. Rakud Al Ansari will look to dominate the Arabian Fillies race as she returns to the track, hoping to put her heavy defeat in the King Faisal Cup behind her. Connections will hope that she can get back to winning ways today. The 5th race of the day is a mouth-watering open contest for 2-year-old fillies. Safa finally got her head out in front last time out, but she'll have to be at her best to beat the impressive debut winner Hala. Hala, who comes here looking to remain unbeaten and build on her lofty reputation.
Yes, he got plenty of exciting horses to look forward to. Hala is just one of them, and I'm excited for that race. I think, Tom, you like Hala too, but we are more than just an awesome trio. We are an awesome foursome, and the man in the sky today giving us his wonderful dulcet tones is Mr. Alex Fussy.
Callum, thank you very much indeed. A very good afternoon, everyone. Looking forwards to today's action. It's a super day. That fifth race looks tremendous, that Fillies Open. Let's take a look at what we've got in store today. First race on the card is a maiden. They'll be going over 1,200 metres in race 1. Second race is a 0 to 90 handicap, and that's also over the 1,200 metre trip. Race 3 is an Arabian horse race. That's a colts event over 1,200 metres, and the fourth is for fillies, also over the 1,200 metres. Then the fifth, that race that I'm very much looking forwards to, the Fillies Open over 1,400, before a 0 to 85 handicap, also over 1,400 metres. We then have a local bred fillies maiden over the 1,600 metre trip, and again over 1,600 metres for a handicap for local breds between 0 to 80. Looking over the page for our final race of the day, that will be a 0 to 90 handicap, and we go right up in trip there, don't we? We're up to 2,400 metres. So that's where we stand in terms of the racing action today. That's our 9-race programme. Let's touch base then on the runners in the first. We're over 1,200 for this 2-year-old maiden. Number 1 is Contour, the mount of Sultan Al-Mimoni. 2 is Dana for Abdullah Al-Qidis. 3 is Katul for Abdullah Al-Lawfi. 4 is Hydra, who's having a first career start. Number 5 is Fonda, already had one previous run. With 6, Abu Jara, the mount of Abdulaziz Al Musa. You've then got number 7, Kasib Al Maidan, who's had 2 previous goes. 9, Mostak Mila, who's caught the attentions of plenty here after that good second on debut. 11 is Abu Al Bashaya. 12, Ala Al Badi. 13, Al Abjar. 14 is King Rise. 16, Hamoud Al Kia. And 17 on there as well, Khalid Al Muhammadiyah. Now, in this race, there is a number of absentees: 8, 10, 15, 18, 21 of the reserves also scratched out. So there's a whole host of changes to the lineup here for our first of the day. And runners are in the paddock.
Thank you very much, Alex. And yes, we've had a heap of non-runners and reserves getting in, reserves getting knocked out, so it's plenty to get excited about. But this is Contour, horse number 1.
Yeah, this 2-year-old son of Ulysses, bred in the United Kingdom, in Great Britain, should stay a lot further than this 6-furlong trip. Only had 2 runs, not really featured so far. It cost 11,000.
Yes, and certainly we'll be hoping to build on those 2 efforts. This is horse number 2, Dana.
This horse showed a lot of speed first time up, but he did fade quite badly in the straight, eventually finishing 16th. Drawn nicely, so I imagine he'll be forward early.
And we know being forward early here is key on this trip and this track. This is horse number 3, Katul, a debutant.
Unraced 2-year-old in this race. Maybe will come on for the run. Doesn't look 100% fit, but a good jockey booking with Abdullah Al-Lawfi on board.
Looks like a yearling, not the biggest of sorts. This is number 4, Hydra, another debutant.
A son of Cantharos, who was 3 from 3 in the US and a real good sprinter. His progeny definitely wants sprint trips, so this distance looks fine. Hydra, first-time starter. Again, interesting to see how well he does.
Yeah, could be one to watch for sure. Number 5 is Fonda, has had the one start, finished 7th, but that was back in meeting 8.
Yeah, and he was owned then by Prince Saud, but he's obviously got rid of him in the meantime, which is never a good sign.
No, this is Abu Jara, one of the ones with plenty of experience.
This horse has got a mark already, a mark of 61, which sets the standard. Yeah, he's got a chance, but his last time out effort was pretty disappointing.
Yeah, the next horse we're going to look at is horse number 7, Kasib Al Maidan, when we can see it in the picture. Now, this horse drops in trip and is already looking very, very keen to go. All 4 legs off the ground at one stage there. Drops in trip after finishing 2nd last time out.
And that race where he finished 2nd was the race won by Felfel last week. Roberto Ramos came around the outside in an instant-packed race. This horse actually got hampered by a loose horse, but up until then got the perfect trip.
Yeah, this is one of the leading players. This is Mostak Mela, sure to build on that debut performance.
She showed really good speed on debut despite being wide on the track. She then looked green coming around the bend, hung to her inside. But once she got to the inside, she started to run home well. She's the horse to beat.
This is horse number 11, Abu Al Basaya.
Yeah, I've got written down here, what does this horse look like? Because I would like to see whether this horse strip's fit enough. I reckon he'll come on for the run, to be honest, Callum. I don't know too much about the pedigree.
Yeah, so we're hoping to really use the learning experience here. One horse who will be much fitter and ready to go is horse number 12, Ala Abadi, who is 0 from 4, but finished 4th last time out, a career best effort.
Pretty weak in behind, this horse, number 12, but sets a reasonable standard, finishing 4th last time and 6th the time before. A mark of 69, probably the one to beat, but there are better unexposed horses in here.
Yes, this is 13, unlucky for some, Al Abjar.
He was bumped right at the start on debut, then had a wide trip, so did well to finish 5th. Don't completely write him off.
Yes, I think he'd have a chance, certainly. Not a total negative coming from stall 13 either. King Rise is coming out stall 14 on debut for the FMQ team.
First time starter for really good connections. Naif Alanazi on board as well. Yeah, I don't mind this horse at all either. I think this one's got a good chance from a wide stall.
Number 16, as we missed number 15 as it's a non-runner, is Hamoud Al-Kir. Now this horse showed so much speed on debut.
Will definitely go forward from the wide gate if that debut is anything to go by. Faded pretty badly and also looks a little rotund in the paddock right now. Maybe getting ready for Riyadh.
Yeah, certainly could be the case. Shamila is in the parade ring and you're always one to watch with your eye catchers. Shamila, who do you like?
Thanks very much, Callum. It is race 1, and I've had a tough job already of picking my paddock pick. However, I have narrowed it down to horse number 17, Khalid Al Muhammadiyah. He is a 2-year-old colt by Distorted Humour. 5th last time out, so it's only his 2nd ever run today. And as we've seen previously with other horses that are debutants in Taif, their 2nd and 3rd runs are so much better. He looks really, really nice in the parade ring. 2 horses to note that were incredibly naughty in the parade ring and the pre-parade ring was horse number 7, Kasib Al Maidan, and horse number 9. And I'm sure you guys saw Camilo Espino's ride kicking off as she was coming down to the ponies, to going to the start gate. So hopefully that isn't too much of a red flag.
Well, there you go. Thank you very much, Shamila, for giving us that information. And that is certainly big news there. Mustaq Mela misbehaving at the start. We just see Major, a horse who's by Acclaim, who will need to build on quite a poor debut effort, fell out the stalls on that day.
Yeah, but it's bred to sprint. Should go well. Obviously comes in as a reserve, and you can never write them off.
Mohibukum's another reserve that sneaks into the race, not from 3, but hasn't shown much.
Yeah, this colt should struggle in here. 14th last time, 15th the time before, and a 3rd quickfire run as well.
Yeah, so they'll be hoping for just a little bit of improvement there, more like a find out where we are and get a handicap mark sort of a run. Just see the flag of Saudi Arabia waving there off that beautiful shot, and the wind is certainly picking up. And I've already had a few text messages saying, brace yourself, the rain could be coming.
Yeah, when we got here earlier on, it was super hot, one of the hottest days we've had here in Taif. But yeah, the weather's taken a turn for the worse. It's now a bit cloudy. There is a headwind up the home straight, which we haven't seen for a fair while at Taif, which is interesting. It's not too dramatic. It's not, you know, really forceful at the moment, but it could pick up and rain could be on the way.
Yes, rain could be coming. Certainly, people who are coming very quickly are people in our YouTube comments. Hello and welcome aboard. Zayada Zabu, thank you for joining us. So please, let's have a look at some of these other horses. Let's talk about Mustaq Mela, one of these horses on 2nd start, and certainly the horse to beat here.
Yeah, she was really wide on the bend, you can see in the white silks with the green cap. She's on the wrong lead as well, coming into the bend. She amends herself, but then is hanging badly left, which is not what you want. She eventually switches leads, not just yet, but soon. And once she does, she rallies nicely up the inside to take 2nd. The winner's owned by Athbar Stable, who obviously have a good handle on races of this nature, and the horse could be quite talented as well. The horse back in 4th had good form, Di Malanaya. So I think this was a pretty good run. And if she builds on this and gets a nice inside trip, she's the horse to beat.
Yes, and it just hopefully she can come on from that performance, and it hasn't come around too quickly. And it's good to see she's settled down now at the start and isn't proving to be too much of an issue. As I was saying, we are live on YouTube, and on Saturday next week, exactly 7 days' time, we'll be celebrating Saudi National Day here at King Khalid Racecourse with some wonderful races to look forward to, including the National Day Trophy, which is an unmissable event, and that will be live on YouTube. We'll be right here. So remember to like, subscribe, and turn on your bell notifications so you do not miss Saturday's top quality action, as well as the racing on Thursday and Friday too. Tom, I know you'll be watching from home. Rory will be replacing you, but I'm sure you'll be tuning in to watch all the Saturday National Day action. Yeah,
absolutely. I haven't seen the race card. Obviously, we don't get that until Tuesday for that week's meetings. But I'm looking forward to seeing who's going to run. I'm sure there'll be a lot of big names there. Hopefully not Al Mottahed, because I'm desperate to see him in the flesh again, and I want to be here when that happens. But yeah, I'll be tuning in from home on the YouTube channel, that's for sure.
Yes, so remember you can watch us live on the Jcsa YouTube channel for today, and then we're back again on Thursday. We stay for Friday and Saturday too. So please continue to get involved in our YouTube comments and give us a like and drop us a subscription as well. It helps everybody out over here, as we can just see one of the horses, Major, getting a little bit worked up. Now, this is a son of Acclaim, Gelder's son of Acclaim. Now, it's interesting. You'd have to build on debut. That horse was really poor on debut, I thought.
Yeah, he wasn't great. He finished 7th. You know, there are worse debut performances in here, but at the same time, he never looked like winning, did he? And that has to be a slight concern. Gets in the race by Acclaim, as you've touched on. Trip should be no problem whatsoever. Acclaim was a very good sprinter. So, yeah, look, these horses could easily improve a great deal. They've only had 1 or 2 starts between them. You can't really nail down their exact talent from what we've seen so far, but you do get a pretty good sign of how good these horses are. And from what we've seen, albeit there are some more solid options like Abu Jara and Ala Abadeh, who both got ratings in the 60s, Mostak Mela is the one that has the sky-high potential in this race.
Now, Shamila mentioned Khalid Al Muhammadia goes for the very powerful Gaisel Gay string. Surely that's a danger.
Yeah, definitely. Had a wide draw on debut and he gets a wide draw again today, which is the one negative. And actually why I've decided to go for Mostak Mela over that horse. But I've got written down here, big danger contender, question mark. Gaithar Gaith is currently 4th in the trainer title. Providing he can get across from the wide stall, Khalid Al-Mahadiya would be a big threat. I just prefer the upside of Mostak Mela, I have to say.
Now, the FMQ stable had a debutant in the shape of Saratoga yesterday, who ran no sort of race, got very wide on the bend and never looked comfortable under Nath Alanazi. The team up together again with King Rise here. Not with the best of draws out of 14. We'll probably have a wide trip throughout. I'm sure they're hoping for a better performance.
Yeah, they would like to see some early speed from King Rise, I'm sure. These connections name their horses very well. I like them. Saratoga, King Rise. There are a couple of others who ran last week. This horse is one of the most interesting, if not the most interesting first-time starter in the race. It's just I don't like the draw, and Nathan Alanazi is going to have a stiff task from out there. Maybe one for next time. Watch how the Silver Silks, as we see on the screen right now, go during the race.
You just see the coolest jockey in the weighing room, and I'm going to say he's the coolest jockey in the world. He's got the best beard in racing. He's riding with a gold-plated helmet as well, and just all the swag. And now, as we see some horses get loaded in, we'll go through some final selections. Tom, are you sticking with Mostak Mea?
Yeah, Mostak Mea for Camilo Ospina. Hopefully gets today off to a good start.
I am going to join you with Mostak Mea. Shamila is going for horse number 17, Khalid Al Muhammadia. Alex Fussy, over to you. We do have some technical difficulties, so we're losing a little bit of signal. Hopefully we can get Alex back in no time whatsoever, but we will be faced with a delay as horse number 21, which is Mohibukum, has just got himself loose and has done a fair bit of running after getting loose too, is going the wrong way around the course and is actually going to be galloping all the way around towards the stalls, so there's no chance we'll let any of these go. Just a little bit of a catch-up from the stalls there. Mostak Mela, Tom and myself teaming up in typical Tom and Callum fashion. We're already getting some negative reports from Mostak Mela, who look to be struggling a little bit, and a weather report, a few rumbles of thunder in the distance too. It's all happening here at King Khalid Racecourse.
I've just got a couple of drops of water on my face as well, so the rain is coming. We've just seen one of the outriders be unshipped from his horse as well, which is it's a bit dramatic going into the first race right now. The loose horse is still currently loose down the backside, coming around the final bend, but hopefully the outriders are about to catch that one, and then we can get this race underway.
Yeah, so it's all getting very exciting with these youngsters on track. Now, you'll notice we have 3 outriders. You won't be able to see where they are, but we can give you some top quality comms to suggest that they're using a pincer movement right now. Both riders coming from either side trying to trap the horse between them. They are absolutely mustard riders, and now we're getting one of the outriders heading round toward the back of the stalls, hoping that if the horse comes back toward the stalls, it won't be able to keep heading around the track. One thing we will be able to confirm is horse number 21, Mahir Bukum, will be withdrawn, meaning we'll get a slightly smaller field. Tom, how have you seen?
Yeah, I think the horse has run off down the side of the track, so isn't actually on the racecourse anymore.
By the stables. That's James Jerkin's yard, isn't it? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I believe so. The outriders have gone to go collect that horse, so this race should be underway quite soon.
Yes, so hopefully this race will be up and running without any problem at all. If we do not have any commentators, you're going to be subjected to myself and Tom doing some joint commentary. So we'll be focusing on stall number 9, Mostak Meya. Also be looking at Khalid Al-Muhammadia. I've just been told you're going to rely on my commentary and my commentary only, so this is going to be a fun experience for all involved. I'm pretty sure we're all loaded up as we see our loose horse has just tried to find his way close to the racecourse exit. If you are lucky enough to come and visit King Khalid Racecourse, you will be able to see that this is a drive-in and he's just trapped in behind the rail. As we see here, thank goodness for plastic railings. I always think in these situations, it just means if something is to go slightly wrong, we don't get any injuries with horses running through rails. So that's always a positive. They are definitely going to wait until that horse is officially caught before running this race, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely. It looked like the outriders were just about to get hold of the horse. Obviously, this isn't ideal for the horses who are in the stalls, being unexposed and young horses. They don't want to be in there for too long, but it looks like they're all standing like consummate professionals right now. Are you looking forward to calling this race?
I am absolutely buzzing to call this race. Very much looking forward to it. Alex Fussy, watch out. I'm after your job. Stall 10 is the stall that will be empty, so that's key to note that there'll be no horse coming out of stall 10, and we imagine, and we can probably correctly presume, that Mahir Bukum will be withdrawn. Khalid Al-Muhammadia is Shamila's selection, horse number 17. Myself and Tom are teaming up with horse number 9, Mostak Meya. I think we're going to see some very early speed from Hamoud Al-Khair. We're seeing some early speed from this runner, Mahir Bukum, who's still looking to be caught, and we get a good old front-on angle here. Here we go. We're going to get a proper shot now. We're going to be able to catch it as it turned on the jets, just coming by us now. Not going to be caught, but heading towards. I think we've got it here. I think we've got it. Outrider's got ahead. Here we go. This is beautiful. This is Faisal we're seeing here. One of the best guys. There's no way they're going to get going before they catch this horse who is just about to get caught, is he? He's now down to a trot, so hopefully sooner rather than later we will get this one caught. We've now got some of the training staff heading onto the course as well to try and catch this horse as we get another rumble of thunder. Talk to me about some of these other runners. Talk to me about the early speed, about Hamoud Al-Khair.
Yeah, Hamoud Al-Khair in this race should go forward from the outside, drawn in 16. The loose horse is still currently evading capture right now. This is the first time I've seen this. The outriders are usually straight on the case.
This is the first one we've seen get loose, and we've been here for over a month.
This loose horse is causing utter havoc right now. I wouldn't be surprised if the handlers started reversing the horses out.
Yes, we're seeing some getting reversed out. I certainly saw it was Katul, one of the debutants, is certainly not being loaded. Some of the jockeys turning around there. Dana in stall 2, stall 1's been removed. That's Kontar has been removed, and I think Dana will be the next to be removed. We've also got Katul is now back in as well, and we just see the horse in yellow sleeve, which is Abu Jarrah, getting removed from the stalls as well. Just see the stalls handlers here are expertise, aren't they? It's all remained very, very calm here. You can just see the horses circling around at the back, because there is no point, like you said, keeping these 2-year-olds confined in stalls for this long period of time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not comfortable for the horses to be in there for that long. Obviously, backing them out just manages to give them a little bit of a leg stretch. I'm just currently slightly distracted by this loose horse. He's gone back to the stable over the far side, so hopefully now he's re-cornered for the second time. I'll
tell you what the loose horse is doing. The loose horse is waiting for Alex Fussy, because he's determined that I'm not going to commentate on this race. So loose horse is certainly waiting for Alex. But again, it's a good time to remind you that we are live on YouTube. It's great to see a couple of comments coming in early, and plenty of viewers. Our Saturday viewers are back, and that's great to see. Welcome to the YouTube coverage on the Jcsa channel. And I can't believe I'm saying this. We're going to start with a rare delay here at King Khalid Racecourse. We don't often see this, Tom.
No, we're 6 minutes late already. It'll be interesting how quick they can catch up some time. Right now, the loose horse is kind of evading not only the outriders capture, but our vision.
I've just noticed Mostak Mayer there was one of the last to get removed from the stall. Now that horse got slightly worked up before going in, has calmed down dramatically now they've been removed from the stall. We see all the horses are now walking around and almost repeating the process that we saw earlier today. Now with that in mind, Tom, and with one of the biggest English classics happening today, what do you make of the St. Leger? Continuous, a good thing or not?
No, I don't think so. Aidan O'Brien's obviously got a good handle on the race. I wrote a preview about the St. Leger for another company earlier this week, and Aidan O'Brien and Charlie Appleby between them have won 15 of the last 29 editions of the St. Leger. So
Joseph O'Brien's won one as well.
He has. So generally you want either Aidan O'Brien or Godolphin, and both those connections are represented with 5 of the 9 runners. But no, I don't think so. You know, all the stories about Frankie deciding to ride a rest over Gregory. Again, I don't like that decision. I think Gregory's the better of the two. John Gosden.
Were you not disappointed by that run from Gregory last time out? I thought they did go far too fast, but I thought Gregory just looked a little bit legless, and suddenly was thinking maybe this horse dominates lesser company. But when stepped up to face some real animals, struggled.
He was given a poor ride. Frankie, let's say a rare poor ride from Frankie. Yeah, he went forward, tried to dictate the pace. They went sub 12 second sectionals, if you like your sectionals. 2 of the early furlongs in that contest, and there's no way he was going to sustain the run. Actually, once he got past in the Great Voltigeur at York, he re-rallied in the final furlong, and the step up and trip will definitely suit. So I understand why Gregory might play a big part, but Frankie hasn't chosen him. So yeah, I ended up coming down on Desert Hero. Would be
a royal winner.
Would be a very apt winner for the King and the Queen right now.
Absolutely.
Apparently they're going to be on track as well.
Oh, wonderful. That is wonderful. And that would be wonderful for Doncaster at the racecourse. One of the courses that has struggled recently with the old fixture changes. I know it's lost a lot of its Premier Jumps fixtures, so it'd be great for them to get a royal visit as well. I'm sure the folks at Doncaster, of course, it's very close to my heart, will be very happy to see, as we have a couple of spits of rain coming down, but nothing too serious. Tom and I are consummate professionals, and we will be fine. Jockeys have dismounted here. We're going to be delayed for a little bit longer. The jockeys are now having a little bit of a mother's meeting in the middle, making sure that they're okay. Some of the jockeys staying on board as a rider aboard the debutant Major, and apparently Alex Fussy is back with us. Alex, how are you doing?
Well, slightly stressed, Callum, but I'm here anyway, back with you. We'll see if this lasts, shall we say. We're here for now. Let's try our best. Looking forward to this first race. Just about. We'll soon be ready to roll, won't we? Interesting that we've got a whole host of absentees in this first. Obviously, I've missed what you guys have been discussing, but Mostak Mila was one that I was certainly looking forward to seeing in this one, with Camilo Ospina on board after that very good run when finishing second at meeting 42. And with the runners circling down at the start, hopefully that loading up process won't be too far from us. Hamoud Al-Kir, that was a good run when third at meeting 37. Should be another runner of significant interest. And of course, don't forget, we've got 2 reserves getting in here, the 19 and 21 Majur and Muhi Bukum. Right, so we are loading up now. Quantara's just gone in, stall 1, so that one's locked in. Or Sultan Al Mimoni. Next couple of runners coming forwards. Hadra will be stall number 4. Mustak Mela, stall number 9 there, you can see with Camilo in the saddle. Kasib Al Maidan goes forwards next. Hadra's coming up as well. Small bit of encouragement, but no problems. He's into the stalls. Abu Al-Bashaya, stall number 11, comes forwards next up. We've got a handful still to go. Hamoud Al-Kir, stall 16. Has had the one previous start, just a little edgy though. Certainly it's in the stalls before. King Rice for Naif Al-Nazi now heading up to the stalls as well. That's one of the newcomers, is in. Abu Jara, Stall 6, one of the more exposed horses, 4 starts. Al-Abadi has gone forwards as well. Ready to begin. And they're off. Racing away for the opener here. We go over 1,200 metres in this 2-year-old maiden. Looking for early pace. Not a bad start at all from wider out by King Rise. One of the newcomers got a very smart start and is right up there crossing over. Just tracking the leader is Mostak Mila up the inside fence, the green cap. And between rivals, red and black, Halmud Al-Kia is coming into 3rd place. They're followed by Khaled Al-Muhammada, who's racing in 4th. Next in the field at this stage and being niggled at somewhat is Abu Al-Bashir, is racing in 5th position. Yellow Jacket is Abu Jara next in the pack as they take the turn for home. They're very well stretched out here towards the tail end of the field. You've got the likes of Dana, and also right out the back end is Haydra as they swing inside the 400. About to level for the line. It's King Rise up the inside fence, who got that smart start, who still leads up here. Now Mostak Mila tries to range up and close the leader down. The pair continue to race away from Hamoud Al-Kia back in 3rd, and then in 4th position and plugging away is Abu Al-Bashir. But inside the furlong, King Rise finding plenty here and has turned away Mostak Mila in 2nd, and King Rise makes a winning start for Naif Al-Anazi. Beats into 2nd place, Mustak Mila. 3rd position looks to have gone to Al-Abjar, who come from a long way back. So success on debut goes to King Rise. Horse number 14 on your card. Certainly one of more taking and interesting of the newcomers, and has really shown a very bright turn of speed early doors to get away from a wider berth and lead up. And then when the challenge of Mostak Mila came, no bothers for King Rise, who turned that rival swiftly away, and he stretched out powerfully to the line. It's 1:17.35, your winner's time here. King Rise beating off Mostak Mila, the 9 in 2nd, and 13 finished in 3rd place. 4 3/4 lengths was the official winning margin. 14.913 was our order of finish. I'm off for a lie down. $13, 1:17.35. You can see that a little shy of 5 lengths the winning distance. And Al-Abjar, that wasn't a bad run, wasn't it? On 2nd start to get 3rd place, having finished 5th at meeting 40, certainly showed some decent staying abilities there, coming from the tail end, and managed to get 3rd. Al-Abadi finished in 4th position there over the line, and that was one of the more exposed runners in the field, who'd had 4 previous starts. They were a little bunched up for the placings, but I suspect the first 2 home are pretty useful and have got futures ahead of them. We see Winning Connections very happy after the success of King Rise. There is our winning rider, Naif Al-Anazi, delighted with the victory, celebrating over the line. I think the really key thing about this performance was the smart start from King Rise. Really impressive from stall 14. It takes a lot, doesn't it, to get away and on terms early doors. Had clearly been well drilled at home, well schooled before on the track, obviously previously, to today's real thing. And that has been very, very useful for King Rise, who's handled conditions, obviously, as well. Not often we get downpours of rain, and that's been no problem for this 2-year-old. I'm probably going to step up to be quite a nice prospect, I would imagine, on the basis of this winning start. There are connections coming back into the winners' enclosure after their success. And I did notice that Naif Al-Anazi's got quite a few half-decent chances throughout the course of the afternoon, so I wouldn't be surprised if he was to feature again, and may have another winner on today's cards. Looking a little bit further down, 5th placed home was Hamoud Al-Kia, I can confirm. And Abu Al-Bashaya finished in 6th, so that's your top 6. Mood Al-Kia, who was another quite exposed runner who did well to figure again. No doubt will be looking to pick up a race in similar company in the near future. So 14, 9, 13 and 12 your first 4. Thumbs up and winning pictures with King Rise. That's how things have played out in our opening race on this Saturday. It's a good Saturday of action, of course. 1 or 2 really interesting runners a little later on. Both Callum and Tom touched upon some of them at the top of the programme, but I thought that 5th race in particular, the Fillies Open, was of interest. Haller, the winner on debut, looking to remain unbeaten, but you've got several recent winners in that race. Nafil, Bint, Al-Lajwad, Safa and Astab Shrat have all won recently as well, so that's a very good looking Fillies Open. And Fuda Pine, if you've already heard flagged up a couple of times, is going to be all eyes on him in race 3 today. Right, weighed in. As you can see, rider weighing in there, Naif Al-Anazi, so that's all sorted. After our first race, here's a little shot of them coming up the home straight. If you keep your eye to the left-hand side, well, we're not going to see, are we? But this is where your closers will come from. They'll come down the centre of the race course. But at this point, you can see our eventual winner in command had already got the better of the argument with Mostak Mila by that point. And King Rise actually asserts, if anything, inside the final 100 metres to go, a little shy of 5 lengths clear. Al-Abjar, the one that suddenly appears out of the clouds to finish in 3rd. We should give a little mention to Khalid Al-Muhammadiyah, who's 17, because that runner showed good early pace as well, but couldn't get to it from the wide draw, but was another one to get up there early. Right, 14, King Rise is your winner of the first. And we can now head over to Shamila.
Thank you very much, Alex. I'm here with Naif Al-Anazi after the first race. Congratulations, Naif. What did you make of that race?
Thank you, Shamila. Thanks God about this win. This horse is class horse. I ride him before, but you know, the first race today, maybe 3 or 4 horse perfect in the race, like Humud Al-Khair, like King Abdullah Fili. But thanks God, he come in when the starting, he's coming front. And from 800, I know this horse, maybe 100% his win, you know. But thanks God about this win.
Yeah, he's only a 2-year-old, but he really looked like a professional in this race.
Yeah, Shamila. This horse, maybe I breeze him in the gallop maybe 5-6 times. He's good horse. Today, I think maybe he's coming 4, 5, 6 in the race. But today, thanks God, first time and win. This more perfect for me.
And it's raining now a lot, and I had to find a new location to interview you. How do you like riding in the rain?
Perfect, Shamila. Before 1 hour, too much strong summer. Now I'm like Europe race. Perfect. And God save, inshallah, all the jockey today.
Well, thank you very much, Naif. Good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you, Shamila.
And we can see that now we are moving back into being live, and this was Naif Al-Anazi doing the business, a man who's been really out of luck recently. He struggled over the last couple of days, but he's back with a winner, and it's an FMQ horse, so social media will be abuzz.
Yeah, King Rise was very professional first time up today. This 2-year-old colt broke well from 14, as you can see on the outside in the silver and black colours. Horse has got a shadow roll on, and he's already about to hit the front. You know, it takes something to get in front of a white stable horse in these kind of races, and he managed to cross up in front of Mossack Mela, and that was probably the winning move.
Yes, Mossack Mela is just sitting in behind and getting niggled along. I think that horse shapes like a stayer, doesn't he? He seems quite one-paced.
Yeah, she does. I mean, I thought she was going to win coming off the bend, because last time she finished the race off nicely, and she makes a big move right now just into the race on the shoulder of the eventual winner, King Rise. Those two then draw clear of the remainder. It was a real battle for a good 200 or 300 metres, but then King Rise puts away Mossack Mela. And you know what? This isn't a bad performance by any means.
No, no, not at all.
I think Mossack Mela is a reasonable filly over this distance and probably further, maybe even over shorter as well. She looks pretty versatile, and King Rise is really stretched in the straight and drawn clear.
Yeah, King Rise, you can just see still slightly green, just head in the air, having a look around, but still knuckles down under Naif Al-Anazi, who must be feeling good after this, because it has been a tough week.
Yeah, it really has. He's not had the best of luck, and he was unseated last week. Coming into this week, he was run off the bend with, and basically the first race back on Thursday. So, yeah, he needed this win. Just after the line, what we didn't see was he punched the line, blew a kiss to the people in the winner's enclosure as well. So it's a big win. It means quite a lot to him. And what I want to know now is whether this downpour and thunderstorm that we're currently experiencing is going to affect the track, because yet again we've seen a horse ride the rail basically throughout on the front end, dictate. Well, will that rail now be as much of a bias and an advantage to these horses going forward?
Just look at that great shot from the start. Al-Ajbar is a horse who's got a really poor start, ended up running on for third. We talked about Hamoud Al-Khair earlier. That horse needs 5 furlongs, so much early speed, but just can't hold on for the 6th.
Yeah, 5 furlongs and probably a handicap as well. She's going to be bumping into horses like Mossack Mela and King Rise otherwise, these unexposed types from leading stables. So we'll definitely need a weaker race to make her mark. Yeah, it was a race between 2 horses from a long way out, wasn't it?
Yes.
One first-time starter, one horse who showed a lot of talent on debut. They drew clear. It's probably quite a good race.
Yes, I certainly think. I think Alex said the same thing. Both of those people involved with both these horses who have finished first and second are going to be surely very comfortable with their horse's position. Mossack Mela is going to win a race in no time at all.
Absolutely, yeah. Camilo Ospina just probably needs to not bump into a first-time starter with infinite potential like this. I mean, she drew miles clear of the remainder of this field. She was pretty good from the Sassuls as well, albeit she didn't show the blistering early pace this time. So yeah, her win is just around the corner, there's no doubt about that. But this first-time starter that's got the job done, who knows how good he is?
And we know Al-Ajbar is a horse that comes plugging on for third, does really well to get into that position too. Plenty of good things to see through there. Lightning is coming down around us as well. It's all kicking off. I have to give a massive shout out to our production team, and we've just moved into a more of a drier area. So I apologise if there are going to be any slight technical issues, but I'm sure we will keep going on this Super Saturday and bring you 8 more wonderful races.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well. We're getting stuck into some good quality action right at the start of the card with a 0 to 90 handicap for the local and imported horses in the next race. We've got a mixture of ex-Brits, ex-Europeans. Naif Al-Anazi's on one of them. Can he have a quick-fire success to start Saturday's card?
Now, before we even talk about this race in detail, I find this fascinating because we're going in 2 completely different directions. I like horse number 2, Pagan. Who do you like?
I like first line in here, first time, a forward-going type, and being on the front and on the rail is definitely an advantage.
Alex Fussy will take us through the runners and the riders.
Cheers, gents. Thank you very much indeed. Second race of the day, again over the 1,200 metre trip, this 0 to 90 handicap. Number 1 is Amarillo Gold for Camilo Ospina. 2 is Pagan, the mounts of Alexis Moreno. 3, Al Washmi. Jcsa Al-Bakawi rides, and 4 is Groom, a 2-time winner. Number 5, Pennsylvania Dutch. That's the mount of Saif Al-Balushi. 6 is Bashawat, a very consistent performer. Number 7 is Etisalat, who's won 6 times from 18 goes. And 8, Angel of Trafalgar. who is the mount of Naif Al-Anazi. Number 9 is Beehive for Luis Morales. 10 is First Line, finished 4th at meeting 41. 11, Kind Spirits for the Fawaz stable, and 12 is Taj Neom, who's won once from 9 starts. Number 13 is Income, the mount of Khalid Al-Mimoni. 14 is Jcsa, Youssef Al-Hussein rides. Number 15, King's Guard for Fahid Al-Faradi. 16, beneath to be one of the fillies in the lineup. 17 will be Bo Charts, the 9-time winner. And then number 18 is Assad, rounding out our field, the mount of Ayad Al-Turisi. A field of 18, no reserves, all 18 standing their ground ahead of our second race of the day.
Thank you very much, Alex, and that is true. All 18 stand their ground as the thunder continues to rumble. Shamila is in the parade ring. Who's caught your eye?
Thank you very much, Callum. It's okay for you guys. You've run away to safety. I'm out in the elements here in the parade ring. There's thunder, there's lightning. I don't know if you can hear that, but it is all going off. There was a strike of lightning just right next to the parade ring here. So excuse me if I'm a little distracted from my paddock picks today. Horse that I've gone with in this race is horse number 6, Bashawat. He is absolutely stunning. Everything you want in a racehorse. If he was in a lineup, this is the horse that I would choose. Another horse that has my heart is horse number 7, Etisalat. He used to be trained by Doug Watson. He is on the chunkier side, so that's probably my heart pick, but I'm definitely going to go with horse number 6, Bashawat.
Thank you very much, Shamila, and I know Tom will be very happy that you're sticking with just one horse. There's nothing that upsets Tom Collins more than a double Shamila paddock pick.
Absolutely. She was so close to giving us 2 there, though, wasn't she?
She held back at the last minute. She really did. Now, let's talk about some of the horses in here. Amarillo Gold, we've got to talk about this runner. As we see the lightning flashing away here, really is dramatic scenes at King Khalid Racecourse.
Absolutely. I'm sure the stewards will be keeping an eye on the weather as well, because there is a protocol for when there is lightning, just to keep the horses safe and keep everyone safe on the racetrack. So hopefully it doesn't strike too close to the venue, otherwise we might be having another delay. But right now, they're already catching up the time. It's 4:30 here. The next race is supposed to be up at 4:35, and despite a 10-minute delay to the first, we're actually probably going to go off on time here.
Well, if we're going to go off on time, let's talk about some of these horses. The first horse I want to discuss is Amarillo Gold, who is in this contest. I'm hoping to see, and we're getting a little bit of technical issues to find out. This is Bashawat, I'm hearing, and this is Bashawat in the white headgear. This is a second place effort.
Yeah, he was good last time. He finished second. This is a second consecutive runner-up finish for this horse. He's a 3-year-old by Dark Angel. 6 furlongs will be absolutely fine. Super consistent as well, finishing in the top 2 in 4 of his last 5 starts.
That's not the only bit of video footage we've got for you either, and it's interesting to see with Bashawat, a horse that's just had this long run of seconds. Is there an issue with this horse just not wanting to get his head in front?
Maybe, but we'll see today whether he wants to go through the effort. He's got a good chance. This is Amarillo Gold with the yellow cap. Camilo Ospina was on board this day. He was very good, and this horse has been a success story from ever since he joined over here, basically. He was rated just 52 in the UK for Jamie Osborne. Now he's rated 88 out in Saudi. Quite clearly loves the track here at Taif, and yeah, he's a player again today, but he is drawn wider.
Yes, and this is the other bit of form we've got. This is First Line. Good to see this horse right on track again, and this is a very competitive contest. We've got some really nice runners all over the field, including Al Hasharaya, Al Asbar, Melewa was in this field as well, and First Line finished 4th. This is not a bad bit of form.
No, it was a pretty good race. Al Asbar ends up coming through to win, but got the perfect trip on the rail. The front runners went a little too hard this day, and First Line was part of that in the blue and white silks. I think he's got a good chance from a good draw, but Naif Al-Anazi, who usually rides him, has decided to ride Angel of Trafalgar instead.
Yeah, and it's an interesting move with Angel of Trafalgar. 6th last time out. Looks to be going in the wrong direction.
Yeah, I thought that as well. He's had a couple of wide trips, but he's likely to get one again today from 18. So, yeah, I don't know why Naif isn't on First Line. I thought that horse had a great chance in here and probably is going to be my selection, albeit a tentative one. I also like the look of Bashawat, who is Shamila's pick, and I can understand your pick, but tell us more about Pagan.
Yes, Pagan. I'm fascinated by this horse. If you just look at the current season form, it says 12th in meeting 27 and 10th in meeting 38. That form not to get you off your feet. But this horse is rated 90, and the reason why it has a 90 rated is the fact that he won 3 races in a row in Riyadh. He then went for a 4th race in a row, but that was a mammoth contest on Saudi Cup. Now, it was a dirt sprint. It was an unbelievably hot race that was won by US superstar Elite Power. I know it's a horse that you know a lot about, Tom. So that race was way out of this horse's league. He's now had a couple of runs at Taif. We always know horses improve for the runs, and I thought it was a really eye-catching display last time. I think this race is set up for Pagan. I'm slightly concerned about the draw from 15.
Yeah, 15 would definitely be the worry for me with Pagan. Alex Moreno's on board and had a win yesterday. This horse is going to be ridden in a completely different way to Koothny Mark, who won under Alex yesterday afternoon. But at the same time, as you've touched on, the Riyadh form is strong. And for example, if Elite Power was in this race, he'd win by half the straight. There's no doubt about that. So, yeah, he has to factor in. Obviously, Alex just has his work cut out from the outset.
Yes, yeah, it's going to be hard to do it from the outside, but we saw a horse come from wide in the maiden race, get a good start, and you can get across. Unfortunately, Pagan isn't blessed with early speed.
No, exactly. So that makes the ask a little bit tougher for Alex. He'll have to try and get into a decent position, albeit not going straight to the front, but into just a reasonable spot. I'm just looking actually up at the big screen right here, and it looks like Pagan's a non-runner.
Well, that's just typical, isn't it? That is absolutely typical. I
Late
come
on.
in with a big talk about a big horse and it doesn't even run. Typical fashion for Callum. So if that is the case and Pagan is a non-runner, I'm going to look at Shamila's selection of Bashawat. I'm going to join up with Shamila and her paddock pick. And yes, you're absolutely right. According to the big screen, Pagan is a non-runner. We both liked Groom last time it ran as well, so that horse should have a chance. But as they go into the stalls, we should hand over to Alex Fussy.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, runners going forwards here then without Pagan. Last minute withdrawal by the looks of that one. I quite like the chances of Groom as well here, to be honest, has been going pretty close and looking for another winner today to come from stall 14 after the impressive success of King Rise in our open. So the last 2 or 3 runners filtering in. Al Washmai goes forward, stall number 8, and also heading up is Angel of Trafalgar, gate 18. Beehive moves in now. Kind Spirits, stall 13. With the red cap on, distinguishing red cap, same ownership colours as Amarillo Gold, who will carry the black cap. Runners are in, set to go. They're off. Racing again over the 1200 metre trip here for this 0 to 90 handicap. Pretty levelled start actually. Trying to drive forwards early on is Beehive, the blue jacket and black cap up towards the inside. We've got a trio of runners who are pushing forwards. First line's not far away, and also in a handy position is Income, who probably just shades it with a narrow advantage. They're being followed up the inside fence by the improving black and yellow jacket there of Assad, who had a nice draw from stall 2 and races handily. Back in behind the leaders is Amarillo Gold. Also to the outside is Jcsa. Red cap trying to get further forwards is Kind Spirit, looking for Bashawat. That's back towards the inside, running round and trying to close. Quite a few of these a lot lower in the saddle with 400 to go, and Assad up the inside will lead them in here. So heading for the final 200 metres. Assad is trying to quicken up and go away. He's being followed by Income. Still in there pitching is Beehive as well as they work their way close to home. Taj Neon in the green jacket are now pulled out. Here comes Groom right over the top and has passed them all. Groom goes on from the back. Etisalat is flying late in the beats, but that will be too late. It is Groom to win. Etisalat finished in second, and back in third place was Taj Neon. So success goes the way of Groom, well judged and timed by Abdullah Alajimi. On board here, Groom, for a third career success, and had been ticking around getting his head in front, hadn't he? Because the last 4 or so runs have all been with promise. Had a second placed effort at meeting 24, and Groom is your winner there by 2.5 lengths at the line. Beats Etisalat into second place and Taj Neom in third. 1:16.55 is our winner's time. Assad made a very bold effort from the inside stall of stall 2. Got a really good start for Ayad Al-Turisi and was looking like going to taking some catching as they swung in. But then the whole complexion started to change and eventually that runner only finished 4th. So 4 beat the 17, 12 and 18 in 4th place. 1:16.55 our winner's time and 2.5 lengths the margin.
And Abdullah Al-Jami is the winning rider, and he has done something that we haven't seen for a while, Tom. He's come from off the pace.
Yeah, yesterday it was all about speed horses, and it looked like the speed was going to hold up again in this event. As they turned for home, nothing was really making significant inroads, but Abdullah Al-Ajmi's produced a groom at the perfect time. This Son of Acclaim quite clearly stays this 6 furlong trip very well, and he had a good turn of foot coming off the bend too. So not only was it an impressive win, but he's done it from stall 14, coming from off the speed and from a wide draw. Wow.
Etisalat came from stall 10, came from off the speed, ended up coming second too. So good to see that there is an opportunity to come from off the pace.
Yeah, precisely. We need to see whether the change of fortune for the closers was due to the fact that the front runners went way too quick, or whether it's due to the recent rain affecting the track conditions. I wouldn't necessarily say it was the latter just at this stage, because there wasn't that much rain. You know, we had a little bit of a downpour, but not a drastic downpour to make the track sloppy or anything like that. So it was probably just that they went too hard up front, and that definitely helped those who came from off the speed.
As we can just see, Groom is coming into the winner's enclosure here, just looking behind him. It's quite a narrow horse. I remember we were dead keen on this horse last time out. Slightly disappointed. I know it said 5th, but we were very keen on it, weren't we?
Yeah, he finished 5th last time. We both liked him from a much better draw. I don't know, I did put he's a contender, now dropping back to 6 furlongs. Obviously the trip definitely helped him, but yeah, I wasn't completely sold after that run. He wasn't as good as I expected.
He ran out the 6 furlongs here really well, which you could clearly see. He hit the line hard, was involved enough despite not carrying all the early speed either. So certainly a good run, and a horse that will be a threat over this sort of distance and course in the future.
Yeah, exactly. He will only improve. He's relatively young still. It's his 3rd win from 21 starts. He's had plenty of chances, but at the same time, he hasn't had races fall into his lap just like this one did. There was a lot of early speed. There were horses who were wide throughout who just had no chance. I mean, Bashawat had a phenomenal trip through the race, just couldn't close into it. So, yeah, it was an interesting event. I think there were some excuses, some underperformances, the likes of Amarillo Gold. Didn't really show up today, but Groom was very good.
Yes, Taj Neon also sticking on for third. You see the grey in the green colours. I thought that horse was going to be a pacemaker and in there on a pace angle, but came from just off the speed and did quite well himself.
Yeah, exactly. I could just see now, sorry, I've been distracted there, watering the track further. Yep. So this could see some real effects going into the latter part of the card. just need to keep an eye on this. Obviously, we're not going to get much of a sign in the next race with only 3 runners and a clear favourite. But yeah, I'll be interested to see what happens.
Shamila is in the winners' enclosure with some winning connections.
I'm with our winning jockey of race number 2. Congratulations. I saw you in the parade ring and I was a little bit worried about, you know, the thunder, the lightning, but you seemed very confident before the race.
Yeah, I like rain, you know. Thank God today. Rain and winner, I thank God. Sure.
And what about the race? You know this horse very well. You've been riding him even last season.
Yeah, this horse, you know, we bring him maybe 2 seasons before in October, and this horse, nice horse. I won with him 2 times, and all the run come 3rd, 4th. And this horse, nice horses, but all the race he riding, you know, no good place he take it. Today, thank God. Maybe in 600 meter, I cannot find a good straight with him, but in 400, sure, I said he's win because he have very good power with me. And today he's winner, thank God.
And he's gone over many distances, but he seems to do really well over 6 furlongs.
I think so. In the Taif, his male is very long for him, this horses. But in Riyadh, there's no problem. 6 furlong, 7 furlong, and 8 furlong. And I like this horse for the male. It's good, very good. Jump is good and relax his horses. I think male is good for him. But today, thank God, 3rd time he's won this 6 furlong. I hope Nick, after 2 weeks he's win the male.
And have you been riding him in the mornings? Has he been showing you any improvements from this season?
Yeah, every day in the morning I training these horses. Maybe last week I said for my father and my dad, this horse sure this week he will win. But we think God we want good jump, good starting, and maybe in 400 meter we going. This horse today sure is win. And he said for me, do what you want, Abdullah. And we do what he do.
Well, thank you very much, Abdullah, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
Abdullah Al-Ajmi giving us a brilliant roundup of that race, and he was clearly very confident. Riding him in the morning and said, this horse wins this week.
Yeah, exactly. He broke really nicely as well from the outside stall, which definitely helped. He got shuffled a little bit back, as you can see just here in the race, and he's actually maybe 4th last, but that wasn't massively a negative in this event. Quite surprising, the second horse is dead last at the moment, so it really was closers that came to the fore here, not even just the stalkers. This might be the first race in Taif where we've seen horses come from the last 5 in an 18-runner field and close out to finish 1st and 2nd.
Especially over this trip. I think we've seen it over further, but over the 1,200 metres, you're absolutely right. I think this is the first time we've seen horses come from last to finish 1st.
Groom actually got hampered on the bend as well there when Bashawat was trying to cut across to the rail. So not only has he come from an uncompromising position, but he's been hampered on route as well. It was a good performance. He had to angle out here for a run, gets the split at the perfect time, and this horse had loads left in the tank.
Yeah, it was absolutely swinging. It would have been a real hard luck story having got there. Bashawat cut him up earlier on, but wasn't able to get near him towards the end. That horse plugged on nicely to finish around 5th.
Yeah, exactly. He ran okay. It was just super consistent. Again, he just was nowhere near good enough today. Similar status applies to First Line as well. My tentative selection in the race, who wasn't able to dictate from the outset.
Amarillo Gold, did we see what happened to that runner?
I didn't. I think he got caught wide on the track from the outside stall, just coming around the home bend, and from there he never got involved. I mean, last time up he was in 2nd or 1st, just turning in right on the speed, and today he was not able to get that early position.
You talked about watering earlier on. Now we're harrowing down on the track. I think we're going to see some very topsy-turvy results. Hopefully it doesn't affect Food de Pine in our next.
No, well, I think you need a miracle for that to happen. Yeah, I think with the rain, it's just going to compact the dirt a little bit, and the fact they're harrowing it as well, just trying to make it nice and safe. It'll be interesting to see if there's any bias. Maybe the front runners don't get the same kind of advantage, but as I say, we won't find this out until race 5 onwards, probably.
Yes, and I tell you what, that race would have panned out perfectly for Pagan, by the way. Loves to come off the speed, has plenty in the tank. Gutted, absolutely gutted. Pagan didn't run today.
Put a line through that one, not around that one, sorry, for next time. 3rd time up at Taif would have been a good angle, but yeah, unfortunately your confidence selection didn't run in the race.
Yeah, so that was unfortunate. They come crossing the line. You see Kind Spirit never got involved in the race either. Angel of Trafalgar, a jockey change for Naif Al-Anavi getting in the saddle. That did not help.
Stall 18's never wise. I mean, it's impossible to win from out there, so I was surprised that Naif was on and chose Angel of Trafalgar over First Line, but look, this horse continues to get bad draws and bad trips, so wouldn't be surprised if Angel of Trafalgar did pop up at one point.
Yeah, Assad got a nice run round, came out of stall 2, clung to the rail all the way, but the first horse we've seen do that and not hold on for the race, and they weren't going at a breakneck speed.
No, they weren't quick enough, but they weren't going electric, as you said there. That horse was probably just outclassed in the race, despite receiving weight off a low handicap mark. The other pace setters held on for a reasonably long way, but again, were just collared with around 200 metres to run when the closers started to come to the fore.
Yeah, Taj Neom as well. We talked about it earlier. This horse is usually bang up there with the pace. They didn't go over really quick. A change of tactics has really helped this runner, and he's plugged on and battled through rivals.
Yeah, exactly. He ran pretty well, but he was drawn inside and got a rail run as we see them break. Most of the horses jumped out nicely. The 6, Basharat, just missed half a step. A couple on the white on the outside, including Angel of Trafalgar, also missed the kick a little, but that's not too bad.
Pennsylvania Dutch as well seemed to get caught up in the start and just wasn't able to get involved. That horse is rated 89. Won't be rated 89 for much longer.
No, it used to be trained by Kevin Ryan, actually, that horse in the UK, and quite clearly hasn't translated that form fully over so far, but that was only his second run in Taif this season, so he might still be lacking a bit of fitness.
Yes, you saw it with a horse that's recorded 7 wins in the UK. You think that now this horse would really start to excel and thrive here in Saudi Arabia, but it's just not the case. And you look at a horse like Amarillo Gold, rated in the low 50s, has really loved having the sun on his back.
Yeah, exactly. This climate and this track condition isn't for every horse. We've seen Amarillo Gold thrive, albeit not today, whereas other horses have underperformed since they've come over here. It's worth noting, though, that Amarillo Gold came over as a 3-year-old right at the start of this season. He's clearly progressed since then, whereas Pennsylvania Dutch was a 9-year-old when he came over, so he's in the back end, twilight end of his career. Maybe he's just regressing right now.
Yeah, just taking a backward step. Someone who isn't taking a backward step is David, who's always a key contributor in our comments, and he's here, but he didn't give a selection for the last race. So, David, what are you doing? Get it together.
Yeah, come on, David. You just wanted to start with this next race, that's why, because you know that Food of Pine's a good thing.
Yeah, maybe he's taking us on. Maybe he's taking us on with the maiden. That's our main danger in our next race, our third race, which features only 3 runners.
Yeah, 3 runners, a 5-race maiden who finished 15th last time, a first-time starter drawn inside and Food of Pine, obviously a very talented Arabian horse. So it's an interesting race because we get to see Food of Pine back on the track, but the lack of numbers in this field is a bit surprising to me.
I think it stems for 2 reasons. Number 1, people don't want to pay food. They don't want to face Food of Pine. I'll get that name out eventually. But also, Saudi National Day coming up, big, valuable Arabian-only races. So I wouldn't be surprised that a lot of trainers are holding fire and waiting for that race to come around next week.
I completely agree with what you're saying. However, look at the prize pot, right? 47,500 Saudi Riyal to the winner. Let's say if Food of Pine runs his race, he wins. The second is, 19,000 Riyal. I mean, you've got a 60-rated 3-year-old and you've got a first-time starter who are going to pick up a lot more than if you'd win an Arabian horse maiden. Then you've got 14,250 Riyal to third. Again, a nice big pot, more than you'd get if you'd win a maiden. 4th and 5th place prize money are not going to be picked up by individual horses. If it's like the UK, that'll be split between the other 3. A horse could have been in here and won 9,500 for just finishing last. So yeah, it's surprising there's only 3 runners. It's the smallest field we've had since we've been in Taif. But nevertheless, I'm looking forward to the race.
As we build up toward our third contest, let's look back at what happened in our first and second race. King Rise and Groom are the winners of our first two races. And Tom, I know you're keen to discuss weather and temperatures. Tell everyone at home what we're dealing with right now.
Well, the wind has completely died down. All of the flags on the infield of the course are hanging. There's no breeze whatsoever. The weather, well, it was raining, it was thunderstorms and lightning, but fortunately it seems to have relented on the actual track itself. There are still echoes of thunder around us right now, so whether the thunderstorm comes back, we'll soon see. But yeah, obviously this track has had a bit of rain for the first time in a long time, so it'll be interesting to see how it pans out for the rest of the day.
Yes, it's also now been double watered and harrowed. And for everyone at home concerned if we're getting a little bit chilly, don't worry, it's still 27 degrees.
Yeah, it's still nice and warm. It's not the 36 that it was earlier on, which is a good thing for me, but it is still nice and warm out here.
Well, plenty of people will have been taking cover from the rain, and I'm sure Shamila was one of them. Where have you got yourself, Shamila? Oh, we're just holding off. We're just waiting for Shamila for the time being. Just a little bit of an issue there, as we could see our horses in the pre-parade ring. So, Alex Fussy, only 3 to go through. I'm sure you'll get this one absolutely right.
Thanks, Callum. Well, I hope so. Only 3 of them here over 1,200 metres. Number 1 is Gaith Al-Dahahab. That's the mount of Ayad Al-Turisi, making a debut here today. Number 2, Afdal Mujir, 0 from 5 so far in the career. Last seen out at meeting 25 when finishing 15th. Abdullah Al-Kridis is on board. And then number 3, Fuda Pine, who's for the Athbar Racing stable. Alexis Moreno will take the ride and, of course, was successful at meeting 30. 3 of them, Fuda Pine, likely to be very hard to beat here, boys, don't we think?
Yes, Alex, I don't think anything is going to be able to lay a glove on Fuda Pine, and Tom, I'm pretty sure you feel the same way.
Yeah, well, and our first week back at Taif, which was almost 6 weeks ago now, I remember you saying about a horse, this is an absolute certainty, and I mocked you for it, saying no horse is ever an absolute certainty. Surely we're as close to a certainty with this horse here, Fuda Pine, because this really isn't a great race. Fuda Pine's a good horse. It just looks like a one-horse race, and if he pops out nice and well from the start, he's got to have a great chance of winning by a huge distance.
Shamila is somewhere on this race course. Shamila, where are you at?
Well, Callum, I am down. I've already shown you guys the entertainment area, all the games for the kids. Now, this is serious business. Here we have all the shops, all the goods you can buy here at Taif Racecourse. Now, Taif is known for the roses, and this shop sells everything from rose oil to rose perfume to moisturizers. It's absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much. Just give that a little sniff. That is absolutely stunning. If you get a chance to come down here and see all the rose products they have, all the perfumes they have, that's absolutely brilliant. And if we move over here, we also have clothing shops. We have abayas that you can buy here. The fashion is fantastic. These are all handmade abayas and different designs, which is so nice to see. You can see this is traditional clothing. You can come, there's pinks, which this would be my favorite. See, if I was looking for something for Tom, maybe I would go for this blue color, because I know he's quite fashionable these days, Callum.
Absolutely right, Shamila. He's rocking the shacket today, so we need to get him a very nice abaya. If you could just pop back round to the perfume stall. Now, I know, Tom, you're leaving Taif and you're not going to be returning for a while, so I need to know which of the rose perfumes is perfect for our man Tom.
Well, not only do we have the rose oils, the rose perfumes, we have these beautiful handmade candles here at Taif Racecourse. And it's just lovely to support small businesses. There's wax melts. They smell absolutely amazing. We also have more abayas on display. There are about 5 shops here. This is near the 2,000 meter start, so I know this area very well. There's perfumes here, there's oud, and these are all traditional scents of Saudi Arabia. There's oud, musk, sandalwood, just everything you could ever possibly want and imagine.
This is a time where I know we need smell-o-vision, because I'm sure it smells absolutely divine down there. What about the oud? That's the one I'm most intrigued about. I know that's something I read up online before I came out here. What's that smelling like?
Well, Callum, definitely this is my favorite scent, the black oud, and it's really strong scent, but not overpowering. And a lot of people here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia wear this type of scent. You can get room sprays with this type of scent as well. You only need a small amount, so it will last you a long time.
Well, Shamila, after that fantastic audition for QVC, we'll be lucky if we can keep our hands on you here in Saudi Arabia. You better get yourself back up to the parade ring to look at this food pie, and I know you absolutely adore him. So hopefully we can see a little bit more of food pie in the paddock. Tom, out of all of those stalls, which one are you most intrigued about?
I'm intrigued by all of them, to be fair. Need to just know how much, because Shamila should have bought me something. That would have been quite nice. But yeah, no, the stalls are fantastic, and there's something for everything, something for everyone here at King Khalid Racecourse. Back to the race, though. This is horse number 2. Are we imagining Afd Al-Mujir, who's 0 from 5, rated 60, finished 15th in the maiden last time? He's going to finish 3rd or 2nd behind Food Pine here?
I think this wins. no, I think this horse is going to finish 3rd. Showed absolutely no speed last time, and we see Food Pine, a real athlete, dropping back to 1200 metres. I think this is the key to this horse. We're going to run it over 1600 metres in the King Faisal Cup on Faisal Cup day, so it's clear to see that they wanted to drop back in trip. Phil Collington, who used to train this horse, said this is the peak of his distance. They've gone back. Everything is in this horse's favour.
Yeah, Food Pine will find it very hard to get himself beat, to be honest. This is the other horse, the first-time starter, Gaith Al Dahab. We'll quickly touch on him. He's a 3-year-old, never run before. Reasonable pedigree for an Arabian horse, but what to expect, we just don't know. Food Pine should be a class above. There is no doubt about that. And if you're just going by handicap ratings alone, number 2, Afd Al-Mujir, is rated 60. Food Pine, number 3, is rated 100. So technically, on the law of £1 per 1 length, you're expecting Food Pine to beat Afd Al-Mujir by 40 lengths. I think that's
just 40. I think we could see an awful lot more. Now, the key thing for this is if Food Pine continues to put in a good performance. I know his rating's not going to jump up dramatically after this, but there's a horse called Afsan Al Kaladir who's already run over this trip, has the course record for this trip. Is this a horse that could possibly get at least close to Afsan Al Kaladir if they ran over this distance, or maybe even 1400 metres?
That's a good question. Potentially in time. Obviously, Food Pine's very unexposed. Not had many starts at all. You mentioned the track record there, 122.83. Should we do our game of guessing the time?
Guess the time.
I just want to start by saying this is a 3-runner race. It could become tactical. It's highly unlikely that we're going to see a proper burn up from the outset and a proper run race. Food Pine is going to be able to run quicker than today no matter what. Just the shape of the race dictates that. I'll go for 125 flat.
125. I think it could be a bit slower. I'm thinking 127.
127.
I think they might really crawl along. Remember, the Afsan Al Kaladir race, they went like the clappers early on, and that horse then showed its class later on. I don't imagine they're going to do the same thing today.
No, I don't think so. But Alex Moreno and Lucas Gaetan will have a plan. The plan will probably be go straight to the front and dominate, because that's what you should do when you're on a horse that's got so much superiority in a race. You should just keep things simple from the start, and Food Pine will probably go straight to the front. I don't mind the drop back into 6 furlongs, but I think this horse is probably as good over a mile. He may be vulnerable to the likes of Afsan Al Kaladir over that trip rather than 6 furlongs, but yeah, I think he's a very versatile horse. He beat a very good one last time up in Nadem Al Mouk Al Kaladir on his Saudi debut, and that form has worked out nicely, hasn't it?
That form has worked out really, really well. One of the things I have to say, imagine being the Aspar Racing team right now. We just saw them having a conversation with Lucas Gaetan. What on earth would he be saying? For those really awkward situations where it's like, well, we should win. So I'm not quite sure why we're having this meeting.
Yeah, exactly. Look, horsemen and horsewomen are very pessimistic, aren't they? Generally, when it comes to a race, because of the nerves. You know, it's horse racing, anything can go wrong. But really, Food Pine should be winning. So this meeting between the connections there will probably saying how well the horse is coming into the race and what the targets are in the future. They're going to keep it simple on the track. Alex is probably going to ride his second winner of the week, and yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how far he wins by. Maybe 50 metres, I'd guess, but it'll be interesting to see how the race pans out.
And a winner would be good for Alex as well, because on Twitter last night, he was having a little bit of a rant at the steward. So I'm sure a winner will be very welcome for him.
Sure, I mean, he rode one yesterday and was super confident in the saddle. Very good horse in Kusni Mark as well, was my highlight of the day. But yeah, a winner, every day's a new day, and a winner would never go amiss. As we can see a jockey there wearing the waterproof breeches.
Yes, they're trying to keep clean and dry. Shamila is in the parade ring with the trainer, Lucas Gaitan.
Thank you very much, Callum. I have sprinted back from the entertainment area to catch Lucas Gaitan before the race. Any thoughts before the race, Lucas, on Fou de Pine? I know it's only a 3-runner race, but...
Yeah, well, we entered the course. We didn't expect only 3 runners. Well, he's a very good horse. Alex has total freedom to do whatever he wants once the gate opens. So we expect the best.
You must be happy that Alex is back in the saddle.
Yeah, he's back. Now he just told me that probably next week he will be 2 days off. But yeah, having him in the horses is great.
And the question we all wanted to ask you is, last time Fou de Pine was running, he was under the trainer Philip Collington. Now he's under your name. Why was the change, or what was that about?
Well, especially because Philip is in England, and well, owners, they decided to give it to me so I can manage it better. I'm here every day. Philip maybe he's by the phone, it's not the same. So well, they decide, and well, I'm grateful for the boss to take the decision.
Do you have any specific goals for Fou de Pine for the rest of the season, especially in Riyadh?
Well, we'll see. In Riyadh, I was checking just the draft. There are not too many options, only open races. Well, then of course in Saudi Cup Day, Monifa and Obeya. But we will see if abroad there are some options. If not here, but now we're focusing on this race.
And it's nice that Athba stables do send their horses abroad. So where would they send them to? Maybe UAE or Europe even?
Yeah, we're thinking probably now Qatar Derby, I don't know, UAE. We'll see. There are a lot of options. We don't know yet. We'll see.
Thank you so much, Lucas. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shamila, and thank you very much, Lucas. I thought the really interesting moment there, we said, oh, well, there's not very many options for him, only open races.
Yeah.
Yes, Lucas, you have a horse rated 100. There's not many options for you.
Yeah, he mentioned, he wasn't keen to mention an ideal target, but then he mentioned Saudi Cup Day, there was an Arabian race. So that seems like the end goal for Fou de Pine. He mentioned the Qatar Derby as well, so there could be some lofty ambitions this season.
Let's have a look at Fou de Pine in action. The last time we saw him, this was back in meeting 30. He had a long old break since then, but just look at the way this horse turns into the speed. And the horse in second won a very good race a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, that's Nadam Al Mouk Al Khaladia in the white silks in second, and Fou de Pine almost laughed at that horse at the top of the straight. Alex Moreno looked over his shoulder thinking he had the race done. Now the runner-up keeps going all the way to the line, and it's a good battle, but Fou de Pine holds on gamely. He's not the biggest of horses, Fou de Pine. One of the smallest, in fact, I've seen, but that doesn't mean he's not as talented. Yeah, I mean, a repeat of this run would see him win by a distance.
You can just see that he is being eased down, but the tank is emptying too. So I think it's clear to see that the mile would have been a real tough task for him. You can see Nadam Al Mouk Al Khaladia got going late in that race a couple of weeks ago on King Faisal Cup Day. So it's clear to see that that horse had stamina in reserve. This horse is all about the speed.
Yeah, got lots of early, and that will definitely help in this 3-runner race. You know, the one negative, if you've got such a horse with such a massive advantage in a small field, is when you sit out the back, it turns into a sprint, and your horse then cannot muster their best ability. That won't be the case here. Alex Moreno should go straight to the start, straight to the front, and from there it's just going to prove very hard to beat. I actually had a look at the pedigree as we just watched all the horses circle down at the start with the jockeys off, which is something we haven't seen all that often. Had a look at the pedigree of Fou de Pine, knowing that this was a 3-runner race with not too much to talk about. He's by a horse called Hadag Al Khaladia, who is by another sire called Khaled Al Biwaibi. That horse amassed over 1 million Saudi Riyal in sire earnings, so his offspring have been super good, and Fou de Pine is one of the best.
Yes, just interesting to see here. The race is due to go off at 5:15 local time, which is 3:15 UK time. So I'm just wondering if we're just seeing a little bit of a delay here because there was only 3 runners and they've gone down rather quickly.
Which is strange because we lost 10 minutes after the first race. If this was in the UK, we'd still be around 10 or 15 minutes late, and actually we're probably 7 or 8 minutes early for some reason here in Saudi. So look, you cannot fault their punctuality. They are just waiting because the horses have to go off the time. The race has to go off the time, and yeah, there's only 3 runners, so it'll only take them about 15 to 20 seconds to get them loaded up.
How do you imagine this conversation in the middle is going?
How far will Food Pine win? Say the jockeys to Alex Marino, and Alex says, I'm going to go to the front and we'll see. I'm sure that's what's going to happen.
That's it. I think if you're the rider aboard Gaith Al Dahab, you're going, well, we're just going to kick and see what happens, really. We're just going to kick as hard as we can and either follow you or give you a lead, but it's very hard to do, and it must be a real challenge riding a horse that you know is probably a class apart, and you're just hoping that you're going to get a good run.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Alex Marino has ridden lots of work in his time as a rider. All of these jockeys have. I'm sure that he'll know exactly that he should go straight to the front and just dictate.
As we can just see here, this is Frankie Fellwell board and old O'Shea Murphy giving it a signature. I'm sure they're going to stay in touch when Frankie retires. I'm sure O'Shea will be asking him for a few other rides.
I wasn't expecting to see this today on the coverage, I'll tell you that. Look, I have a different opinion to many on the whole Frankie Dettori situation. So.
Well, look, the horses aren't even mounted yet, so give us your opinion on the Frankie situation.
If you're retiring, wait until you actually retire. He said he's going to retire about, I don't know, 9 months ago, and we've been talking about it ever since. So, yeah, farewell Frankie, but he won't even stop riding until February-ish, so, you know.
And then it comes to a situation, I know there's a few people involved in very many ownership groups who are quite keen on the idea of just having Frankie for the big races next year. So it'll be I think it'd be quite a shame, to be honest, if he was to continue riding after this, because I think a lot of courses have done some really big work. I just think of Chester. Chester had their May festival, one of the highlights of the Northern racing calendar, and it was all about Frankie. And if Frankie then rides after that in Europe and in the UK, I feel it would leave a sour taste in the mouth for the courses that really put extra expense, extra kind of pizzazz into their meetings.
100%. Now I'll keep this brief as the jockeys just get on, but every big meeting is headlined as it's Frankie Dettori's last meeting, the last time at this track, e.g. Royal Ascot, e.g. York, Chester, as you've mentioned there. If he was to come back next year, it would feel almost like Tom Brady's retirement in the NFL, where everyone was so shocked by the retirement, thinking about what was going to happen, then he comes back and it's all a bit of a damp squib. So hopefully, albeit as good as Frankie is in the saddle and as amazing as he's done throughout his career, it would be good if he bowed out on a high like he said he was going to.
Yeah, hopefully we won't end up with Frankie Dettori on a beach saying, I'm retiring on his phone camera. So, as we see the runners circling at the start, there's only one man we can hand over to for a horse this talented. Alex Fussy, it's over to you.
Thanks very much indeed, Callum. Yeah, won't be too far away from this third race of the day. Runners circling behind the stalls, this Arabian Open. And of course, all eyes will be on Food Pine here, and probably we're more looking at the clock and distance, aren't we, in terms of how far this colt will stretch away from the other pair. We'll jump out of stall 3. We're down the order in terms of the race card with the starting stalls positions here, as we've highlighted several times before. That varies depending on race and race conditions, but we are in number order with regards to the draw. Gaith Al Dahab has a first start today. There you can see, just going through his shot, the green jacket and white sleeves. Then your favourite, Food Pine, in the black jacket with the checks on the sleeves, and finally the blue and white of Afdal Mujir, who's had 5 starts so far. And in terms of this campaign, was 9th at meeting number 1, 5th at meeting 13, and then 15th at meeting 25. So we're nearly set for action, clock ticking around to our scheduled off time. Very well prepared in terms of arriving down at the start, weren't they? A long way before the post time. And as the gents rightly highlighted, both Callum and Tom discussing that much better in terms of timekeeping here, aren't we, than over in England. If you have a delay, it tends to knock on to the subsequent races. Not the case for us today. We are now going forwards then, starting to load. Afdal Mujir. Just a little restless for a moment or two there, but now it's on the way forwards. Gaith Al Dahab is in, and here comes Fuda Pine. Into the stalls. Sets. And off. Underway for this Arabian Open. We go over 1,200 meters. Once again, pretty level stuff early on. Blue jacket of Afdal Mujir. Wider, Fuda Pine. Black jacket and check sleeves will now just ease over. And Gaith Al Dahab, the newcomer, is at the back. So it is Fuda Pine, the Athbar Racing stake, who comes over to lead up by about a length and a half past the 800-meter point over Afdal Mujir, and Abdullah Al-Kridis in second place. And now a gap of about 5 lengths to Gaith Al Dahab at the back of the field for Ayad Al-Tarisi. So now inside the 600, and Fuda Pine is starting to stretch, is clear by 7 or 8 as they turn for home over Afdal Mujir. And we've got a similar margin to Gaith Al Dahab at the back of the field. So less than 400 to cover for Fuda Pine, who is really now extending, has gone clear by 15 lengths at the top of the home run in the hands of Alexis Moreno for the Gaetan stable. Fuda Pine Reed is inside the final 200. Count these lengths as 25, I would say, at the moment, in advance of Afdal Mujir and Fuda Pine. You will never see an easier winner than that. Fuda Pine, and a yawning gap to the rest. We are still waiting. There is Afdal Mujir across the line in second place, and a similar large old margin to Gaith Al Dahab in thirds. So completely to script, Fuda Pine with no problems whatsoever, and the winner's time is 1:22.89. 1:22.89. That's quite a clock from Fuda Pine. Stretched out very well. Here we go. The official winning margin is 33 lengths. So it's 33 lengths. 1:22.89. Afdal Mujir was second. And there was a further 22 3/4 lengths back to Gaith Al Dahab. They were stretched out all up the home straight. And it was 3-2-1 order of finish in race number 3.
Alexis Mourinho. Alex, congrats.
Thank you, Salah.
How is it today?
Wow, impressive.
Yeah.
You know, you see him. So easy, you know.
How changed from the first ride him here?
A lot, man. If you see the time, if you see how he move, he changed a lot. And I hope he can do. Yeah, he's confident with the track. He know the track, and I hope he can do big things, inshallah. Thank you, man.
Well, that was an awesome performance from Fuda Pine. But the real story of the race, forget how far this horse won by 33 lengths, by the way, 122.89 on the snap. Tom, tell the viewers at home what that means in relation to the course record.
Yeah, so the course record set by Asfan Al Khalidiyah just a few weeks ago, was 122.83. So 0.06 seconds slower than the course record without being asked for maximum effort. I want to know, hopefully Shamila gets an interview here with Alex, because I really want to know how much faster Fuda Pine could have gone. He didn't even ask him for maximum effort. The race was done on the turn, and wow.
That was so visually impressive and just so good to see that you just see Alex in what I call like jockey cruise control. Riding full of confidence, we saw that yesterday. But this situation, you can overthink it, can't you? 3 rivals, I'm clearly the best jockey, but he doesn't, does he?
No, he didn't overthink it. Got to the front. Look, this wasn't a race, as we see the wrong caption on the bottom there. Just ignore that. This is race 3. This wasn't a race as such. It was a piece of work. But at the same time, Alex was keen to make sure this horse was doing something on the front end. I'm interested to see what Shamila gets from this interview.
Shamila is down in the winner's enclosure. How much faster could this horse have gone?
I think we knew the result of the race before it was even run. Fuda Pine now, Alex. You were confident yesterday. You didn't even move on that horse. I don't think you or Fuda Pine even broke a sweat.
Well, you see him. He's so impressive today. Almost broke the record. And so easy. He's a amazing horse.
You didn't even lift the whip on him or move your hands. How much further could he have gone?
Well, I think he can make 21 today if I kick him or push him or something. He was so full. And I was so confident with him. And, I think he come to work today.
And obviously, I spoke to Lucas before the race. He was confident. Do you wish there were more horses in the race to give him a bit more competition?
Well, I was expecting that, to see how he can beat him. But, it's good.
And they're thinking of taking Fuda Pine internationally at the end of the season. Do you think that will suit him? Do you think that he's at that level?
Yes, sure. He's at that level, and I hope he can do it.
Thank you so much, Alex. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That is a very happy Alex Moreno, and I'm sure he was having a bit of a rant last night. All those problems would have been solved with a nice winner, and it won't get much easier than that.
Yeah, saying that, he wasn't exactly overjoyed. There was not much smiling going on there until the interview was finished, but yeah, he's a very good rider. And this horse missed half a beat at the start. Not a lot, just half a beat, and Alex had to roust him up just to get to the front. At this stage, he's one off the rail, which surprised me. In the race, I was saying we should be moving across to the rail here, Alex. Not that it's going to make a difference to the result, but just to save some ground on the horse. And at this point, he starts to stretch clear. This is where horse number 2, Al Mujia, couldn't go with Fuda Pine. The first time starter, Gaith Al Dahahab, has never shown any speed throughout the whole race. So the race was won. Now it's a case of what does Alex want Fuda Pine to do? He could easily ease back and not ask for any effort whatsoever, or he could let this horse run and see how quick he can go.
And it's really interesting, he kind of finds the happy medium, because he could have really asked this horse off the turn and driven him for home. I don't think it would have been that good a spectacle. Seeing and giving him fewer reminders, for me, would have done nothing extra for the performance. But also, stopping riding like he did yesterday wouldn't have been too nice either. He just cruises over the line. He doesn't put the brakes on, but he also doesn't put the accelerator on. He did 50 clicks down the straight.
Yeah, exactly. You're spot on with that summary. He didn't ask for anything, but he didn't stop the horse. He was constantly just allowing the horse to run as fast as he could without any urgings. So this horse, I know Alex said there he could probably run 121, but at the same time, he's run as fast as he could without Alex asking for more. And generally, in my opinion, horses run their fastest when they're urged hands and heels and not with the whip. That's to keep them at the top speed. Now, he could have pushed and the horse would have probably broken the track record, but I don't know how much faster he could have actually run in the race, if you understand what I'm saying here.
And also, Alex doesn't have a massive clock in his head. That's the other thing you got to know. He can tell times, he can understand how the race works and how it pans out. But he's not going along thinking, okay, that's 1:15, 1:16, 1:30. He's focusing on trying to win a race. He's done it very easily. I think what shocked us both was when Alex Fussy announced that time. My goodness, we got very excited. 1:22.89.
Yeah, this horse is, we knew this horse was good, but this horse is better than we thought it was going to be. 1:22.89 is quite quick. There is no doubt about that. So yeah, Frida Pine's obviously gone from strength to strength. Was impressive last time, even better today, and I want to see this horse in a proper race.
Yes, I want to see him run against some of the best Arabian horses around. Just David in the comments got a question for you, Tom.
Yeah, he says, do we know what the steward said to Alex yesterday? No, is the answer. I don't know. We can try to find out, hopefully later, if Alex wins another race, but...
He is going to join us on the after show. We were looking back at that race late into the evening because obviously Alex was quite upset by the steward's decision. I'm not sure whether it was regarding to him dramatically slowing down and easing up at the end on that very easy winner in race 7 yesterday, or the way he came across. The horse broke a little bit slowly. He came across and there was a little bit of a concertina effect on his inside. He did mention in his tweet there are 18 runners in every race. It's very difficult to be able to ensure that any move I make isn't going to affect everybody. So I'm pretty sure, and again, I cannot confirm this, but I'm pretty sure it was about that move he made on the first bend.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been to do with the easing down because the horse won the race, so the stewards have nothing to look into there. It must have been the early interference, but saying that, I don't think it was that bad.
It was very minor. We were looking back at it last night, replaying it, looking at it. And if you do look about 3 horses in, there is a bit of a squeeze. But we saw that when we were watching the races. But you do, with these 18-runner races coming into this very sharp first bend over 2,000 metres, it's very hard to avoid a concertina if everybody's coming across.
Well, exactly. You've got 18 horses. You don't expect them to run 18 a breadth, do you, go around the first bend? They're going to move across slightly. And if there was bad interference, a lot of hampering, then fair enough. I completely understand that. That just wasn't the case here. We've just seen the start, going back to this Frida Pine race. He actually broke last. So not only did he bolt up and win decisively, like we expected, but there was still a length missing there at the start. He could have easily picked up a length or two with a bit of urging from Alex as well. So, yeah, really good and better probably than we all expected, judging by the time.
Yes, I was impressed visually and by the manner of the victory, but the clock doesn't lie. I know you're big on your American racing. You're very keen on times and clocks, and I know Rory's very similar. You both believe in the clock, and I think you can't help but believe in the clock in a race like this.
Yeah, exactly. You can judge a lot by visuals, so how well a horse has won, how far they've won by, whether the jockey hasn't asked for maximum effort. But that's all opinion. That's all your opinion. It's subjective. As I say, like the first race yesterday, you were super impressed, and she was visually impressive. I wasn't as impressed due to the time. In this race, Frida Pine was super impressive. He won by 33 lengths, not asked to do anything, but the time backs it up. 1:22.89, almost a track record. And yes, the rain will probably help the track. It's not going to be riding as deep and as fluffy, but still, it was a very quick time. As we can see, Shamila and Haifa very happy there that Frida Pine's got the job done.
Yeah, you can see Alex was smiling early on. He'd lost all his smile when he came for the interview afterwards. He was over the moon, crossing the line, seeing Haifa and Shamila as well. And who wouldn't be? One of the highlights of the time here at King Khalid Racecourse. And I think this man is a man riding at the top of his game. I mean, you and I probably could have ridden Frida Pine to victory. It wouldn't have been so impressive.
You could have, but I don't know about myself. I'd have hung on.
Just get around, Tom. That's all he needed to do. But I was just so impressed how easy it was. Alex was unmoved. He looked truly, truly comfortable.
Yeah, exactly. He's got super amount of confidence, hasn't he? Adele Alfredi and Camilo Ospina are obviously topping the jockey standings right now. But if Alex Moreno had more chances and wasn't banned as much as he has been, then he would have racked up a fair few more winners and definitely been in the top 5. He is one of the best at the track right now.
Now, Alex doesn't have a ride in our next contest, but we stay over the same distance. And Tom, we're taking each other on this time. You're a fan of Rakud Al-Ansari. I like Schmock Star. Shamila, what have you got for us?
Thanks very much, Callum. I'm here with Ben, one of our racing stewards here at Taif Racecourse, and he's just going to explain what has happened during race 7 yesterday.
Yeah, so look, race 7 yesterday, Alex Moreno, it's a 2,000 metre race, got to about the 1,600 metres, approaching that first corner, went from about a 7-wide position into a 5-wide position, and as a result, caused interference to 2 runners to his inside. Mr. Moreno was then issued a careless riding suspension. So he'll sit out 2 meetings for that. That's about all I can tell you.
And even if the interference happens like really early on in the races, you still have to take that into account, don't you?
Yeah, 100%. So look, we give a little bit of leeway just directly after the start because horses obviously settle into their positions. However, anywhere after that, we take it into consideration and all the circumstances of each case by case.
Thank you so much, Ben.
No worries. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, Ben. And it was about the interference early. I have my concerns about that. I think we've seen far more interference, which is much stronger later on and in other races as well. So I think Alex did feel hard done by that. I'm not sure whether the reaction by tweeting and ranting about it like that is necessarily the best way to deal with things, but I can understand his grievances. We do have to move quickly on. We will hopefully have Alex on the after show. There's plenty to talk about with that young man, but we go on to our next race. Alex Fussy will take us through the runners and the riders.
Thanks, Callum. Yep, 4th race of the day. Again, over 1,200 metres, as you've highlighted, is an Arabian Horses Fillies Open. Number 1, Hood Hood, is 0 from 2 so far. A couple of runs very swiftly on the back of each other at meetings 33 and 34. 2 is Rakud Al-Ansari. 3 wins on the bounce, meetings 4, 12 and 30. Abdullah Al-Kamis rides. Number 3 is Shafa Al-Azim, 0 from 3 so far. Naif Al-Anazi will do the steering here. Number 4 is Shawahid Al-Kaladia, 0 from 3. Ayad Al-Turisi is aboard. Number 5 is Mabubat Rabad. That's 0 from 3. Nawaf Al-Mindani riding. And 6 is Smuk Star. 0 from 4, but some really good placed efforts, including when second at meeting 35. Number 7, Al-Anud, is 0 from 9, one of the most exposed runners in the field. Abdul Ella Al-Hussein is the jockey on board. And number 8 is Tagruda. 1 win from 7 starts for Tagruda. Mohammed Al-Hubayl takes the ride. That success came at meeting 14. Now, Callum and Tom, I remember Tagruda as the Oaks winner from 2014. This is the Arabian version.
Yes, Alex, not to be confused, but however, Tagruda is my favourite Arabian horse here. Unfortunately, he's my favourite because he's quite slow. So I don't think she's going to be able to handle this race today. I'm going against her, but hopefully if she wins, I say every time, if she wins, we're on the track.
I was going to say, I can't believe you're going against her. You love Tagruda. Let's get back to the runner by runner quickly. That's number 4, Shawahid Al-Kaladia. I don't think this filly's good enough to win. She was a lacklustre 12th. Sorry, that's number 5. She was a lacklustre 6th last time up on her 3rd run this season. She needs to take a big step forward.
Yes, Mahubat Rabab is the horse we're looking at here. This is horse number 5, 0 from 3, 12th back in meeting 11, comes here for a break.
Yes, comes here for a second break after having the first break to meeting 11, so definitely needs to improve, and I imagine fitness will be a concern with that one.
I really like Schmock Star, super consistent, but this is Al-Anud.
Schmock Star second in a maiden, steps up in class, but it's very consistent, as you say. Al-Anud has been hitting the crossbar many times, finished behind Schmock Star last time in 6th.
Yes, Al-Anud was disappointing last time. I thought that was a race made for this horse, and here is the gorgeous girl, Tagruda, looking magnificent as per usual.
She's very one pace, she's rated 80, so she fits into this group, but at the same time, she finished 12th last time. Maybe she seems to be regressing at this point of the season.
She was absolutely well beaten by Rakud Al-Ansari when the pair last met last time out, and I can't see her turning that form around at all.
No, I don't either. Rakud Al-Ansari, we didn't get to see that filly. She's number 2 in the race in the green silks. She finished 6th in the race that Tagruda finished 12th in. And the penultimate outing, Rakud Al-Ansari won. Prior to that, Rakud Ansari won at meeting 12, and prior to that, Rakud Ansari won at meeting 4. So this is a real red-hot, informed filly. He finished 6th in the King Faisal Cup and is now dropping down to a standard open race.
Now Shamila is in the parade ring looking to give us an eye-catcher.
Thank you, Callum. And this is my eye catcher, horse number 2, Rakud Ansari. She is a 3-year-old filly, and the trainer Rayhan Al Ibrahim had 2 winners yesterday, so he is in really good form. She is the highest rated horse in the race, and that's probably why she looks so good. She is sporting earplugs in the parade ring just to keep her a bit more calm. And if you can see on her bridle, it's bright yellow, and she has fluffy padding all around her ears. That's just to keep her calm. Sometimes fillies especially can be very sensitive around their ears, so it's really great to see this type of bridles that you can get here in Saudi Arabia.
No monitor here. Thank you very much, Shamila, for taking us through that. I know Rakud Ansari is your selection. I know Tom likes Rakud Ansari as well. I want to talk about Shmok Shah, because I think this horse is a really interesting runner. Now, with Shmok Shah, the last time out, finished 2nd. Beaten, she's not very easy to win with, but it was the manner of the way she finished 2nd over this trip, which I was really impressed by.
Yeah, she was pretty good in that race. Look, she was 2nd best, there's no doubt about that. She wasn't super unlucky, but at the same time, she ran pretty well to finish 2nd in meeting 35. You know, she's got a good chance in the race, but I think that Rakud Ansari is the better horse, so I've got to side with number 2.
I know you like Rakud Ansari for sure, and that makes an awful lot of sense. But weren't you slightly disappointed with the run last time out? Now, I understand, as I nearly stack it walking over here, I understand that that was a much tougher race. She came there travelling really nicely, but she fell into a hole at the top of the straight. On the crown of that bend, she stopped so quickly.
She did, but she had to go hard early because it was a more classier affair. There was a lot more talent in the race, and when that happens, the field generally go faster because they're faster horses, right? So at the top of the straight, she may have fallen into a bit of a hole, but that's because she had to use a lot of her energy in the early stages. In this race, she's facing inferior opposition compared to superior, and I think that'll be the big difference. I think she'll be able to set her good pace up front, and if she's not in the lead, she'll probably be 2nd early on, pounce off the home turn and prove hard to catch.
Well, Alex Fussy is the man who will take us through this contest, and we're going to hand over to him right now. Alex, only 8 runners, but it's a wide open contest.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, interesting race coming up, isn't it? You can certainly give a chance to 2 or 3 of these rather strongly. Have to say that I agree with Rakud Ansari being the one to beat here, looking to regain the winning thread, having run in that much better race last time out at meeting 39 after the hat-trick of wins, meetings 4, 12 and 30, as you heard Tom highlighting a few moments ago. Abdullah Al-Khamis will be on board here. Number 2, Rakud Ansari, got the rating of 90, which puts her ahead of the field. So that's how we stand in terms of my perspective. I'm very keen on the chances of Rakud Ansari, so I'll be jumping on board with that one here as well, Callum.
Yes, Alex, totally not a surprise that you're all going against me with Rakud Ansari. Every single one of you. Shamila, Tom, Alex, up against Callum. It's very much like Shahanat Al-Khaladir last week. It means I've still got a chance. Let's have a look at Rakud Ansari in action. This is a really nice runner. I'm looking forward to seeing how this gets on. I'm just not too sure this horse will be able to dominate like she was able to on this occasion.
Well, I don't know about that. I think she might be able to go to the front and kick off the front and maintain her speed and win this race. You know, this is inferior opposition. This day she was facing a similar kind of group. In my opinion, maybe even a weaker, today's a weaker group than this, yet she managed to get the job done. She's very professional. Okay, yeah, she could be vulnerable in the last 100 metres. But if you've got that much early and you can kick clear off the bend, it's so hard to reel these horses in here at Taif.
And look who finishes 2nd, Alanud. So we can clearly see the form makes sense and it covers over. I'm concerned both those horses ran poor races last time. The only horse in this field who ran a good race last time was Shmok Shah.
Yeah, but it was in a maiden compared to a cup race like the King Faisal Cup, so completely different opposition. I understand where you're going with Shmok Shah. But let's just look at handicap ratings for 1 second, right? Schmock Star's rated 78. Alan Nude, who just finished second there to my selection, Rakud Al-Ansari, is rated 85. So that's £7 better immediately. Rakud Al-Ansari is rated 90. If you're judging this race on handicap ratings alone, there's only one winner.
But we have noticed that a lot of Rakud Al-Ansari's form comes early in the season. We understand that the racing wasn't so strong at the early season in Taif. You're slightly concerned. I'm trying to pick holes here, I know.
I know you are.
I know, it's a very nice horse, rated 90. It has all the chance on paper. But that form early, it doesn't scream great form to me.
No, but there isn't any horse in here that comes in with better form or Riyadh form or is prepping for a big cup race. There are no outstanding horses that, as I like to call them, fuzzies, who could just be anything. We just don't know. It's not clear what we see with these horses. So, to me, Rakud Al-Ansari, albeit the early season form is there, and she hasn't run to necessarily the same level on her last start, I think she's by far the filly to beat.
It wouldn't be a Jcsa YouTube broadcast without me talking about Tagruda. Let's talk about the jockey. Mohammed Al Hubail had a winner yesterday. I'm just saying it could happen.
It could happen, but she's so one pace that she would need a complete pace collapse up front to win. She could be third, she could be fourth, she could be fifth. I think they're the positions that Tagruda's fighting for. But I know you love this filly, so hopefully she runs well.
Yeah, hopefully she runs a good race. That's all we want her to do, really. She's certainly a star, for me, off the track. And she was a winner early on it as well. She's been highly tried since then. She ran a no race last time out behind Rakud Al-Ansari, but she was outpaced by 300 metres in that contest.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she just needs to improve. That wasn't a very good effort last time.
Yes, it wasn't a great run last time, so unfortunately she'll be having to build on that again. One of the other things I've noticed about this field is that we've only got 8 going to post. So we're going to see another tactical affair, unlike what we saw last time, where we saw the good horse take the lead and not see another rival.
We could see a tactical affair, but to be fair, we've got 8 runners, 1,200 metres. The aim for all of these horses will be to show natural early speed, right?
Absolutely.
So with that being said, I don't think they'll go slow early and hard at the end. I think they'll try to go hard from the outset, and therefore a tactical affair seems rather unlikely. Maybe we'll get a pace duel up front, but I think Rakud Al-Ansari is just the quickest horse in the race.
Little bit of a weather update as we see some very upset race goers. Someone is not having a good day. But as a weather update, the weather has calmed down, the sun has passed, the dark clouds seem to have also passed, so I think we'll be dry and safe and away from the lightning strikes for the rest of the evening.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks a lot more serene out here now. Back to the usual Taif weather, nice and cool as well, which is good for Taif. That is relatively compared to the UK. It's absolutely baking still. But yeah, we're almost halfway through the card now, and we're getting through the early races. Right at the end of the card, from races 6 to 9, we have full field events, quality affairs as well. So it gets harder from a picking winners standpoint. I think the last race was obviously the easiest race we've ever seen at Taif for picking a winner. This race to me seems like a banker as well, with Rakud Al-Ansari, and then we've got the class act in the next race, who we're going to be opposing each other on. But we'll talk about that later. Let's not get into it now.
Yes, I think it's a race you're looking forward. It's a race full of favourites. It's a card full of our favourites. I've got Tagruda in this. You've got Hala in the nets. And no, that's a horse that you've got very close to your heart. She's a stunner, isn't she?
She is. Well, that's because in my first stint here at Taif, there were 2 two-year-olds that really caught my eye. Hala, the filly, and then Al Mottahed, the gelding. We haven't seen them since their debut runs, but we get to see Hala today.
Yeah, it's good to see Hala today as we see the horses circling at the start. So I know Alex, Shamila and Tom like Rakud Al-Ansari. I like Schmock Star, that's horse number 6. Let us know who else you like in the YouTube comments. But Alex, it's now time to go straight back to you.
Thanks, Callum. Thanks very much indeed. Runners circling down at the start here, nearly set for this 4th race of the day. Must profess my eyes have been drawn a little elsewhere as the St Ledger's just been run at Doncaster. We have got a couple of colour notices for this race because a couple of them weren't in the publications that we had. Hood Hood number 1 is in a combination of blue and white. You're looking for white stars on that jacket. And number 6, Smock Shah, is now black and yellow. As you can see, just about to go through shot there, has got that yellow noseband on as well. Here comes the 5, Mabubat Rabab, heading forwards into stall number 5 as well. Norwef Al-Mudiani is on board Mahbubat Rabab. There is Shawahid Al-Khaladiya. Light blue and white colours. Another runner about to head up to the boxes. There we are in stall with Mahbubat Rabab, who's in. Next one is Shafa Alizam. Al-Anud is in. There goes Shawahid Al-Khaladiya. Needs a push. Is there as well. Not too many more left out the back. Shmok Shah is in. Ready. They're off. Racing away here over the 1,200-metre trip once more. Fillies in action. And a pretty level start. Just dropping behind them early is Shafa Alizam. Will go to the back end of the field, and Hood Hood, also right up that inside running rail, is nearer last than first. Rakud Al-Ansari probably just has a narrow lead early on, but alongside is Shmok Shah, so they race together, being followed at this early stage by Chagruda, who's deeper out. After going back, Shafa Alizam is now coming forwards, has moved up into third position on the inside of Shawahid Al-Khaladiya, and Hood Hood is at the back end of the field with only Mahbubat Rabab in behind. Heading out of the far side, left hand down and for home, and Rakud Al-Ansari's in front and breezing along. Shows up here by a length and a half, and the rider is glancing in behind. In second place, Shmuk Shah is now driven and passed. Sharafa Al-Hazam has taken second as they head off the home bend. Rakud Al-Ansari is out in front, clear by 5. In second spot is Shafa Alizam, and from the back end of the field, running on is Al-Anud for third. But this is very easy indeed. Rakud Al-Ansari regains the winning threat. Just keeps on winning, beats off into second place as Shafa Alizam, and Al-Anud was third with Chagruda in fourth. So Rakud Al-Ansari with the most easy victory after the step up in grade last time, dropping back in company here, and has done it with so much ease. 1:22.99 is your winner's time. So again, a good effort posted up by Rakud Al-Ansari, and several lengths to the good. It's 10.5 lengths, that winning margin. Shafa Alizam second, and as we said, Al-Anud for third place. That leaves us with a 2, 3 and 7 order of finish in our fourth race of the day, and it's another very easy one at that. Rakud Al-Ansari right back on song.
Well, there you have it. Tom, you were absolutely right. This horse has bolstered up, justified the 90 rating. You called it a banker, and you were not wrong. Well done, that man.
Thank you. Yeah, I thought she was a good thing in here. She had the best form in the race. She got to the front against the rail, at the place of where you want to be. Last time she ran over 7 furlongs, so the drop back in trip was always going to be a positive. And yeah, she did it really impressively. I'm concerned about the time because not concerned about how well she's run, because that was brilliant. But look, this horse, Rakud Alansari, is rated 90. She isn't a world beater. There's no doubt about that. We were just hyping up Fuda Pine in the previous race over the same distance, running 122.89, saying he was just 0.06 seconds off the track record, and it was a very good display. Now, the fact that Rakud Alansari has run 122.99, which is 0.1 seconds slower, suggests that the track is probably just riding very quick, and Fuda Pine wasn't as good as we thought he was going to be.
And just when I thought you were going to join me on the Fuda Pine hype train, you jump off at the first available station, but a very understandable comment there. Yes, the times were fast, but clearly the track is also very fast too. But take nothing away from Rakud Alansari, who did it in a very professional manner. It's clearly the defeat last time out is certainly not a confidence knocker at all.
No, she was very good. As I say, she was in the King Faisal Cup last time. This is just an Arabian Fillies Open. She faced the boys, whereas now today she's facing the fillies. So it was a lot easier position for her to gain her win. A good piece of race placing from owner Nasser Mohammed Al-Shabibi. A good ride as well, getting straight to the front, to the rail. This horse was just dominant today.
Yeah, Abdullah Al-Khamis is one of the underrated riders in the room. I'm sure I say that too often now, so it means he is clearly rated because he rides plenty of winners. And he's certainly not a bad pilot to have on your side, and I'm glad for him that he's got this horse back to winning ways.
Keep things simple. That's the number one goal when you're a jockey, and he did just that by getting to the front, to the rail. The horse could only beat herself from that position. The jockey couldn't beat her. So, yeah, it was a good ride, A+, and the filly's done it very nicely too.
Shafa Al-Hazam finished in second off a mark of 75, and Alan Nude bounced right back to form with the third place. That was much better than the defeat last time out.
It was, but we know that Alan Nude is relatively similar in regard to Rakud Alansari being a 2 or 3 lengths behind in terms of talent. So the fact that Alan Nude finished third just backs up the form of the winner. The second ran well, Shafa Al-Hazam for Naif Al-Anazi, who's having a good day.
Yes, yeah, Naif is having a very good day for sure. And you can just see Tagruda there on the rail in the pink cap running the race of her life, but she's not able to get involved in the finish because this horse, Tom, your eventual winner, Rakud Alansari, was very smart. And again, we're seeing a jockey not moving the finish, but 2 easy winners.
Yeah, he's giving the Griezmann as well.
We've seen the Griezmann again. He likes to do the two-handed, doesn't he, as well?
Becoming a common occurrence now. Yeah, as you say, Al-Khamis didn't really have to ask for anything. Very similar to Moreno on Fuda Pine in that regard. A little bit of hands and heels nudging late on there, but not too much. This filly's won very, very comfortably.
Well, Tom, you talked about the track running fast. They're just putting some more water on it as well, so it's going to go even quicker as the course gets more compact for sure, as we see Rakud Alansari break out of stall 2, get the run off this slow kicking Hadood, and get it right across to the rail. And after that, it's good night, God bless, and we'll see you later on.
Yeah, get straight to the rail, and it was game over from there. Yeah, this horse is really dominated from the outset, got to the rail, which is ideal, and then from this point she was never really in much danger. The horse on the outside, Shmok Star, your selection in the race, tried to go with her early, but unfortunately couldn't match her from about 400 metres to the line. She seemed to go backwards straight off the turn. She was quite underwhelming, I thought.
Yes, I thought I was quite disappointed with the ride. I saw the last time she came from off the speed and able to have a run at the finishes. She didn't want to give this leader a lead, and I don't think that was an issue. This horse was always going to come back. So this horse has bagged of early speed. I would have waited a little bit and then used my challenge a little later on. However, we have seen at the front, at the rail, having the best chance. So I can understand why they did it, but I think in hindsight, they would probably wanted to give that horse a bit more of a lead and come flying home late.
Potentially, yeah. She's a better horse than where she's finished. Yeah, There's no doubt about that. She wouldn't have won today. This winner is miles the best. The second's quite clearly a clear-cut second as well, so it's hard to suggest that Shmok Shah, even with different tactics, would have played a major part in the finish, but maybe she'd have finished ahead of the likes of Tagruda, who crossed the line in 4th.
Hey, how dare you say that about Tagruda? She ran a belting contest. No, I think you're absolutely right there, Tom. She has come home very nicely indeed, our race winner. The second is a big, big step up. I think Shafa Al-Zem will be one for the Saudi notebook for sure, but an asterisk by that one's name. And the rest of those in behind will win their own races in time. I hope to see Shmok Star in a maiden next time out in a little bit more easier company. Clearly, Rakud Alansari was far too good for them here, but where do you go next, having already been well beaten in cup competition?
just stick to opens, I think, with Rakud Al-Ansari. This is her level. It was a pretty weak open today. Let's make no bones about that. They could go for a cup race and try to get some prize money, with obviously the first 5 horses getting some reward in every race here at Taif. But she'll struggle to win in a cup race. I think if they stick to open, she could farm lots of races. I mean, she's already a 4-time winner this season.
Yeah, she's been busy. She has been very busy, and maybe taking advantage of the lower quality action here in King Khalid Racecourse. And then as the good horses begin to come to the Boyle later on, building up to Riyadh, this is when she'll have a bit of a quieter time. But she's already earned her money and done exactly what our owners wanted her to do.
Exactly, yeah. She's been a model of consistency, a fantastic horse for the stable, and she continues to run her race week in, week out. So, yeah, Rakud Al-Ansari is the perfect horse that you want as an owner or a trainer.
And if you will following Tom Collins, you will be happy on Double Bubble. Unfortunately, I know you did take on Continuous in the said ledger, and that didn't work out for you too much, but you did have a winner at Doncaster in the shape of the evergreen Sandrine.
Yeah, the UK action. Yes, I've got my eye across that as well, don't worry. Yeah, Continuous Aidan O'Brien. Again, we previewed the race briefly earlier when we were in the delay, saying that Aidan O'Brien and Godolphin have had such a phenomenal record, and Aidan just adds yet another St. Ledger winner to his name.
We have some more winning connections, and they're with Shamila.
Our winning trainer of this race is Rayhan Al Ibrahim. Congratulations, Rayhan. You must be very happy with that result.
Thank you. Alhamdulillah. This record queen my heart. Alhamdulillah.
And were you expecting her to win? You wanted her to win today?
Maybe 2 weeks again racing. I know.
And what's your plan for her for the rest of the season when you take her to Riyadh?
Maybe 2 weeks.
Thank you so much, Ryan. And also congratulations for your winners yesterday.
Thank you.
Rayhan Al Ibrahim is on fire at the moment with 2 winners in such a short period of time. He's kicking along and cooking on gas. I think interestingly there, he said this horse is going to get a very quick turnaround. If you've got a filly on form, keep her running.
Yeah, I don't know if he was saying 2 weeks till her next race or 2 weeks until they send her to Riyadh. Either or, they're obviously targeting some big prizes in Riyadh. The meeting starts in 5 weeks from now. So yeah, we'll have some more Rakud Al-Ansari to talk about when we get to Riyadh.
Yeah, we just see one of the horse breakouts still won, which is Hadood, just really missed the kick completely and was able to allow Rakud Al-Ansari to get to the rail without much fuss whatsoever. That was quite a disappointing run from Hadood. I thought that horse would have been in there kind of battling amongst the places, but they came home very, very strung out.
Yeah, they did. They were really strung out of the line, and yeah, she's dominant. A mark of 90 suggested she would have been much better than these, but there were some horses in here that probably shouldn't be running in opens.
Yeah, she's got a mark of 90. We saw Fuda Pine off a mark of 100. Do you think she's 10 lengths inferior to Fuda Pine? I think Fuda Pine's rated far better than that, surely.
Yeah, well, definitely. Fuda Pine just didn't have a challenge on the front, and Alex just let him run his race, whereas Rakud Al-Ansari was at least asked for a little bit of effort coming off the bend and was pace pressured early. So there are reasons why the time might be quite similar and why Fuda Pine could easily take a step forward. I mean, if Fuda Pine had a race on this track today, he'd have broke the track record easily.
For sure, absolutely. He cruised through in just slower than the track record, so if he was under any pressure, he would have been dominant. But Rakud Al-Ansari is our race winner. As we move swiftly on to our next contest, then we step up in trip, and this, Tom, is its time. How are you feeling? A little bit nervous? Hala is back on the race course.
Yeah, well, we looked at these cards on Thursday, and we said to each other, well, I think I said to you, there are 3 bankers in a row on Saturday. Fuda Pine, Rakud Al-Ansari and Hala. So hopefully I'm right about that. I am nervous. I love this horse's first time out effort. The more I looked into it, the least amount of confidence I had, because there are reasons to take her on, but the visual display was something else, so I've got to stick with her.
And Tom, don't beat yourself up. We didn't look at these cards on Thursday. We were looking at them on Tuesday.
It was Tuesday.
We were looking at them on Tuesday, and you called this on Tuesday. So don't underplay yourself there. Don't undersell it there, man. You did a very good job, and you said these 3 are your ones that you're definitely going to pick, and you were very confident going into today. And at the moment, your confidence has been rewarded. So hopefully it can continue today. I'm going to take you on, though, obviously, because we've got to keep taking each other on and keep the fun going. But I can't find a horse to take you on with. It's so technical, and there's so many angles in this race that I'm just very excited to see what we've got to show. Only the 7 runners, another small field, but we get much bigger fields later on. And we're back in Vision. Hello. I'm sure you missed us greatly, but we're back in Vision, and hopefully you are all seeing us very well back at home. Indeed, it's great to see plenty of people still involved in our YouTube comments, which is wonderful to see, and hopefully you can find yourself some winners as well. Tom, you've been on fire. You like Halloran here. I think there are plenty of horses that can take you on.
Yeah, there are. This is a good race, this Fillies Open coming up now. Obviously, Hala stands out to me because I was looking out for her name. That tends to be what happens when you get some sort of affinity to a horse. But it's not a one-horse race by any means. The last 2 I pictured as bankers, and it was all about that one horse. This time, you can definitely make a case for maybe 3 or 4 in this race. It's just that I really like Hala and think she has a sky-high ceiling.
Yes, I was looking at this contest in great detail, and I couldn't help but find myself really struggling to discount many of them. Probably number 1 I could put a line through, and maybe Nafael, but until I see a little bit more of Nafael, I didn't want to put a line through her completely. But the man to take us through the runners and riders for this contest is Alex Fussy. I know you're as excited as we are for this Fillies Open.
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, looking forwards to this one. This was certainly my highlight of the day, this Fillies Open race over the 1,400-metre trip. Number 1 is Al Safiru. 0 from 1, so just had 1 start, finished well down the field at meeting 19. Abdullah Al-Kredis takes the ride. 2 is Wadhat Al-Kia, also had 1 previous start, finished 5th at meeting 38. Number 3 is Stabsharat, that has recorded success, a win at meeting 19. Camilo Ospina is aboard. Number 4 is Safa, 1 win from 5 goes. That success was last time out at meeting 34, Abdullah Al-Farouz rides. Number 5, Bint Al-Jawad, 2-time winner, wins at meetings 20 and 30. Naif Al-Anazi in the plate. Number 6 is Nafiel. Number 6 is a 1-time winner. And then, of course, number 7, Hala rounds out the field. Fahid Al-Faredi is aboard. 7 of them, a Super 7 for race 5.
Yes, we've got a Super 7 on Super Saturday here at King Khalid Racecourse, and honestly, I keep looking at these and I cannot find a way to put a line through many of them. I'm trying to count them out, Tom, because I know you like Hala, but let's have a look at these all in order. This is number 1, Al Safiru, horse number 1. It's 0 from 1 and came dead last time out.
She showed a little bit of early. She's by Bellardo, who's a good miler when he was on the racetrack in the UK. She showed some early speed and then faded dramatically from 3 furlongs to run. I'd be surprised if she won today.
Wadat Al-Kir is horse number 2, one run in that with a 5th place on debut.
Similarly unexposed and a similar profile, albeit Wadat Al-Kir ran a lot better. It was a fair effort, but she was on the wrong lead throughout the straight. She needs to be more professional today.
Here's the first of our contenders. This is a Stabstrat going for a very powerful string. Camilla Waspina on board, 1 win from 2 starts.
Was impressive first time up in a rather weak race, and then last time was up to a mile. That trip probably wasn't ideal for this filly. She's going to be well favoured by the return to 7 furlongs.
Yes, I think she's going to enjoy the drop of trip. This is Sapphire, a horse that took a little bit of a while to get the first win, but was trending in the right direction, and you couldn't help but be impressed last time out with the power this horse displayed.
She's a maiden winner. She broke from stall 16 on that occasion, so it was no mean feat to get the job done. She's 1 from 5, and she was vulnerable before that, so I'll be intrigued to see if she improves a great deal today.
This is Bint Al-Jawad. Now, this horse is very intriguing. She's got all the talent in the world, but she's clearly not the easiest to train.
She was beating a distance in the Taif Cup last time. Prior to that, she was pretty good. Naif Al-Anazi maintains the ride on this filly. If she can bounce back to her best, then she's a player, but her potential isn't as good as the likes of Safar, Astabshat and Hala.
Nafael is horse number 6, another horse who's had plenty of racing. This is the 5th start.
Capable of winning plenty of races in her career. She's got the talent, but last time out, she was beaten quite considerably when she finished 7th. This seems a tougher affair as well.
And the final horse we're going to look at is Hala. Tom, this horse won on debut, was able to dominate on this day. Might not be able to dominate today.
Yeah, I think she's perhaps the second most impressive winner, a debut winner, sorry, since we've been in Taif behind Al Motterhead. She drew clear by 13.25 lengths in a good, reasonable time, 1:33.84. The track was slow that day, so don't take that too much for granted. I think she could be absolutely anything, and if she gets to the front, she's going to prove so hard to peg back in.
Shamila is in the parade ring. We've looked at all 7 of them. Who caught your eye the most?
Thanks very much, Callum. I am walking here next to horse number 3, Astabshrat, who is my paddock pick of today. She is beautiful. She is a King Abdullah bin Aziz horse, and not by Premium Tap, which is quite strange. We usually see these horses, these big, beautiful fillies out of white stables by Premium Tap, but she is by a sire called Tajaweed. She's only 2 years old. She's had 2 starts. She was 10th last time out, but she did win on debut. And there are an awful lot of strong fillies in this race. Hala looks really good as well. I heard that Tom was really keen on her, so she is definitely another paddock positive. A paddock negative, I would have to say, for this race would have to be, if I was being really picky, horse number 2. She just looks like she's not carrying the correct amount of condition. She looks a bit skinny, but all the other fillies look really good. I'm going to stick with my horse number 3.
Shamila, now you've survived the lightning storm and the thunder and you're back into prime position like myself and Tom. How do you envisage this race being run? Tactically, how do you think they're going to run this race?
Well, as always, we know that Camilo likes to jump to the front, and it's only 1,400 metres. I think that this filly could stay the distance. Camilo will be out in front, and Fahad Al-Faredi won't be too far behind him. Now, Adel Al-Faredi is still in his ban, and Fahad has only had 1 winner, correct me if I'm wrong, this weekend, and we usually see him in the winner's enclosure a whole lot more. So I wouldn't be surprised if those 2 go head-to-head.
Yes, I think you're right about that. Talk to me a little bit about number 5, Bint Al Jawad. Now, this is the horse I'm quite keen on, has had plenty of experience here, but this is an interesting step up and trip. Is this horse keeping herself under wraps in the parade ring? She had a habit of getting a bit warm beforehand.
Actually, funny you say that, Callum. The only horse that is getting worked up in the parade ring is horse number 1. Horse number 5 is calm, cool and collected. Naif Al-Anazi will be on board, and he will keep her cool, calm and collected. Actually, I would even go as far to say that she is the calmest horse in the parade ring. I'm surprised they haven't taken out horse number 1 because she's starting to upset the other horses. However, she's just being a little bit jig-joggy. She's not getting hot. All of these fillies haven't worked up much of a sweat. And with this cloud coverage, the wind has died down massively and it has got very sticky down here.
Thank you very much, Shamila, for not only the paddock report, but also the weather report. And it's good to see that none of these are really sweating up, because we want to see a good race here. We want to see every horse in there with the opportunity to run her best race.
Yeah, exactly that. We want to see them all go down to the start nice and safely and calmly, and we get a proper race, because this is full of horses who could easily be cup horses in time. They're just 2-year-old fillies. It's an open race very early in their career, and this is where we start to see just how well they compare against the best around in Taif.
Now, you're going to watch them going out to the start, and I'm going to just give you a couple of scenarios here. Now, we know Hala dominated on debut. We know Astabshrat has got Camille Speeder on board. Stevie Wonder could see that this horse is going to lead the runners, no doubt about it. Safar sat off the pace and was able to come wide and late and powerfully, so she's one that won't need it. Bint Al Jawad will need to make the pace. If you look at this horse's win, she'd rousted to the front underneath Naif Al-Anazi. I think we could see a real burn-up up top here, and it's 1,400 metres, not 1,200. I would be concerned about some of these front-running types who've dominated previously.
That is very true, but the track is riding super quick. We've seen that with the last 2 times. So when the track is riding fast, you want to be on the front end. It's hard to reel in the leaders. We have seen a horse close behind today, and that was Groom. But let's have a look at a couple of the video footages from these horses last time up.
Let's take a look at Safar firstly. This horse for the winner at the end of August, and this was a mightily impressive performance because she had to get into a bit of a battle with a white stable horse, and I was concerned she didn't have the guts for it. She proved me totally wrong.
Yeah, it was a real battle up the straight, wasn't it? Safar on the outside in the red, the white stable horse on the inside, and she gets the better of that runner with 200 metres to run, puts the race to bed and wins rather decisively. She doesn't surge clear. That's my one concern. Look, she gets the job done well, and it would be hard to criticise this horse in any way based on the evidence that we've seen. But prior to that, she was beaten in 4 maidens.
This is Hala doing it from the front and doing it in impressive style.
Talking about surging clear, watch this daughter of Outwork. She really kicks off the bend there. She set the pace early. Yes, it was uncontested, but it was a big field. And she booms clear of these rivals. Now, the form in behind isn't overly strong. You've got Sanabik, who finishes second. That horse has been beaten subsequently this week. But Hala has won by 13.25 lengths. You know, you can only beat what's put in front of you. She's in the middle of the track. She's showing signs of inexperience. I think this filly could be very good.
If you're Farhad Al Faradi, I'm sure you'd be very, very excited for this horse, because you've not had the best of weekends, but hopefully Farhad can have a winner today. Wada Al Khair, this for the horse is getting a little bit warm in the parade ring, but not as warm as horse number 1, so it'll be interesting to see those go down to post. And there is shot with a stab strat, and here is Hala just lobbing down, looking very, very well within herself. Tom, I'm sure you'll be happy seeing this.
All 7 went down to post really nicely. I have to say there was no horse going down exceptionally quickly or throwing their head around or anything. They've gone down nice and relaxed, nice and calm, and there's no excuses just from what I've seen there.
Great to see plenty of you in the YouTube chat and watching along with us on the JCSA YouTube channel. And if you're here today, make sure you're here next week for Saudi National Day. We celebrate Saudi National Day here at King Khalid Racecourse with some bumper action and some cracking prize money too. There'll be plenty of good horses on show, and hopefully you can join us again. Remember, like, subscribe and turn on your bell notification so you will never miss an episode of the JCSA live coverage here from King Khalid Racecourse. And stick with us, because Tom will be down in Riyadh, I will be down in Riyadh, and the entire team will be down in Riyadh later on in a couple of weeks' time. So we're very much looking forward to getting down there as well and taking you with us. Now, Tom, I'm going to put a bit of a spanner in the works. I know Shamila likes the stab strap. I know you like Hala. I'm going to go for Bint Al Jawad. And the reason being is I think they might put the brakes on here. I don't imagine they're going to ride her as aggressively as they tried to in the Taif Cup, where she missed the kick, was rousted into contention, and then faded quite tamely and basically trotted over the line. I think they're going to take their time. I think they're going to work out this is a higher quality affair. There'll be more tactical speed on offer, and I think she'll have a chance coming from off the speed if this turns into a bit of a pace battle.
I don't hate the selection at all. Look, she doesn't have as much upside as a Stab Strat and Hala. Those two horses could be very good. We kind of know the level of Bint Al Jawad so far in her career, but she is a 2-time winner. She's rated 87, so she's got to have a chance.
Yes, it's also a little bit of concern for me when the whip is used on her. She likes to flash her tail a little bit, and that was something I hoped she grew out of. We didn't get to see much of it in the last race because obviously the jockey looking after her wasn't asking for everything. Clearly, she was well beaten on that day, but on her previous start, so her win on penultimate start, she clearly was affected by the use of the whip. Now, I'm hoping she would have matured a little bit more, understood her job a little, and hopefully she can come to the boil, because I think she's plenty talented. I just think she might have a few issues mentally rather than just physically.
Yeah, that would be a major concern for me, because you cannot lose an inch in races like this. You have to be primed to your best and want to win. And if that's not the case with Bint Al Jawad, then that presents a major problem.
The other concern for me is a trip of 7 furlongs. I'm not sure whether she'll stay it, which is why I imagine they're going to
All I'm
a little
hearing,
bit more conservatively.
Callum, all I'm hearing is negatives about your selection here.
Hey, look, I like to be very open about the fact that sometimes I'm making this selection and I've got my negatives, but I think her ceiling might be a bit higher. I was really impressed with her on her penultimate start. The way she won and the way she did it was very professional. I'm slightly concerned about the trip, and I've made that very clear, but I think they're going to take each other on up top, and I think it's going to be a Stab Strat and Hala, who end up in a bit of a pace duel. Neither of them had that. Hala's never had that in her life, and that would be my concern. I'm sure she got boundless amounts of ability, but remember, she didn't beat much, and she can only beat what's in front of her, and she finished down the middle of the track. She showed plenty of greenness. Hopefully she's matured and can give you 3 winners out of 3. I hope you have the winner too, but I'm hoping I can disrupt the party.
For sure. I mean, it is a wide open race. It isn't a one-horse race. It's just that, I really like this Hala. I thought that debut effort was sparkling, one of the best we've seen here. And yes, the time may not have been overly strong with 133.84 for this distance, but at the same time, that track was running super slow. It was very deep that week. Today is different, and it's definitely helping the front runners. I imagine they'll probably go quite close to the track record based on what we've seen the last couple of times. Now, the track record has stood for years, so it'll be interesting to see if they can get near 123.6. But this is a good race. Obviously 2-year-olds, so you don't expect them to be mature and ready to run their 100% career best display. But at the same time, they shouldn't be too far off a good time here.
What I've been really impressed with these 2-year-olds is the maturity they've shown down at the start. They look like they've done this a million times before. Of Stabstrat, you can certainly see why Shamila thinks that is an absolute panic eye catcher. Just coming by the camera now. Gorgeous, gorgeous filly. I'm looking forward to this race a lot. I can't wait to see how they get on. Alex Fussy, we've got 3 different selections. Are you with us, or are you picking something totally different?
I am jumping on board with Tom again, I'm afraid. I'm all about Haller here, horse 7. I think that debut start was very impressive and expecting her to follow up here. So Haller for me and Fahad Al-Faredi doing the steering, hopefully, will prove the winning combination. We're nearly set for post time, aren't we? Nearly ready to go here for this 5th race of the day, and certainly one of the most interesting, as you've heard, without a shadow of a doubt. Loading up is now underway. Safiru going forwards to stall 1, and also Silver Jacket Nafil moving into stall number 6. Looks like the latter went in more smoothly. The one, Al Safiru, has just turned around, and it will try again. In the meantime, Haller heads forwards to stall 7, just pausing. Al Safiru is now locked away. Haller is in. Wadhat Al Kia moving forwards to stall number 2. She's there as well. Stabsharat, Shamila's Fancy, will move forwards to stall number 3. With Camilo Ospina on board. There goes Bint Al-Ajwad into stall number 5. That one's in. We're nearly ready. Safa. Stall number 4 is the last. That's it, ready. They're off. Racing away over 1,400 metres for this Fillies Open. From the stalls, Bint Al-Ajwad not the best away and a little to the right. Also dropping in, Wadhat Al Kia races quite freely. So settling into stride. And in these early strides, it will be Bint Al-Awash who's got through to lead. So quite the contrast at the end of the first couple of 100 metres from start to position. Wadhat Al Kia rushing forwards as well. Between that pair is a Stabsharat. To the outside of rivals is Safa. Haller's quite deep. He's about 4 or 5 wide, but is handy enough. A little gap then to Nafil, who's under pressure. At the back of the field is Al Safiru. So in front, Wadhat Al Kia blazing along. He's in front and clear by 3 lengths here, but around the outside, Haller has come there travelling very well. Between horses next to red and white is Safa. Back to the inside, Bint Al-Jawad has given way. Under pressure is a Stabsharat, not involved. Nafil at all, and at long last is Al Safiru. Inside the final 400 metres, Wadhat Al Kia went very hard early doors, and now Haller is playing a hand and moving on by. Haller goes to the front. Wadhat Al Kia's in second, Safa back in third. Then in 4th place we have Stabsharat, but heading towards the final 100 metres. Haller's in front, getting a little weary. The closers are coming. Nafil is the one that's screeching home late. It's Haller all out in front. Haller trying to cling on, has done just that. Haller is home in front, remains unbeaten, got the better of Nafil, who was the one closing in a very interestingly run race. So Haller scores for Fahad Al-Faredi. Very hot pace, wasn't it, here? They went extremely hard early on, and then Wadhat Al Kia came back to them, and Haller down the centre got very tired late on, but has scrambled in. 1:31.12 is the winner's time. Half a length is the official margin of victory. So Haller beats Nafil. Stabsharat was home in third. It was half a length and 1 1/4 lengths between first and second and third in the end. And Wadhat Al Kia, who wasn't the best actually away from the stalls, came flying forwards eventually, only finished in 5th. So 7, 6 and 3 is our order of finish to race 5. Haller remains unbeaten, but there was a little scare late on.
Farhad Al-Faradi is back in the winners' enclosure. He's not had the biggest of weekends, but he's now got another winner on the week. And Tom Collins, you are a man on fire. I've got to stay away from you. You are too hot, far too hot.
Yeah, 3 wins in a row. It's nice to see. This horse, the hat trick that I was kind of looking forward to on Tuesday, as you said beforehand. So, yeah, good to see all these horses have run well. Food of Pine was a penalty kick, so I can't claim anything there. Hallow, I thought, was very good. She was wide on the track in the early stages. There was a lot of pace. You said that in the preview. She didn't go straight to the front, and Farhad took a little bit of a pull, just allowing the others towards the inside to dominate. She travelled lovely round the bend. Really nice. She went through the gears, moved up alongside the leader, kicked clear off the home turn, and looked spectacular until she decided not to change leads in the straight. And when that happened, she got really tired and almost got closed right up on the line. But she's miles better than this group. She was by far the best horse in the race. She did a lot wrong, but at the same time, she still managed to win.
She is directly behind us right now. She's behind our presentation position in the winners' enclosure. And one thing I need to stress is she's a big, big girl, isn't she?
She is. She's a really nice physical specimen. She's by Outwork, who was a US sire. So, yeah, I mean, she's got everything to me. This race probably didn't pan out ideally either, and she still got the job done. So not only was she green in the straight, not only was she not able to get to the front, not only was she 3 or 4 wide around the bend, but she's managed to maintain her unbeaten record of 2 from 2.
Farhad Al-Faradi clearly getting in on the FaceTime conversations as well, making sure connections are all happy with that. Good to see him back in the winners' enclosure, one of the true positive gents in the weighing room, always got a smile on his face. Even if you see it, he's not smiling too much now, but I think he's just more relieved than happy. Talk about the way that race panned out. I look at horses like Nafael, who came from, wasn't up there with the early speed, but came home late and looked to challenge late. I think that horse was flattered. Hallard's never had to battle yet in her career. She didn't have to battle today. I think she's got a bit lonely out in front.
She got lonely. She was super green anyway. She hung to the middle of the track yet again, like she did in her debut. And as I say, she didn't change leads. That's the crucial thing here. As we're seeing the replay right now, if you just watch, her front right leg comes down before her front left leg. She's on the wrong lead in the straight. I said this numerous times. If you tune in every day, I can only apologise for repeating the same phrase. But if you're here for the first time, if a horse doesn't change leads, it means they're not going up to their top gear. They cannot engage overdrive, and that's why she got tired. Look, she's drifting to the right, drifting to the right, drifting to the right, giving away ground. She still won the race. If she was professional, and this was a streetwise horse, she'd have won by a distance.
I really like Farhad here. I like the way he rides it because he puts the stick down, and when she's getting closed in, he just starts waving. He just starts waving. He says, okay, I'm not going to use this anymore. I'm just going to wave it. I'm just going to get you through the line. I'm just going to try and keep you straight. And I think a lot of jockeys, when you hear a horse coming behind you, your first thought is panic. I need to get more out of this horse. He clearly understands that he's not going to get any more out of her, but keep pushing her forward and getting the most. As we see a race replay here, and this is where I'm going to have my first rant at Naif Alanazi. You know this horse doesn't stay this trip. This horse is best form with over 1,200 metres. If you miss the kick, do not waste valuable energy getting to the front. The race was over at this point for my selection, and I was really disappointed with the way this horse was ridden. I thought there's no harm in settling this horse down. She's got the cross nose band on, so if she pulls, it's not a concern. But she was there to be shot at straight away from the front.
Yeah, there was interference directly from the start, but he panicked and rushed her straight there. Then the pace started to come from behind with Wada Al-Kir, who's got a lot of early speed and will be winning races. That horse shot to the front under Mohammed Al-Ajmi, went 3 lengths clear at this point. But again, you didn't want to be right at the front. You wanted to be in the second flight or even right towards the back.
Look at Nafael, flat to the board for most of this race, ends up finishing a very close second.
Yeah, they've gone hard, which just suggests that Hala can even be marked up further. She's moved up here on the bridle, coming towards the shoulder of Wada Al-Kir right now, and then just watch how she explodes when Farhad asks her, turning in about 3, 2, 1. Farhad asks, and then she immediately picks up, despite being on the wrong lead. She goes 1 length clear, 2 lengths clear, and it's game over at this point. But now she's starting to already appear tired because she's not able to change to her front left leg. That allows the closers, including Nafael in the grey silks on the outside, to come into the race late.
Nafael hasn't got much quicker. She's just slowed down in front, hasn't she? I'd love to see a nice close head on when we see Farid having a little bit of a wiggle as well. Is she idling out in front? And she just holds on, and she holds on. She remains unbeaten. Nafael's had a very good race. I think slightly flattered by the end result. And then Estabstrat finishes in third, got involved in that burn up front and ended up sticking on quite nicely when looking to be booked for about 5th.
Yeah, she ran okay. I don't think it was amazing, though, because Hala was actually ahead of her in terms of the early pace. So there are no excuses as to she was hard on the speed, like Wada Al-Khair and like Bint Al-Ajwad were.
Look at the ears, look at the ears. They're going back and forth. She's having a look around. She's getting a little bit lonely in front, and that's just a sign of greediness, like you mentioned, with the change of legs, or the lack of change of legs, I should say.
Yeah, she's not the finished article by any means, yet she's able to win a race of this nature. I wouldn't be surprised if she was given a mark around 100. That seems reasonable to me.
Yeah, so it would be her opening mark as well. She doesn't have a rating right now with just one run to her name. But yes, a mark in and around the 100s is to be expected, especially if she's pumped horses rated 89 and 87 respectively.
Yeah, precisely. And she's only had 2 starts, unbeaten as well. So you've got to factor in potential. You're not supposed to as a handicapper when you give rating, but you have to in this case.
Shamila is in the winner's enclosure. Hopefully she's got some winning connections.
Our winning trainer, Ahmed Al-Shaya, congratulations. You must be very happy with this filly. She's now had 2 winners, both over the same distance. What did you think about that race? What are your plans for the future with her? Will you take her to Riyadh or race her one more time here in Taif?
Thank you. Alhamdulillah, my filly, I sent him 1 race and this 2nd race for him, same distance, and all the races filly. Only I sent him another. I sent him 2nd race because I need rate. After this race, I will send him Riyadh Khalas.
And I just have to say, you're doing very well at the moment. I get to speak to you a lot the past few weeks. You have a lot of winners. Your horses are feeling good?
Alhamdulillah, my horses first Taif. Track is not coming good, and I make slow with my horses. Then after track is coming good, I will train good hard, and I bring my horses to race. Alhamdulillah, come good.
What date do you send all of your horses back to Riyadh?
I'm not send them alone one time. I will send next week. I send some horses not run. Then I will send weekly.
Thank you so much, Ahmed.
Welcome.
Ahmed Al-Shaya there giving us a lowdown on his superstar filly, and I think he makes a very good point there. Clearly the track wasn't riding well for his horses to start with, but he's been in red hot form recently, much like yourself, Mr. Tom Collins, and he mentioned horses are going to go to Riyadh. We know track work starts on September the 17th at Riyadh, so we wouldn't be surprised to see horses slowly making their way to Riyadh now as they begin to prepare for the Riyadh season, as we see Bint Al-Jawad fall out the gate.
Exactly. What's the date today? September 16th. So the track work starts tomorrow. I'm sure a few of these leading riders will be heading over there to ride a few bits of work. And of course, the horses will be going over there very shortly. Ahmed said right there that the horses that haven't run recently will be sent over next week, as I imagine most from the leading stables. And then the horses like Hala, etc., who have been running in the last week or so will be delayed and then sent across. So there's quite clearly a plan in place. The track is riding quicker, less kickback, which I'm sure is what he meant by the track riding better. And that was a really impressive win. I will be a major fan of Hala going forward, that's for sure.
Yeah, she's done this even better than you first think, because she's posted wide throughout, and we know that's not the best place to be when you're at King Khalid Racecourse. But Fahad never panics because he knows clearly he's on an absolute rocket ship. But also the way she just travelled around the bend was so impressive.
Yeah, it really was. That was the key point. Look, when you're 4 wide, you're giving away ground. You're giving away momentum, and the horse has to cover. Not only are you covering more ground than the horse on the inside, but you're having to amend as a rider, steering to make sure the horse doesn't properly run off. You don't have anything to run next to like a rail. Obviously, you've got a horse, but they can be going backwards. She made her move on the bend, not coming off it. Usually we see the horses make the move just coming off the bend and kicking. Okay, that's when she won the race, but she closed in on Wada Al-Khair just at the top of the bend to the mid part of the bend. That's the hardest place to make a move around this track. There's no doubt about it. So she used a lot of petrol to get there. Again, she was lacking petrol in the closing stages. She was running around a little bit. She was on the wrong lead. She wasn't exactly going forward. But this is her distance. She's still going to be improving. I think she's a very good filly, and I wouldn't be surprised if she won a cup race or two come Riyadh time.
It's interesting to see the way she handled this race in the trainer's comments afterwards, where he says, look, we ran her here to get a rating. They clearly are looking at more the limited rating races rather than open company. Because if you were that concerned about what rating you'd be given, you wouldn't be looking at open races to start with. So I wouldn't be surprised to see her in a 0 to 90. If she's rated in the 90s, oh, my goodness, it's going to be exciting because she's going to run against horses that are much more experienced, who've got much higher rating. We'll see plenty of these type of horses later on in the card today. And she'll be running in that type of company. That's going to be hard. That's not going to be easy for her to do that, and especially she's only 2. So there isn't going to be many horses going to be around that rating as 2-year-olds, are they? Surely.
No, but I would counteract that by saying if she's rated lower than 90, she will bolt up because she's a much better horse than that in general. Yeah. Interesting, they are waiting for the rating. Maybe you need a rating to get into an open race, a cup race. I haven't double checked that, but yeah, they could go down a different route and take it one step at a time. And again, that would be interesting to see. Maybe they just want to keep her unbeaten record.
Yes, maybe they want to keep her unbeaten, and no doubt because she holds plenty of residual value as a unbeaten 2-year-old filly. As we now move on to our next contest, this is our next race. It's over 1,400 metres again, and now we see the return of some experienced horses that we really like to see and we're really used to seeing. Rayman is also number 2 on this race card. I feel like I see this horse every single week.
Yeah, I love Alex commentating, but it's not the same with a Rayman without John Blanche on the commentary. He loves this horse. But yeah, this is where the competitive races start. Obviously, we've had 3 races, the last 3 events where we've had, in my opinion, a clear-cut, most likely winner. These ones are full of 18, 17, 16 horses, and you can make a case for plenty. So this is where the tricky tipping comes in. I'll be surprised if I put up 4 in a row here, Callum.
Yeah, but we'll be hoping you can put up 4 in a row for sure. Alex Fussy, take us through the runners and the riders.
Cheers, Callum. Thank you very much indeed. I'll have to work on my arraignment. Here we go then. Race 6, number 1 is Operating, the mount of Abdullah Al-Lawfi. 2, Rayman, the mount of Naif Al-Anazi. 3 is Mad Cow. Number 4 is Shagmum Al-Keel, a 2-time winner from 14 goes. 5, Spirit of Nguru. Ahmed Al-Anzani rides. Number 6 is Agua Plano, another regular runner, placed recently as well. 7 is Karaginski, who's a 5-time winner. Latest win was at meeting 27. And number 8 is Norton Thorpe Boy, rounding out that page there, the 8 horse who makes a seasonal return, in fact. 9, Recall the Show. Mohammed Al-Sharima. Number 10 is Alo Taibi, who's a 2-time winner from 13 starts. 11, High Accolade. Gone off the boil a little bit after a couple of good runs and places earlier in the campaign. 12 is Nigel Knott, Abdullah Al-Khamis. 13 is Walad Al-Metrafa, who's the mount of Ayad Al-Tarisi. 15 then is the next one we see. That's Thalik. Thalik, who's a 1-time winner from 27 goes. Huberto Ramos is on board. 16 is Mutashim, or Fawas Wanas. 17, Consensuous de Vega, finished 2nd last time out at meeting 41. 19 is Nordic Lights, the mount of Rayan Al-Tarash. And 20 also gets a run here. Modern Artist gets in. That's all as a result of number 14, Yanar, and 18, Roland, not going. So a reminder, the 19 and 20 come in for race 6. And runners are just about to make their way into the parade ring.
Thank you very much, Alex. 3 Musketeers are leading our runners into the parade ring, the coolest men on the racetrack as we see this full field going to post. And I'm very excited about one of the horses that snuck in right at the bottom. Modern Artist, the Oscar-winning filly, who is such a star and such an entertaining horse to follow. I think she's got a massive chance in this contest today.
Me too. We seem to be reading off the same hymn sheet because she is going to be my selection. Giving it out nice and early. Modern Artist will be my pick in the race. The only issue is, right, let's just talk about this because I could be wrong here. So Modern Artist will fill in as technically number 18 in this race. Is that correct?
Yes, we'll fill in at number 18, yes.
Therefore, she breaks from stall 5.
Yes.
That seems like a very good...
I'm trying to agree with you on that one because I just think that's the way the reserves are coming out of the race, so yes.
Yeah, so that seems a very good spot for Modern Artist. Look, she's a deep closer, so the draw doesn't necessarily matter overly, but at the same time, I prefer her on the inside because you travel a less amount of ground going around the bends. So Modern Artist seems to have a lot in her favour today.
Yeah, I think she's got a massive challenge. You see Alex Moreno there still probably complaining about the 2-day ban that he's got hold of for what I have to say, with a very light interference and careless riding ban that he got there.
Yeah, in my opinion, he shouldn't have got the ban. He looked like he was coming out to ride Sindar in those silks.
Look at that. We've got the Griezmann celebrations as well. Good to see that our jockeys have had winners already. Are still full of positive vibes. That's Mad Cow's rider in shot there. We can just see Modern Artist going through picture, as well as that must be High Accolade that's coming in. It's going to be in a little bit of the incorrect order, and that is why we're seeing horse number 1 operating, stopping.
Yeah, it doesn't want to go in at the moment by the looks of things. Operating's the only runner on the card for Jimmy Jerkins. He obviously had a winner yesterday with Monchois, so he'll be hoping for a quick-fire double in 2 days.
Yes, coming out of stall 17 will be a slight concern for operating, but with 6 in meeting 33, a slight improvement from the previous run.
Yeah, this horse was rated 91 for John Gosden in the UK and was formerly owned by Michael Tabor, so has had big connections since his debut and has always been considered a leading horse. It's just yet to really deliver on that. First trying a handicap is the key aspect here today.
Yes, the next horse we're going to have a look at is Rayman, who will be the Mount of Nath. Alanazi looking for more luck than he had in the last race. You can see him on screen there, the Iceman Cometh. And we'll hopefully have a look at his Rayman in just a second. This horse used to be a Taif specialist last season when the racing at Taif wasn't at this quality. All of a sudden now, this horse is finding it really hard to get a win.
He is, but he's taking a class drop down to a 0 to 85 today due to his falling mark of 85. His last win came 11 months ago. With that in mind, it's hard to suggest he's going to win today.
He's a horse that needs to dominate as well, isn't he? He needs to get in front and then shrug them all off. Although this is a drop in class, I think we'll need a bit of a steeper drop in class to feature here, as we can see operating again and shot gorgeous looking at him.
Yeah, really nice looking type, but again, are we surprised? He's by Warfront, was bought by Michael Tabor. Michael Tabor doesn't buy bad horses. Obviously now represents Prince Faisal bin Khalid, one of the leading owners here in Saudi Arabia. So yeah, he's a lovely looking type. The only issue is that he's failed to really deliver on the racetrack.
He's very spooky around the parade ring as well. He's just having a good old look at everything. He just wanted to focus on the job. He's currently stood by our mini set, trying to get involved in the after show, no doubt.
Well, let's get him in. Hopefully not in between us, because that could be a dramatic set right there.
It's already a tight squeeze with Shamila and a little box, so it's a bit of a nightmare there already. So horse number 2 is Rayman. This horse has 3 wins to the career name, but unfortunately he's a bit outmatched here, and we'll go straight to horse number 3, Mad Cow.
Drawn widest of all out in 18, which is never ideal. It's a 7-year-old, has won 4 times. Last time finished last, so can't recommend today.
Shag Moo Malkeel is horse number 4.
Third start this season, but in the 2 runs so far, just a complete no-show. Drop in trip, but again, not a good stall in stall 15.
Now we're hoping to see Spirit of Nguru, horse number 5 in shot here in these famous, really bright and blue colours.
Yeah, the same colours of Kayed Alphasan, a horse that we've grown to love. Spirit of Nguru used to be trained by William Haggis, 5th on the reappearance and should improve.
Aguaplana within a good vein of form.
And definitely a contender today, but it's drawn 16. Last time out finished 4th from 18, so can do it.
Has a jockey full of confidence on board. Number 7 is Karajinski.
Finished 3rd in this grade, 2 starts back. Last time up ran an open and finished 14th. We'll need to bounce back.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Give us an eye catcher, Shamila.
My eye catcher for race number 6 is horse number 6, Aguaplano, ridden by Alex Moreno. Now he has already had a winner today, which we've seen in Food de Pine, but he didn't have much work to do. Hopefully this horse gives him a bit more of a workout. He looks absolutely stunning. He was having a look around. He wasn't acting up as such in the parade ring. However, he was just having a good look around. He is still only 4 and has had 4 runs to his name, and it's for the same connections as his winner yesterday on Koothany Mac. So hopefully Naif Almondeel can have another winner today. Now 2 paddock negatives that I would have to bring to you, Callum and Tom, is horse number 2 and horse number 10. I wasn't totally happy with their conformation and their gait. That's the only thing I can say, but I would love to see Alex back in the winner's enclosure again.
Thank you very much, Mia. So that's Al Tabi, horse number 10, and Rayman, horse number 2, who may not be particularly eye-catching in the paddock. We were about to talk about horse number 8, who is Norton Throat Boy. Now, this is a horse who's making its first run of the season, will probably need the effort, but has 8 career wins to the name.
He used to be trained by Phil McEntee in the UK and really shot up the ratings there. He's an all-weather specialist. He lacks the run. That's the concern. Like we say every time when a horse comes to Taif, first time up. Another
horse with plenty of wins to the name is Recall the Show, horse number 9.
Formerly trained by Scott Dixon in the UK and another all-weather specialist. I don't think he's at this level, but he finished a good 5th last time up.
Alo Tabi is horse number 10, 2 wins to the career, and hasn't really set the world alight in 3 starts this season.
runs in the famous Sheikh Abdullah Al Malek Al Sabah silks, finishing 9th in a 0 to 90 last time, drops down now into a 0 to 85.
Horse number 11 is High Accolade, another ex-Brit, and by outstrip.
Yeah, High Accolade was actually put to one side coming out there. He was the first in the line to come out onto the track, and then they put him in the naughty corner for some reason. This horse is back after a 3-week rest. He's consistent, but probably not good enough.
Great comment from Julie here saying operating looks amazing. Certainly does, and I hope all you in the James Jerkin fan club have stopped celebrating after yesterday's success and are focused on today. James Jerkin's father, Alan Jerkins, trained Warfront, so it's a real close family, both equestrian and human.
Yeah, exactly. Alan Jerkins was a phenomenal trainer as well. There's a Grade 1 race, the Alan Jerkins Memorial, named after him, being won by some really good horses, including Jackie's Warrior.
Let's talk about Spirit of Nguru, the first horse we're going to have a look at, horse number 5 on your race cards. This footage is this horse finishing 5th at the back end of August.
This was an okay run. It was his first time up at Taif, so, you know, there wasn't high expectations. He ran against the fence, finished the race off okay. I tipped this horse a few times in England when he was trained by William Haggis. He's very one pace to me. I find it hard to back him today. But yeah, look, he's going to improve from this effort. There's no doubt about that. He's got fitness more on his side now.
Yeah, there's a real Kayad Alpha fan run there. Didn't show much early speed and kept plugging on. So didn't run too badly, but not too exciting. This is Aguaplano, the horse you see in the green and red silks, running a very good race last time out to finish in 4th. And this was right at the beginning of September.
Was drawn in gate 18 this day, so had to overcome a terrible post position, managed to break nicely, showed some early speed, got across to on the shoulder of the leader, but just couldn't sustain that run in deep stretch. This was a decent performance, there's no doubt about it, but he's drawn wide again today from 16.
The horse that won this race was never passed with a really gutsy performance. I think Aguaplano tried to chase and just faded late on. This is the other horse. This is some Riyadh form. This is Northern Rope Boy, who we can just see here finishing 3rd.
Yeah, Northern Thought Boy used to be trained in the UK. He's a weather specialist, as I say. So he handles the track at Riyadh and at Taif very well. He likes a deep surface. I don't know about his level of ability. I know this is Riyadh form, and Riyadh form is good, but this is a tougher race today, and also it's his first run of the season, so he's only going to improve. I'm sure they've got Riyadh targets in mind.
Yeah, I think they're looking for more success at Riyadh than they are here at King Khalid Racecourse. We're going to keep flying through some of these. Nigel Knott is horse number 12 on your race card.
Another ex-Brit, formerly trained by Mick Appleby, finished 6th last time. Will definitely need to take a step forward, but could do.
Waled Al Mitafan is horse number 13. 2 wins in the career, 62 run. This is start number 63.
Very unexposed, but has the best draw in stall 1.
Yeah, it's exciting to see as we see Sarlik, who's horse number 15. There is no horse number 14. Yanar does not run. So Sarlik is the next one we're going to look at. 1 win to the name.
Yeah, this colt has a weak strike rate with just 1 from 27. He'll run his race. He always does. Wigberto Ramos is overdue a win as well.
And we can see Doc Shirl in the comments. The James Jerkin fan club is bubbling away again. They had a winner yesterday, and hopefully operating can give them another winner today. Mushtasim is horse number 16. That's finished 7th last time out, which is a poor run considering it finished 4th on penultimate start.
Mr. Wanas is back in the saddle though, isn't he? He's been absent for a long time. This horse is unexposed. He's drawn nicely as well.
Yes, he received a massive ban for overuse of the whip and is back in the saddle, so hopefully Fawaz Wanas can get himself back in the winner's enclosure. I'm pretty sure he tried to use the excuse that he's a young jockey when the stewards hauled him in, but they were having none of that. He was slapped with a big ban. The next horse is Consensus de Vega, who, if this was over 1,200 metres, I would be all over. Won't do it at this trip, though.
Finished a good second last time. He's drawn an 11, which isn't necessarily too bad. And Farhad Al Faradi's just had a winner. But as you say, tends to find it difficult to get ahead in front, especially over this trip.
Nordic Lights, horse number 19, sneaks into this race.
Ran just last week, formerly owned by Godolphin. Seems to be regressing, in my opinion.
And the horse that you and I are both keen on is Modern Artist. Now, I think you could put a line through the last performance with over an insignificant trip and ended up stuck on the rail and stuck in traffic.
Ran over 1,200 metres. The jockey made a poor move turning for home. Ended up getting stuck in traffic, as you say. Closed out well to finish 4th. She will be last in the early stages, but she will run home powerfully. Whether she's good enough, we'll see. But what I will tell you is she will run her race, and she'll be in the first 4 or 5 as they cross the line.
Yeah, she'll certainly be bang up there. We just see that horse go into stall 5 with the stall cam, just like you suggested. So I'm glad to know we all know what's going on here at King Khalid Racecourse.
Exactly. Hopefully she runs a good race. I'm definitely with Modern Artist. Obviously, I can see the likes of Operating at the top of the weights, Agriplano running good races, but they're both drawn so wide in 16 and 17. So, you know, I'd rather a horse drawn inside, and Modern Artist is the one for me.
We saw a horse drawn wide win our last race, but I admit it was a really serious horse.
Yeah, and only 7 horses compared to 18 in here. So, yeah, completely different kettle of fish, and I don't want to be giving away ground. And if you're out wide, it's very hard to get into a good position.
You say you don't want to be giving away ground. Modern Artist is going to be giving away tons of ground in this contest, surely.
In terms of ground between the leader and Modern Artist, yeah, I mean, wide on the bend. Like, Modern Artist just doesn't have early speed.
Yeah.
That's just a deficit rather than wasting energy by going wide, trying to go as fast as the horse on your inside.
Now, James Jerkins has taken up his customary position right next to our presenting booth. He's sat there. He had a winner sat in that same spot yesterday. Clearly, he thinks he's going to have another winner today. I am going to go with Operator for James Jerkins. I think in the string, it's going to come right into play here. So I am going with Operating horse number 1, although we're coming from a very wide gate. Shamila is with Agriplano, and Tom is with Modern Artist coming out of that prize. Stall 5. Alex Sussy, over to you.
Thanks very much, Callum. Yeah, nearly set to go here, loading up pretty swiftly. I'll keep an eye out for Mutashim here, horse number 16. I think he could be bubbling back towards a victory. Right, last couple of runners sliding in. There we go with Norton Thought Boy. That runner's just forwards. Karajinsky heads up to stall number 2, the black and white silks, and also Rayman is in. Looks like we are ready now. Bit of a hold. They're off. Racing away. Over 1,400 metres here for this 0 to 85 handicap. Up on the outside of rivals, driving forwards early, is Shagmoom Alkil. Got over the black sleeves and cap, and also racing prominently is a Rayman. Karajinsky's up the inside fence, black and white jacket next in the field, and is being followed through by Nigel Knott. Not far off them is Spirit of Nguru as well. Trying to get involved is Alan Tybee. Horse 10 on your race card is covered up in the centre of horses. Is being followed there by Operating. Spot the red jacket around the outside. Mad Cow is following that one through at this stage, a little deeper on the race course as they make the turn and head towards the exit of the far side. Looking towards the back of the field, it's Thalik, who's just about last of all. Modern Artist, as expected, well out the back end as well. Heading in towards the final 400 metres, it is Shagmoom Alkil, who's still just narrowly ahead. He's there in company with Orayman. They're being followed by Karajinsky. Up on the inside running rail, still creeping through and moving into contention is Walad Al-Metrafa, the light blue silks, and they are then followed by Nigel Knott, heading then towards the final 200. Not much change here. It's still Shagmoom Alkil who's in front, finding a bit extra at this point. Is out in front by a length and a half. Recall the Show is surging late. Modern Artist also weaving through. It is still just Shagmoom Alkil, all out, joined on the line. Right on the line, Recall the Show, got to and might have passed Shagmoom Alkil in a cracking finish to race 6. Modern Artist was coming late, right from the back towards the inside as well. Got very tight indeed, didn't it, near the line here. Recall the Show has won. Got there. What a timed effort that was. Has nabbed Shagmoom Alkil right on the line. Look at that. Modern Artist did finish in 3rd place, and Walad Al-Metrafa finished 4th. So it will be 9 beats 4 and 20. The order of finish. 1:29.77 your winner's time. Officially a neck. Not sure about that, but it is a neck officially your winning margin there. 1:29.77. Busy old action there. Another one that came from a long way off the pace was Consensus de Vega. That one finished in 5th, just behind the leading line. So a cracking finish to race 6 on the card. Recall the Show, stole the show with a late effort, and 9 is our winner of that 1,400 metre handicap.
on the line. Recall the Show is lifted over to beat and break the heart of Shagmoom Al Khail in a race full of drama, intrigue and storylines. Tom, you're going to have to guide the viewers through that because there was so much going on.
Yeah, they went really hard on the outset. They were about 9 or 10 wide around the bend, and the horses out wide included operating for Jimmy Jerkins, who I'm sure wouldn't have been happy with that horse's trip. It set it up for the closers. The runner-up has run a great race, Shagmoom Al Khail, third time up this year, big improvement on the previous efforts. Taking us away from the winner, Recall the Show, big late kick, formerly trained in England by Scott Dixon, has quite clearly improved since being out on these shores. But the third place horse, Modern Artist, just 2 runs in a row, this horse has not had the best trip in the straight. Now, I know as a deep closer, you need a lot of luck. There's no doubt about that. But at the same time, all you need is a jockey to make your mind up in this situation, and he just rode up the back of another horse twice, and that cost her the race.
Yes, it's all part of the fun that comes with supporting Modern Artist. You can see you're right in there with the chance, but unfortunately you're unable to just get the rub of the green, and Modern Artist still flashing home to finish third, ran a mighty race but was just unable to get that clear run through to reel in the leaders.
Yeah, to be fair, in the preview I did say she's guaranteed to be in the first 4, so I'll take that as a half a win. Yeah, it should be a full win. I think she was the best in the race.
Very brave of you to be taking half points when if Shamila even suggested taking half a point, there'd be uproar here in the studio, but I totally understand. I think you had the best horse in the race. She snuck in nicely at the reserve. She just wasn't able to reel in the leaders. Rayman, you certainly mentioned at the top of the show, the drop-in class, was able that horse to take the lead, but still not able to hold on to that position for too long.
No, they went really hard early. We'll see that in the full race replay, just how this event panned out. Definitely suited those who came off the speed, and also suited those who got an inside trip, compared to a wide trip, because some of these horses were done early on the turn just because they were literally 8 or 9 wide on the bend.
Alo Tabi with a paddock negative, but at one point I thought that horse was flashing home to win as well. It came about 6 wide and showed a really nice turn of pace, but couldn't maintain that in the final strides.
No, he was class dropping as well. There were a few horses that were dropping down from better races that did show up well in this finish, but also Recall the Show and Modern Artist were actually stepping up. So, it was a different array of horses who played a part in the finish. And yeah, I'm a little bit gutted actually that Modern Artist didn't get the job done, but I don't want to shine a dim light on the eventual winner, Recall the Show. Great training performance by Mohammed Awayeed Al Dahani. Good ride as well, just to get this horse up right on the line.
Yes, there was certainly a very good ride and time to perfection. Not sure about the neck winning distance there, though. That seemed very, very skiddy neck for sure.
Yeah, the replay maybe looked like the distance was a lot shorter. And in fact, it actually, from one of the angles, looked like the 4 won the race. But quite clearly, the camera's not directly in line with the finishing line.
Yes, but we're taking nothing away from the winner, Recall the Show, who was very impressive. The operating fan club, disappointing final result, but I wouldn't be too put off by the run. I thought the horse ran a very good race, just got the trip from hell.
Yeah, just massive excuses from an early stage. You can't win being that wide on the track. Abdullah Al-Alfi wouldn't have had too many options from stall 17, but at the same time, you never want to be 9 wide. There is not an occasion where, even if you're an 18 and they're all going hard, you want a front runner, that you want to be 9 wide. So he'll have some questions to answer, I'm sure.
Yeah, I imagine you just want to sit in behind and sit and suffer and wait for the race to come to you, especially when they were going off at such a strong pace. Operating broke well, same with Agroplano. They both broke well and tried to get across, but there was pace from the inside stalls as well, which changed their route completely.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, we'll see this in the full race replay in a matter of moments. But there was a lot of speed in this event, a lot of jockeys wanted to get to the front, and that quite clearly was a downfall for some of these in behind. It definitely set up for the closer. Two of them finished the race off really powerfully, finished the first and third respectively.
Yes, and I'm sure you'll be getting over the defeat to Modern Artist sooner rather than later, because you know what happens next. And the great thing about racing, just because one race is done, there's another one right around the corner. We can get back into the winners column there, Tom. You're flying at the moment, to take nothing away from it.
Absolutely, yeah. I treat every race as a different one. So, well, I mean, it is. So
I'm about to say that's not some deep methodical thought there, mate. They are all different.
No, they are. But what I mean is, I forget about winning in the last race. We're moving on to the next one. So that race there, I feel like Modern Artist should have definitely won. The jockey tried to switch out. The run wasn't there, and that cost her at least half a length, as we see it from the start.
Here's the full race. We see some speed from the eventual second, jumping out well. That Shagmoom Al Khail broke well and got there early, but Rayman, who was is jumping out of stall 10. Remember, this is a handicap, so they're all coming out of different stalls, not just they get their number on their silks. And a Rayman took the early lead. Shagbu Malkel sat in second, and they set a burning pace. You can already see operating, and Aquaplano posted wide already with the bend coming right up.
Yeah, at this point, those two jockeys should have tried to work their way across, but Abdullah Alalfi, especially on operating, decided to go out wide for no apparent reason. There's a horse even wider on the track as well. And look here, what are they? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're 8 and 9 wide. There's just no hope. You cannot win from that.
Look at Consensus de Vega in the bright yellow colours. You can't miss that horse. Right in the middle of the straw. That horse is 3 wide and ends up running a much, much better race off an inadequate trip.
Yeah, exactly. That horse has got... Horse has got a good trip through the race. You mean inadequate as in distance?
Yeah, distance.
Sure.
Sorry, that I mean, yeah, distance.
Sure, yeah, no, I completely agree with that. Good trip through the race, managing to go through up the inside. So did Modern Artist, to be fair, in the orange
Dream
silk.
Passageway, I was shouting as it came through.
Dream Passage until this point, guys. Just watch the horse on the inside on the rail in the orange silks with the white sleeves, currently moving into 5th. The rider now wants to move outside.
Oh, it's there! It's right there. Just stay where you are. A Rayman's drifting.
Exactly.
It's right there, Tom. You're absolutely right. You win. If you stay straight, you win. Oh, that is utterly heartbreaking. Recall the show. It's swooping down the outside. Came from absolutely nowhere to get the next position as well. See Haifa carrying out an interview there. Good for her. But a Rayman was just going the wrong way, and the jockey just needed to sit and suffer and let a Rayman come by, and he just made the wrong move. And split-second decisions can cost you the race.
Exactly, 100%. I don't want it to seem like a biased opinion because I obviously put the horse up, but genuinely this horse probably should have won today. Obviously I was watching Modern Artist throughout, but that one decision cost the race because at the same time that the eventual winner, recall the show, was making his challenge, Modern Artist was making her challenge up the inside. They were level and she was finishing quicker. That cost her.
Now, we've just talked about horses having an inadequate trip as in the way they've got around the course. Modern Artist, I always feel when drawn low is a big negative for me. I know you like it, but we've spoken about this before, so the beautiful know where I stand on this. Is the fact that her only race win comes when she widest of all and came flashing home late because she gets an uninterrupted pass. And I understand that when she's drawn low, there's no point in sitting and suffering and then coming all the way around the houses. But you've just got to think that going down the brave man's route down that rail, if it works, it looks brilliant. If it doesn't work, you're left there thinking, oh, if we could run that race again, maybe we would have done a different tactic.
I agree, but I also disagree.
And I can understand why. Why do you agree and why do you disagree?
So I agree with you insofar as she needs a clear run, and you can easily run into trouble as a closer going up the inside. Completely agree with that. I disagree on 2 points. One, the jockey had one decision to make. That was, do I go inside or outside the fading horse? He made the wrong call. You make the right call, go inside. The horse.
We're not having this conversation, are we?
No.
Yeah.
Number 2, if she's drawn wide, there is a chance that there will be horses on her inside, out the back, who are also deep closers. Therefore, the jockey may be urged to go wide around the turn, and we've seen there were 8 or 9 wide. She would then be 10 wide and lose all chance. So I would rather she was drawn inside and the jockey just made the right decision up the straight, which he didn't unfortunately do today.
I just think we need a Consensus de Vega-like ride there, and it would have had a much better result. Shamila is in the winner's enclosure. She is there, but we don't need to go to her just yet. We do not need to go to her just yet. We are going to stick with just this race. Consensus de Vega. The ride I want to discuss here is the fact that it's a really smart ride there. Just sitting on the inside, not going wide, but allowing the horses to run away from you and believing your horse is going to get home.
Yeah, exactly. Look, that race was really entertaining and definitely a race that will throw up plenty of winners in the future. You've got to keep an eye on those that were potentially up with the speed and drawn wide because they're definitely going to be overlooked next time. But don't write them off, the likes of Operating especially. I think this race is informative and heartbreaking for me watching the replay yet again, but at the same time it was very much enjoyable.
Really making you sit and suffer. The production office is giving you a real hard time. But you've had 3 winners in a row. It's time to bring you crashing back down to earth with a heartbreaking defeat. But yes, it's just one decision is the ability to go first or second. You've just got to go inside or outside. We'll see with the head on here. Look at Modern Artist's position here. White cap, white sleeves. Oh, we've cut off it too early there, but it's just interesting to see that just one decision changes the race, changes the fortunes.
Yeah, precisely. One small decision and that was it.
Shamila is in the winner's enclosure and we can hear from her right now.
I'm not in the winner's enclosure, and I will not be in the winner's enclosure anytime soon with these games. Now, not only did I fail miserably at the basketball, but now I failed miserably at the knock the cups over. Who knew that I'm so bad at sports? But I just wanted to bring you back down to the entertainment area because the rain has stopped, the families have come out, and it's such a great atmosphere. And if you can just come with me, take a journey with me to the music area. Now, this entertainment is absolutely fantastic, especially if you want to come and enjoy the racing, but also the ambience. You can get traditional Saudi music being played here by our guys on the stage, and it's absolutely fantastic. No matter what age you are, no matter if you like racing or don't like racing, you can come and enjoy yourself here at Taif Racecourse. We only have 4 weeks left of the Taif season, so please come down and enjoy as much as you can. Take in all of the festivities, take in all of the music, all of the shopping, all of the games, and hopefully you can do a bit better than me at the games than I did.
Thank you very much, Shamila. And yes, hopefully we can do a little bit better at the games than you did. But, Tom, now, you haven't joined us on our Paddle Mondays, so you don't understand how important sport is to this team and this production team. But I have seen Shamila turn down Paddle Mondays. She said, I don't want to come. And I thought it was because she had other plans. But no, it's because she's really bad at sports.
To be fair, the production team do play football here, and I have been a part of that. I don't need to join. What I will say, that is one of the worst throwing at cups moments I've ever seen. Fair play to Shamila for giving it a go, but I think she hit one can from
She didn't hit a can. Someone else knocked it down. It was knocked down by the man running the stall. So Shamila didn't even hit any of the cans.
We'll be having a word later, that's for sure.
Yeah, certainly one of the more embarrassing moments we've seen here on course. But Shamila is clearly not going to make it in the WNBA. The cup throwing is not an option, and now we totally understand why she's not attending paddle. But as we look back on this race finally, I just want to give a shout out to a couple of the horses who were mainly down the field operating wide trip throughout. So not particularly what you want to see. Aguaplano, another horse for the wide trip throughout, will run better next time, I'm sure.
Yeah, 2 horses definitely for the tracker next time. They're both quite clearly very talented. They've shown a high level of ability both in the UK and since they've moved to Saudi as well. So, yeah, I put a line through the efforts today for both of those runners. They just didn't have the rub of the green.
Did not get the rub of the green at all, but hopefully they can have better luck next time out. We move swiftly on to our next contest, and this is a maiden contest. And Alex Fussy, you can take us through the runners and the riders.
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, ready for race 7, up to 1,600 metres this time. Number 1 is Sabaya, the mount of Mohammed Al-Shamari. Number 2 is Amirat Fairs for Abdullah Al-Saidi. 0 from 14, that runner. Number 3 is Deauville, more lightly raced. He had the 3 goes. Number 4 is Stifta. 0 from 6. Camilo Espina, though, does ride. 5, Ayal Wal Asa. 0 from 8 so far. Fahed Al-Faradi. 7 is Jawarat Al-Anud. That's the mount of Asil Al-Shani. And number 8 is Seda Al-Dareya. That one will be the mount of Abdullah Al-Khamis. Moving on to 9 as well, we've got Tawana, and that's Tariq Al-Hassan. Number 10 is Busmats, 0 from 21. 11 is Eksha, and 12 is Gamood. Number 13, Nuta Ali Jazz. Number 14 is Anaya for Ali Al-Mutib. 15, Abura. Ryan Al-Turash rides. 16, Wadat Always. 17 is Iktayal. 18 is Esmaili Yalgaram. And 19, of course, will be coming into this race as well, Patchouli, because of the non-runner, the 6 in the lineup as well. So no 6, meaning the 19 in the reserve will sneak in. Tricky race, this one, boys. I found this very hard. We've got quite a few exposed sorts in the lineup.
Thank you, Alex. I thought it was going to be one of the exposed sorts that was going to win this, but unfortunately, I think the trip might be a concern for Busmat. This is horse number 15, Abura.
0 from 8 so far. Seems to be improving this term, but she's drawn out wide.
Yes, the draw doesn't seem to help. We see number 16, Wadat Always.
Wadat Always, another interesting runner in here based on the penultimate effort when finishing 3rd and meeting 30. What happened last time?
Yeah, that's the concern. You just think, oh dear. Jcsa. Now this horse is an interesting runner. I thought this was one for my short list.
Highest rated horse in the race with a mark of 66. Finished 9th in a 0 to 80 handicap when last seen, but that was 7 months ago.
Loves this trip, loves going over the mile, but I'm just slightly concerned that this is his first time up at Taif. One getting a bit jig-joggy in behind his horse, number 18, which is Esmail Yar Garam. Now this horse is running in slightly different colours to what you see on your race cards. Much brighter green, Tom.
Phenomenal pronunciation of a hard-named horse, that one.
I tried my best on that one, I did.
Yeah, she's difficult to like on all forms. She's only rated 54.
Yes, and this is Patchouli, a much easier horse to pronounce. 0 from 12 and finished 17th last time.
But not an easy horse to like in this race, unfortunately. 0 from 12, 17th last time. We need to take a big step forward, and it's probably still lacking a little bit of fitness.
Now we lost a lot of those early on, and they're already heading out onto the course next to us. So let's go through some of these. Sabaya, horse number 1, 0 from 9. One of the less exposed runners in this contest.
Needs to do more than the reappearance when just 16th, but has drawn nicely in stall 1. You can't write this one off.
Amivrat Faret is horse number 2, 0 from 14, but then is in form. I've got to give this horse a chance. Shortlist.
Plenty of chances so far in her career, 0 from 14, but she has a chance of winning today. Good draw, 5th last time, 2nd the time before. At least she's in form. You can't say that about many.
Yes, one who isn't in form is Deauville, who's 0 from 3 in all 3 starts this season.
No, but I really want to like this horse, just based on the pedigree. I love the sire Keen Ice. He used to be in the US, and he was a fantastic horse over longer distances. Deauville was bred for further. She just hasn't shown any talent so far, so she is hard to put up.
Sifta is a horse who's 0 from 6, first run of the season, rated 57. Would it have a squeak here?
Probably not run for 7 months, but Camila Waspina's on board, and that's positive.
Jcsa is horse number 5, 0 from 8.
Penultimate effort was perfectly fine, finishing 4th, but last time out was disappointing, only rated 46 in over a head.
Yes, another horse who is rated even lower, rated 40, is Jawarat Alanud, who is horse number 7, 0 from 4, and has struggled in 3 starts this season.
They need to go handicapping with this horse. She'll struggle to win a maiden.
Seda Aldareya, horse rated 46, 0 from 5, finished 11th meeting 30, but showed promise when finishing 8th.
Very similar comments apply to horse number 7 that they do to horse number 8. Needs to go handicapping, and I'll save you the trouble of horse number 9, Tawana, 0 from 12. Again, shouldn't be able to contend today.
Well, let's talk about a horse he may be able to contend. You'll remember Dream Biz yesterday, my good thing, who I thought was a very exposed horse but would win this time. I was right. Never been happier in my life. However, I thought the same thing about Busmat until I delved a little bit deeper into the form. Very similar profile, but this horse has struggled over this trip. This might be a tad too short.
Yes, dropping down to a mile, probably needs 2,000, which is the distance you think she needs. She has at least shown a good level of form recently. She finished 3rd last time, 5th the time before, 2nd the time before that. And as I say, there isn't a lot of form in this race. She has to be a major player. It's just, can she do it over this distance? That's all.
Shamila is in the parade ring, and hopefully she's got back and she's better at picking eye catchers than she is at throwing balls at cups.
See, Callum, this is why I didn't want to come back on air after my me being embarrassing at the gaming area. Like, there was kids next to me beating me at the games. I mean, what's going on? But I didn't have a huge time to look at the horses in the parade ring. I just caught them as they were coming out. The jockeys were already on board. They were going down to the start. But one of the horses that initially caught my eye was horse number 10, Basmat. He looked really, really well in the parade ring, and she was 3rd last time out also. I think she could go really well in this contest.
Cameramen as well quite like Basmat, because we've seen plenty of shots of that horse jig-jogging down to the start. I'm still concerned about the trip there with Basmat. I just don't think this trip is ideal. I'd want to see it over 2,000 in a similar race to this.
I don't disagree, but at the same time, trying to find a different option is pretty tough, isn't it?
Trying to find another horse is tough. Will you give us your selection, Tom? Who do you like in this one?
I will give you a selection. Should we see the footage of Busmat just before we do that?
You can have a look at Busmat if you want to. Let's have a look at Busmat running through. This is this horse finishing 3rd last time out. This was over a much longer trip. Drops in trip today and was beaten by a horse we'll see later on in the day in the shape of Drawing Clocks.
Yeah, Drawing Clocks, the time test animal, right?
Absolutely, my friend, absolutely.
Busmat was near the pace this day, which is definitely what you need to be today as well in this kind of race. She ran fine. On this evidence, I would have her down as probably the most likely winner, but it's hard to have trust in a horse that is not from 21 and not really running over her ideal distance. I would say she's almost certain to finish in the top 3, but is she good enough to win?
This is Gamood, another horse you're a fan of, but unfortunately the trip is a concern for this one too.
Yeah, I think 1200's the ideal trip for Gamood rather than the likes of Busmat is dropping down. Gamood is going up and needs probably a shorter distance. As you can see, she finished her race off well down the outside, which suggests she might need further. That doesn't automatically mean that. It means sometimes the pace has completely collapsed and she's beating tired rivals. She has a good chance in the race. Again, though, she's much like Busmat, plenty of opportunities yet to win.
Yes, this is a tricky little contest for sure, and it's very hard to find a selection. Tom, I'm going to go back to you and ask for that selection now because we've seen the inserts, and I just jumped a little bit too far ahead of our scheduled programming. Who do you like here?
Oh, too difficult, Callum. I genuinely do not want to ever stand on the fence in any race, no matter what the jurisdiction, UK, US or Saudi, the races that I cover, but I might have to sit on the fence here because I have no strong selection. I'll tell you what, I want Deauville to run well.
Okay, so we like that, Tom. So, Tom, we're going to say Deauville's your selection, by the way, because I know if Deauville hacks up, you'll want a point for that one for sure. No doubt about it. So, Tom likes Deauville. Shamila likes Busmat. I am stuck between Wilder Always and Iqtayal. I'm going to go for the highest rated horse in this race. Iqtayal, I thought that horse looked very good in the parade ring. Plenty fit, and I know the owners have had a good time this week, so I'm going to go for horse number 17, Iqtayal. Now, it's crucial to remember that we're running over the mile here, so the draw becomes less prevalent, and I have to admit, that long run down into the first bend could suit a horse who's first time up.
Yeah, definitely allows them to get into their rhythm rather than rushing them immediately to find the spot. But the wide draw is still not ideal.
No,
it's just,
absolutely not.
Yeah, it's just a little bit less important over this kind of distance.
Yes, and for those who haven't watched us before, talk to us about the chute and where the mile start is and how that meets the actual course.
The mile starts right down the bottom end of the chute. The chute then takes the horses onto the round course. Obviously, if you had a mile race here, it would probably start on the bend, so that's not possible, hence why there is a chute. At the chute, the straight course, where the chute is, meets with the round course. Therefore, there is a little intersection with no rail on the inside, which can negatively impact those drawn low as they duck in to try and go into the void space. But jockeys tend to move their horses outside to avoid that from happening. Then there's a long run all the way down to the only bend of this race, which comes up around 600 or maybe even 800 metres. So it's quite a long run and you can find your position.
Yes, and it's quite interesting the way some of these horses run around at the start, especially the youngsters. These horses have experience. I'm sure we'll see a lot more better behaviour from those drawn low and those drawn high as they make that long run down into the first bend. But it gives jockeys plenty of time to find a position. But also, you can find yourself shuffled back very quickly.
Yeah, exactly. You need to get in that position and need to hold it in the early stages. Generally, if you don't have the talent, you will continue to move backwards in the race. But if you have got talent, you can hold your position. You can then move on the bend, and that's generally where races are won. In the middle part of the bend, and definitely at the end of the bend, where most jockeys tend to kick.
We can see some horses getting loaded, including Sabea, and we also see Jcsa, the horse has got a little bit warm in the preliminaries, as we can hand over to Alex Fussy. Remember, Alex, Tom is with Deauville, Shamila is with Busmat, I am with Iqtayal. Who are you with?
Well, I find it very hard as well, but I'll take a go with Amirat Fairs, horse 2, second at meeting 33, fifth at meeting 39. Efforts have been fair enough. She is exposed, of course, 0 from 14, but hopefully today might well be her day. There she is. She's just about to go forwards in that blue and white jacket. Already into the stalls is Ayalwal Asa, gone forwards to gate 5. A reminder, Patchouli, the reserve, will be coming out of stall number 6 here. Yellow with the grey on the body. Joharat Alanud is in, that's stall 7 for Asil Al-Shani. Deauville, one that Tom wants to run well, just going forwards into the starting stalls. Seda Al-Dahaya is also in. Deauville is there now, still waiting for Sifta, stall 4. Wardat Always out wide is into the gates as well. There is stall 18. Esmaili Yelgaram is into the starting stalls. Iktayal is there now as well. The final pair come together. Ready. One or two restless. They're off. Underway over the 1,600 meter trip here. Early pace up the inside, Sabea not far away. Early also decent beginning by Gamut towards the centre of the racecourse, the check jacket. Another one going forwards and handy will be Busmat, who wants a bit of piece of it. And another one right up there rattling forwards is Patchouli, who was the reserve that got in. So settling down, it will be the one, Sabea on the inside, who just leads over Patchouli in second position. Sifter's not far off them, racing just in behind the checks of Gamut. Up on the outside of horses, you've got Nuta Ali Jazz. In centre field is Anea, who's in a combination of blue and red. Also racing alongside with that one, you've got Abura, who's got the black cap on the jacket. Back to the inside, Amirat Fairs is starting to pick a few off. Iktayal is on the outside of horses. Looking back down the field at this stage, looking like one of the back markers is Seda Alderea. Heading for home, heading towards the final 300 then. Up on the inside, looks like the change of play is happening here. And it's now going to be Gamut, who's just got to the front. So Gamut goes on. Leads up here as they begin the swing for home. One or two of these now battling away in behind. But Julie, who's always been handy, the door was shut on the inside for Amirat Fairs. We're trying to close. Nuta Ali Jazz is still in there pitching. And here now between horses is Wardat Always as well, the silver jacket, who's picking up strongly and best. It will be Wardat Always who goes on and past to the lead here and heading up to the line. Very impressive in the end, kicked away to the line to win. Not a bad effort from Gamut involved. Amirat Fairs had no run through up on the inside. Running Rail had a travelled passage, so it's the 16, Wardat Always, who will take out our 7th race, and we'll get off the mark at the 10th attempt. Flopped last time, but prior to that had finished 3rd and 4th, so it was a case of forgiving that last run. 1:45.36 is the winner's time. As you can see, took a little while to get past Gamut in the end, but did just enough to win. And Amirat Fairs has finished 3rd, and I think that was quite a good effort because the filly was very short of racing up the inside as they turned for home. So 16, 12 and 2 is the order across the line. A reminder that winning time 1:45.36 and the official distance was 3 3/4 lengths. There's our winner, Wardat Always, and it's a winner for Abdul Ella Al Hussein. As you can see, Gamut easing off in 2nd place, and up the inside, Amirat Fairs feeling a little undone by there, my pick, who came rattling home for 3rd.
Abdullah Al Hussein has done the business, and Wada always has bounced right back to form. Really disappointing last time, finishing 13th, but had been a real consistent performer before that, but was unable to build on. But was able, sorry, to build on that effort. Today comes into the winners' enclosure behind us. Lovely looking animal. Wada always does it from a wide draw. Came out of 16 and ran them down in the finish, Tom. Mightily impressive.
Yeah, it was impressive. You gave this horse a good chance pre-race from a wide stall. To come from that stall and win was takes some doing, but at the same time it wasn't a very good race. 10th time of asking. As I say, there is a race for all of these horses. Today was the day for Wada Always.
Yeah, Wada Always was always in a nice position. Ended up sitting behind the leading field, but actually moved towards the inside rather than being stuck out wide. Iqtayal, one of my selections, ended up getting stuck out wide. We had a real hard luck story for Alex Fussey's pick, who was number 2, Amaret Fares, who got absolutely slammed down on the rail early on in the straights and was unable to close. And Gamood ran a nice race to finish second. Notice they went without the cheek pieces today and just stuck with the noseband, but Gamood ran a good race to finish second. But Wada Always, the class apart today, I feel.
Yeah, the form horses have come to the top of this race, though. Wada Always obviously very consistent prior to the last effort. Your selection, Iqtayal, I believe, was 4th.
Yeah, ran on late, about 5th, I think it was. Yeah,
5th.
had to come wide all the way around.
Top rated in the race. Gamood was bang up there. Again, the form horse. What happened to Busmat?
Busmat went off early and went off hard in
Right.
front, trying to use the stamina, but wasn't able to get much of a break. Ended up in a bit of a speed duel and then faded quite badly later on.
Other than that, Philly, all of the main players were banged there at the line. My selection, Deauville, showed some ability coming around the bend, but flattened out in the straight.
Yeah, and it's a typical story of where you go when you're drawn wide, and I think Wada Always riders should be given lots of credit. Abdullah Al Hussein, who not only got his horse back towards the rail, I know midfield, but certainly wasn't posted out wide, and then came through beaten horses and looked like he'd just been chucked into the race at about the 150-metre pole.
Yeah, exactly. This horse really pounced on the lead in the closing stages. Staged the mile very nicely, and they'll probably go over further in due course, maybe even 2,000.
Yes, Abdullah Al Hussein very happy with his victory. Well, a smile and a thumbs up, and he'll be happy with that because he's a jockey we don't often speak about. So it's great to see him getting himself a winner and blowing us a kiss too.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of good jockeys here. Most of them, there are a few who don't get good rides, but at the same time, there are always races where you can pick up a nice one, and this was obviously the option for this rider.
And look at Abdullah Al Hussein here. He rides really economically. He's got a good style, and he comes through the middle of runners, which I think is crucial.
I'll tell you who he reminds me of, Marco Gianni. He's very small in the saddle. And
compact and powerful.
Compact, exactly that. He's very low down, which is not what you tend to see. You tend to see more the jockeys on the inside with their head up slightly, but he's very low and compact.
Yeah, always a style I quite like. I'm a big fan of Marco's riding ability for sure. Full of power, always aerodynamic, and gets this horse through. And this horse is definitely probably a class above this lot, and we'll be seeing this horse in a handicap very soon, no doubt.
Yeah, I'm sure that's going to be the case. She's rated 59 right now. She'll probably go up a few pounds, so maybe a 0 to 65 or a 0 to 70 as we see the start.
Yeah, plenty of bumping on the outside and some bumping as well on the inside. One of the horses getting really let down early on was Deauville there in yellow cap. Got bumped around and ended up having to come through from last. So if you saw some progress on the bend there, Tom, that's quite a promising run.
Yeah, we'll see some progress when we get to that part of the race for sure. Wada Always didn't get a good start either out wide and was actually only ahead of her 4 horses at this stage. So she's done remarkably well to win from there. All the interference out wide was caused by horse number 13, Nuta Al Hijaz, who just jumped slightly to the right, as did Gamood, horse number 12.
You know, we talked about Busmat earlier on, I said was on the early speed for about 50 metres and then was readily outpaced for the rest of the contest and was always under pressure. It's Patchouli and Sabea who took out the early running, and they both looked quite comfortable on the front end. I was a little bit concerned that they weren't going to come back to the rivals because they never looked under pressure.
No, they didn't. Just looking back to find the winner right now is 5 wide on the bend as well. Wada Always right on the outside of the grey silks, just going past your selection. Iqtayal.
Yeah, but switches inside here. You can just see says, no, I'm not going to stay out wide, while Iqtayal is going to have to come right around the houses to get involved.
And that's probably won the race for this horse. You can see there, put 3 lengths in on Iqtayal just on the bend by moving inside. The gap was, the jockey was waiting for a gap for about 200 metres. It does finally come here, though, on the horse in the grey silks, who switches out and manages to get a good run.
Nuta Al Hijaz in those colours that are very similar to the Tabor colours. That horse ran a very big race. It's sort of a career best effort there, because that horse has run some stinkers recently. Looked to be right up there, but faded very tamely down the straight. I imagine they're going to go back to 7 furlongs with this one.
both the 13 Nuta Al Hajaz and the 12 Gammoud, who ended up finishing in the first 6 or 7, they both got the ideal start. They were the two that moved out and caused the interference to those out wide, so they could have been flattered. They were able to gain their ideal position while others weren't.
Yes, Sabea actually faced very badly to finish stone dead last, but take nothing away from Wada Always, who's done that from stall 16. Abdu El Al Hussein, round of applause for possibly the ride of the day so far, I'd have to say.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Farhad Al-Faradi and Halal won't be happy with that. I mean, Alex Moreno probably won it on Food Pine, but we can't give it to him. So, yeah, it was a really good ride, switching inside. Yeah, I think the ride in the last race, in race 6, was probably better on the eventual winner, Recall the Show, but at the same time, this was very good too.
Yes, and doing it from a wide draw as well, showing that it can be done, and that's the crucial thing. We saw yesterday, it got a bit stale. I know you felt it all got a bit stale, seeing the same thing over and over and over again, so it's good that we've suddenly seen the track even out a little bit. And it's amazing to see these dirt tracks mature and change over time.
Yeah, look at the start right now. A lot of horses jump in completely different directions. Deauville hampered on the inside. All the horses outside of Gammoud were hampered on the outside.
The kick too.
Yeah, exactly. Just to talk about what you just said there, yesterday was stale. We were trying not to do it on the coverage, but basically there was only one way to win. That was to go to the front, go to the rail, and that was it, game over, no matter which horse. So it's good to see the track riding differently and much fairer today. Probably helped due to the rain that came earlier, but also the extra harrowing and watering would change the conditions.
They really clearly got on top of it because it was definite extra watering with getting harrowing going on even behind us even more. So certainly an option for the riders to get a much better chance of winning the race. And Naya fell out the gates but ended up right in about 5th place here. Probably burnt up too much energy too soon. Iqtayal, you can see, is almost widest of all and is never able to get in, but our race winner is just about to go sneaking through that gap in the grey colours, just making his own room there. Wada Always is going to be hard to beat from here, swinging along.
Yeah, really making some nice progress in the middle of the field in the grey silks, just about to move into 7th position at this stage. This was the race winning move on the bend. The bend is the most crucial part for any race here at Taif. Obviously the start's crucial, getting to the lead and avoiding trouble, but the bend is where races are won and lost.
What a great drone shot we see here, because the gap didn't come, did it? You were mentioning he was waiting for the gap all the way around the bend, and then eventually he stays put. We saw the rider of your selection, Modern Artist, panic and move. He stayed put and said, horses are going to drift around me, and I've got enough time in this straight to get past the eventual runner-up, who was Gammoud. Gets by Gammoud and wins comfortably with plenty in hand. Quite a cosy victory for our race winner.
Yeah, and she surged once that gap opened up. She really did quicken quite nicely. It was a good performance. She's won hard held. Obviously, she'll be against better racehorses next time, and then we'll get to see a true reflection of her ability.
Yeah, she doesn't get the greatest break either. Iqtayal doesn't break well either, but it's a horse in the... It is Gammoud, who causes all the carnage early. So you mentioned was flattered by that performance. She takes out half of her rivals in the first 4 steps.
Yeah, exactly that. If you hamper all your rivals to gain your position, then you are flattered by your finishing position.
Don't be distracted with Patchouli given the 19 saddlecloth. That horse was drawn towards the inside. You saw Busmat flashing through screen, was unable to keep up her early speed. She showed plenty at the beginning, but not very much towards the end. Busmat was a bit disappointing.
She'll be going back up in trip, I'm sure, Callum. You said before the race that 2,000 would be her ideal distance. She clearly wasn't suited by the 1,600 today.
And that is why you do your race research, because it's easy to see positions-wise that this horse is absolutely thrown in, but then you see the trip and you go, uh-oh, there's a concern here, and that was clearly to be seen there. That horse, Busmat, will have to wait another race for a victory. That will make it 22 starts and no wins.
Yeah, it's going to basically become one of those cliff horses. Dream Biz was that.
Dream Biz, oh, how
but
good.
She found a race, and she won decisively. So there will be a race for Busmat at some point. She's run too consistently for too long for there not to be a race. It's
It'll
just
be a 2,000 metre contest for sure, where that horse can really show her ability, and hopefully Busmat can win as we swiftly move on to our next contest. This is race 8 up an odd contest on the card. We have rattled through the cards again here on Super Saturday, and this is a locally bred horse's handicap. It's 0 to 80 and it's over the mile again, Tom. We've seen a horse drawn wide win last time, so maybe we can see another one win today.
Yeah, potentially. It's a good race. It's a 0 to 80, but there are a lot of horses towards the top of the handicap. You can make a case for plenty of them in here as well. Every horse is rated 74 or higher, so it's a good and competitive race. Whether we see a proper outstanding performer, I doubt it, but at the same time, we should get much like we saw in that last event, where plenty of horses have a chance, and there'll be little tiny mitigating factors as to why some horses disappoint and some go on and progress.
We've seen a few horses that we both like together, so we've both been on a similar page on some horses before. Now, talk to me a little bit about a horse called Woodman. Now, I'm a little bit concerned that it's not getting enough of a mention by you earlier on this morning. Are you with me or against me? Because I think Woodman is prime for this, jumping out of gate 10.
I can see why you like Woodman, horse number 18, but I'm against you in this race. Look, this horse is the lowest rated horse in the event. He's drawn in 10, which is fine. Has had two starts so far, so third time up off the layoff is obviously a big tick. However, the 2 runs so far this year, in my opinion, aren't good enough to win. So I need to see a little bit more from this horse.
Would need to be a big step up in form for sure. Alex Fussy can take us through the runners and riders for our penultimate contest.
Let's have a look at the field then for race 8 of the day. 1,600-metre local bred horses handicap rated between 0 and 80. Number 1 is Correjon, the mount of Jcsa Al-Bakawi. 2 is Fourway, a one-time winner, finished 3rd last time out. Number 3 is Leauj Thati, 2 recent wins, was a winner at meeting 23, Abdullah Al-Lawfi. Number 4, Najmat Al-Mahafil, that's ridden by Khalid Al-Mimoni. 5 is Abu Kalaf for Fahed Al-Faredi. Number 6 is Thoseet, a 2-time winner from 11 starts, ridden here by Alexis Moreno. And 7, Bawada Kier, will be steered by Camilo Ospina. Number 8 is Malane, and that one was a winner at meeting 35. Number 9 is Majorzal, making a return here this afternoon. 10 is Asib, 3-time winner, Mohammed Al-Hubayl aboard. 11 is Alahas for Abdullah Al-Kridis, was a winner when last seen at meeting 28. Number 12, Tayal Al-Kir, wins so far this campaign at meeting 6 and 16. 13, Rams Al-Thakok, is a one-time winner from 10 goes. 14 is Latin. 15 is Yohebni even. 16, Modbeck for Thurb Altimat. 17, Saras, finished 3rd when last seen. And 18, Woodman, as the guys just touched upon, has finished 5th and 8th so far this campaign. All 18 standing their ground in the paddock ahead of race number 8.
Thanks, Alex. Thank you very much for taking us through the runners and the riders for our penultimate contest on the card, and they're already in the parade ring. I've already mentioned a big shout for Woodman. Tom, who do you like just on paper?
Oh, what a question, because again, this is wide open. This is like the last race where I have no real strong opinion. I had 3 races in the middle of the card.
He's falling apart later on in the card. No, tell me why.
I had 3 races earlier on in the card I was super confident about, and now we've got 3 at the end of the card that I'm not. I could make a solid case for plenty, but I can't make a super solid case about any. That's my issue here. Well, there are 2. Before we quickly go into the runner by runner, there are 2 that I think have good chances. Number 2, Fourway, and number 7, Bawada Care.
So you've gone from sitting on the fence to having 2 chances
I'll pick one.
Of 15
I'll
seconds.
pick one.
Yeah, we'll see them when we get a good look at them in the parade ring, and you can narrow your choice down from 2 to 1. This is horse number 1, Carahom, who is making the busy start to this season. With 5th last time out, that was the season's best effort.
It was, and it came in open company. Now drops down to a 0 to 80. Takes the class drop, which is obviously a big positive, and it seems to be rounding into form.
This is one of the horses you like. Fourway, real paddock eye catcher, stunning individual, and got that fitness on side.
4th in this grade, back in meeting 6. So that's where I'm looking at for the major piece of form. I think this colt is a big player, and actually he ran very well last time to finish 3rd, given he was off the track for so long.
This is Lajil Tati, a horse who's also been very busy.
Seems to have lost the early season form though. Was 2nd at meeting 20, 1st at meeting 23, but the recent efforts haven't been as good.
Najmat Al-Mefil is horse number 4 in your race cards. Jumps out of stall 12, 2 wins from 22 starts.
She has no early speed and needs a major pace collapse to be a factor today.
Abu Khalif is rated 79.
Finished 2nd all the way back at the start of the season. Came back from a 6-week layoff to take 8th last time. Needs to improve.
So Seat made his reappearance recently and should step forward from that.
Needed the run by absolute certainty last time. The horse probably still needs the run again today. Riyadh will be the main aim.
Bawada Kier is horse number 7.
Camilo Ospina is a regular rider of this horse. Has drawn wide but has early speed, which is crucial.
Would have a chance here, surely. Yeah. I think this is the one you've got to put on your shortlist. Camilo Ospina sticking with his guns, and we know if he sticks with them for long enough, they tend to end up winning.
Precisely. This was my other selection with horse number 2, so still yet to make a choice. But if this horse was drawn inside, I'd be a lot more confident.
Number 8, Mullane, is 2 wins from 13 starts, rated 80.
Took a step in the wrong direction last time, finishing 15th after winning back at meeting 35.
A little bit jig-joggy, but nothing to be concerned about. One who's very chilled is Mojazal, who is rated 76, 1 win from 17 starts, first time up this season.
Yeah, very long back to this horse. Look at me getting all technical here. Spent too much time with you, Callum.
Yeah.
First time up this year, definitely needs to show fitness, but I imagine Riyadh will be the main name. This is just a prep.
Someone who's far more technical than both of us is Shamila, who is in the parade ring.
Well, not only do I have a paddock selection for you, but I was talking to the members of our Arabic channel who also have made a paddock selection. I will give you theirs as well, just to add a little bit extra competition in this race. Haifa has gone for horse number 7. My paddock pick is horse number 2, Fawai, now ridden by Naif Al-Anazi. Was supposed to be ridden by Mohammed Adaham. I think it's a really good choice. A 4-year-old colt. Most of these horses in this race are 4 and 5-year-olds, so that will not be a problem. And you've got Naif Al-Anazi on board, of course.
Look at that, 2 paddock picks in the race. The two horses on my shortlist, horses number 2 and 7. They don't make it easy for me, do they, Callum?
I just know that nobody at home will be able to see how happy you are right now. It's just, the smile across your face is truly wonderful. It's great to see, and you're absolutely right. Your 2 selections have been the 2 paddock picks, and hopefully you're in such good form. Hopefully you can continue it. This is horse number 14 on your right card. This is Latin. Also ran a bit of a poor race last time, but we'll hope to step up. This is Yehebni, horse number 15.
Latin ran just last week, is drawn 16 today, which is not ideal. Yehebni also drawn outside. Super inconsistent. 12th, 5th, 14th, 4th, 16th. Is today a going day?
Hopefully today must be a going day if it just continues like that. Araz is horse number 17, a horse we've got some form for. Then for 3rd in meeting 42. Very quick turnaround.
Major player if this horse breaks nicely from an inside stall. It's by Premium Taps and will stay the trip.
And here is Woodman, a horse I really like. The draw isn't too cruel to this horse either. Looks good in the parade ring. Hasn't got too warm, a little bit warm on the neck for sure, and a little warm behind the saddle, but that's not too much to put me off. 3rd term up at Taif. I think this horse runs a mighty race.
I don't disagree. I think he is a big player. I'm not as confident as you about him. He's not on my shortlist, but I wouldn't be surprised if he won.
Well, they were just some of the runners and riders for our contest. We did miss a few of them, so let's get through them. Asaeb was the first horse we missed. That was horse number 10. 3 wins from 28 starts. Has had enough runs this season to come here fit.
Yeah, it will be definitely fit after 4 appearances this term. Rated 76, and the mark seems to be falling. I'm just worried about whether this filly has started to regress.
Alahas was the last time out winner back in meeting 28.
Long drought over that day with an overdue success. Could play a part from a good draw.
Like London buses, you take forever for 1 to come and then 2 come straight away. Tayal Al-Khair, rated 76. Both the wins have come this season. Surely a shortlist one too?
Been very consistent this term. There was a long gap between the penultimate success back at meeting 16 and the 5th last time at meeting 42. So we'll strip fitter today.
Rams Al Sakok is horse number 13. 1 win from 10. Hasn't really been hitting the headlines so far this season. Seems in and out.
Yeah, we'll struggle, I believe, from this wide draw. 17 today, not ideal.
And those were the rest of the horses we've already seen. Any horses that caught your eye in the paddock that we haven't spoken about already?
Not overly, to be honest. I would love to give you a horse or 2 that I thought looked great, but I thought they were very much of a muchness there.
Let's take a look at Araz, who is in shot now. This is this horse finishing 3rd right at the beginning of September, so not too long ago.
Yeah, Aras came into this race on the back of a good 6th and was progressing after finished 14th, 11th, 8th, 6th, and then finished 3rd this day. Rallied well from off the speed. We have seen a couple of closers win on the card, so, you know, don't write off those horses that are coming from behind today. If this was yesterday, this horse would have no chance, but really picks up late and passes 2 rivals inside the final 50 metres.
Look at the grey horse that's in behind there. That's Corba. We were all on that horse this day, but unfortunately she couldn't get up, and this horse ends up passing Corba, so I think that's a very strong level of form.
Yeah, absolutely. As I say, he's by Premium Tap. He's definitely got a chance.
Bawada Kir is the horse that you like, having to come very wide here.
Yeah, and this is my issue about today as well, because she's drawn 13 today, so she might have another wide passage. She has early speed, but whether she can get to the front, I'm not overly sure. I think she's quite talented for this grade. She's probably better than a 0-80 horse, and Camila Ospina in the saddle is a big tick. The only thing is she didn't finish this race as well as I'd hoped after she moved up into contention.
4-Way is seen finishing 3rd in this contest as well, so she's clearly got form on the book in front of 4-Way too, so that's interesting to see.
The thing is, though, four-way was right out the back, so she had to close into the race, and that day the track was riding slow. This is why I'm unsure about the two, because I think they're very closely matched. They're closely drawn as well in 9 and 13. I'm going to side with four-way. I like, thank you very much to Shamila for telling us the new jockey on four-way, by the way. I like that Naif Alanazi's on board. He's had a winner today. Hopefully he can get four-way into a good position, not too far behind.
And you're staying away from Bawada Kir. I would have gone for Bawada Kir out of those two, but I totally understand your selection. And that is the selection of Haifa from the Arabic Channel. So no doubt they'll all be cheering that one home too. I am going to stick with my selection of Woodman. I think this horse is set to run a very big race. So just to go through these selections one more time. Callum Helliwell, I'm going to go for Woodman, horse number 18 in your race cards. Tom is going to go for horse number 2, four-way, with the same pick as Shamila. And Haifa and the Arabic Channel are going to go for horse number 7, Badawa Care. Any other horses who are dangerous? I can't keep looking away from Alahas, horse number 11, right at the bottom of our race card, can't be ignored.
Yeah, I think there are a couple of horses that we haven't really talked about when you come to selections. Alahas number 11, number 17 Arras, two horses very closely named. Don't mix them up. They're definitely contenders. But no, I think we've covered the main angles here. Hopefully all of our horses get good trips, because we have seen in a couple of the big field races a lot of horses being spurned out wide, and from there they just have no chance.
All of ours are drawn fairly well, aren't they? Every selection is drawn quite nicely. Badawa Kir drawn 13, probably the least likely when it comes to the draw.
Yeah, exactly. 13 is borderline nice, I'd say. That's a little bit too wide. That's where the auxiliary gate comes in, as you'll see from the head-on as they take the start. There's one big gate on the inside and then an auxiliary gate from, I believe, 13 outwards. It could be 12. But yeah, I'd rather be on the inside still.
Yeah, if you'd rather be towards the rail, even over a mile with the horses coming across you.
Always.
Yep, always get close to the rail here.
The only actual anomaly for that could be 2,000 metres, because the way the race is run and the way they go into the first bend, being wide can actually be a positive, because you can just move across, whereas those on the inside take a pull. But over any other trip other than 2,000, I want to be drawn inside.
It's so tight. It's almost like an apex, the way you can challenge it. If you're on the outside, you can kind of cut straight across. Although Alex Moreno did that and fell foul of the Stewards, so not always the best option. Remember, our final contest is over 2,400 metres, so we get to see the full 3 bends. I know that's something you're very keen to talk about as well, because it is a real stamina-sapping trip, for sure.
It is. I'm looking forward to the last race. We'll get into that when we get there. This race is going to be pretty exciting, I'm sure. And hopefully for all of our horses, aside from Bawada Kir, who is a front runner, we get some good early pace up front, because otherwise it could go to whoever's perfectly positioned from the outset.
Have you ever seen a race here go off at a crawl, though?
No.
So I think we're always going to get some good, strong early pace up front as the runners are circling down at the start. The horse in the middle there, I'm pretty sure, is horse number 14, Latin, who is just getting attack adjusted and just getting nice and relaxed and ready to go. Certainly not a negative, as we see the horses coming through there. That was horse number 4. That's Najmat Al Mafil. Horse number 17 as well is coming around here. This is Arad, the horse that will certainly be coming wide and late. Four-way looks very good in the parade ring, I must admit. That really caught my eye. Patriot Act and Sire, I don't know much about. Would you?
No, I don't. Must be a local bred. I mean, this horse is a local bred, so that would make sense. However, there are some, obviously, stallions that come across and stand over here. Yeah, he looks good. The one thing with four-way, he's trained by Gaith Al Gaith, who had a great week last week. He had 4 winners in 3 days. This week, not a single winner.
Well, we hyped him up, didn't we? This is the problem. We hyped him up, and then he didn't have the success. We get these beautiful drone shots of Taif under the lights, and as the horses begin to go forward, it means we can hand over to Alex Fussy. Alex, who'd you like in this race?
Thanks, Callum. I'll take a go with Bawada Kir here then, and based on the fact that everyone else has gone elsewhere. I think she's quite solid, isn't she? And that was a good second-placed effort last time at meeting 42 with Camilo Ospina on board. Hopefully, the wide draw won't prove a bar to success for her. There's the 2 for Way going forwards. That's Tom's Fancy here, moving into the stalls. Just a further reminder, Naif Alanazi now on board for Way. One of the wider runners being put forwards now. That's still 17 being filled by Rams Al-Thakouk, who's gone in. Modbeck moves up into 18. That's the light blue and orange colours. Don't forget, Fourway will jump from stall number 9 in this race. Taif Al-Kir, should give that one a mention, shouldn't we? He's had a couple of wins this campaign, meeting 6 and 16, and then ran 5th at meeting 42. Certainly a respectable effort. Alalhas will come from stall number 3 here, and Aras will come from stall number 5, so they are pretty close to each other in the starting stalls. Those two with very similar names. Looks like Bawada Kir is still out the back, is about to come forwards actually. Stall 13, the first of those stalls slightly wider. Gates 5 and 6 still to be filled. Abo Kalaf is moving into stall number 6. Stall 5 will be Aras. Comes up now. And is in. 2 to go. Najmat Al Mahafil is in, and looks like we're just about ready to roll. Stand by. They're off and racing. Underway over 1,600 metres for this local bred 0 to 80 handicap. On leaving the starting stalls, 1 or 2 slow to begin. In particular, Rams Alpha Kook is going to drop towards the back of the field. Good starts. Where have they been made? Well, La Ilge 13, number 3 on the card, got away okay. But it's going to be Thoseat now, the black and red jacket, who will see them all off and is tacking over from a wider berth to get up near that inside. Also racing Hadley is Lati in the blue jacket. Bawada Kir's not far off them, yellow and green stars. Right up in between horses, Ebony is there as well in the light blue. Modbec's very wide. Got to be a good 8 horses deep. I'm afraid Bawada Kir's gone wrong. He's being pulled up, so Bawada Kir is out of the race. Out in front then, it's Thoseat who continues to lead the way. He's being followed here by Najmat Al Mahafil, who's got Andy. Also not far off them is still La Alge Thati, the grey up the inside. Wider on the race course, Aras, check jacket, is trying to get with them. Strongly driven around the outside of horses and trying to close in, but they are stacking here, aren't they? Thoseat just has the lead. Right in there pitching still is Najmat Al Mahafil, looking for closers. There's 1 or 2 weaving away now. Taif Al-Kir is getting involved from the back end of the field, and here in between horses now we've got Millane, who's come forwards very powerfully indeed. So Millane will be the latest one to go on. Here comes Aras down the centre. Also picking up is Majorzal, but it will be Aras now who gets past them all. Right down the middle of the course, Aras for a 3rd career success. Aras is our winner. Millane probably just held 2nd in advance of Majorzal and the Alge Thati. So it's Aras, the 17, who is the winner. Done it nicely as well, actually. Coming from off the pace, we have mentioned today that we've had winners from all over the shop, really. And that check jacket shoe up beautifully down the centre of the race course with the power pack finish. Finished 3rd, this runner at meeting 42, and has actually been gradually progressing in form. We've had 14th, 11th, 8th, 6th, 3rd, now 1st for Aras. 1:44.16 is your winner's time. 2 lengths, the official distance. Millane is 2nd, and Majorzal 3rd. Notable effort there, I thought, from La Alge Thati, who was right up on the pace, actually. Has done well to hold up there, because a lot of the others were closers, weren't they? Alahas and Bo Kalaf in behind were other runners that had come from off the speed. So perhaps a little bit of a mark up for the for the 4th home there, number 3 on your race card. Anyhow, the order of finish to our 8th race of the day is 17, 8 and 9.
Asil Alanzani is a winning rider, guiding Arras all the way home, widest and latest to come down the middle of the track for victory. Very similar to the way this horse ran the last race. And shout out to the video department who found that winner.
Yeah, exactly. Major play I've got written down here from a good draw. Didn't end up selecting the horse, which is poor from me. But yeah, another winner, side by Premium Tap. Premium Tap's progeny love it here at Taif, don't they?
They really do, they really do. They get this deep dirt and they really seem to thrive off it.
Yeah, precisely. And the majority of Premium Taps are with the white stable. This one's obviously not. Good ride, celebration after the line as well, which you love to see. 60,000 Real to the winner. Not a bad prize whatsoever.
Not a bad prize at all. If we put that money together, we'd be able to afford a camel, wouldn't we, Tom? That's the aim now. That's our financial goal we set here in Saudi Arabia. Get us a camel. As we can see, the winning connections all being surrounded by Aras, who had run a very nice race indeed. Just see the amount of kickback on this horse's blinkers. It's clear to see that it had to go rough and ready around this race.
Yeah, exactly. It definitely set up for the closers. Two horses did finish off the race nicely, and they finished first and second. So, yeah, I wouldn't have wanted to be on the early speed. There was a bit of drama, and hopefully number 7, Bawada Care is okay after having to be pulled up sharply by Camilo. We will await the report on that, though I believe I can just see Camilo getting out of the ambulance. Obviously, he's absolutely fine. He didn't come off the horse at all from what we could see. He just had to unsaddle, and yeah, he's fine. He's just got the tack, and he's going to walk back in now.
Yes, so Camilo Ospina is okay after that incident with Bawada Care, and we send our best wishes to Bawada Care and all the connections involved. The selection of Alex and the Arabic channel was actually in quite a nice position before seemingly going wrong, so we end up sending our best wishes to all connections involved. Lajil Tati ran a very big race to finish in fourth, having been one of the only horses on the speed to keep going. But Mullane, if you're on the second, you are absolutely gutted because you must have been bouncing around your living room if you're at the turning bone, because this horse was absolutely cantering and got a beautiful pass through the race.
Yeah, again, drawn nicely in stall 4. The draw seems to be exceptionally important in races where there are big pace collapses. Drawn really nicely, managed to move into the race and look the most likely winner. But this finishing kick from the eventual successor, Arras, was too strong.
And Mojazal, who ended up finishing third, came out stall 1, so all the horses towards the inside all came out and ran their big races. However, they did it on different parts of the track because the winner came wide.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to avoid the trouble, I think that was the main aim there, and he did very well on board. You know, it's a good, no problem ride, and yeah, get this horse an overdue success.
Yes, it needed this win, and hopefully this horse can step forward from that with the confidence. That's now 3 career wins from 32 starts in Saudi Arabia, and has been trending in the right direction. And clearly, the video team, they always know.
Absolutely, yeah. The video, to be fair, was quite informative. Finished off the race really nicely. Again, yesterday, this horse probably wouldn't have won because the track was not favoured for closers. Today, the track seems to be very fair, not as much of a bias towards the rail or the front runners. So, yeah, got the job done, and it was the right day to do it.
Now, I don't want to keep bringing up some heartbreaking information, but this horse came wide and late despite a low draw. You know what I'm going to say? Could modern artists have done the same thing?
Probably. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to talk about it.
I don't want to talk about it anymore, no. But this horse was very impressive, trending in the right direction. The form has come to the fore. Lajil Tati certainly needs a shout-out. David selected that one, and hopefully that horse will continue to build on that good performance. David, great selection there, number 3. Lajil Tati, great to have you back with us in the chat. Sorry, you got disconnected. That's unfortunate. But as we see the full race, we can see them jump away, and a couple of those that were slow. Number 1 was Woodman, who absolutely fell out of stall 10.
The eventual winner was slowly away as well. 4 horses from the inside missed the beat and was only ahead of 4 other rivals at this stage of the race. But getting a nice trip, not being asked to push forward. Again, all the speed came from those drawn out wide. Jockeys adamant they wanted to get towards the front and move across to the rail.
Najmat Al-Mafil was the horse that made up the early running, getting across from stall 12 and getting over to the rail. Plenty of other horses involved as well in those early scrimmages, including Yehebni, who was right up there too. That horse was coming out stall 14, so the wide gate's got a very quick draw. We just see Badawa Care just stopping very quickly there, so Certainly didn't seem like a massively catastrophic injury, although we couldn't see it from the angle up there, but wasn't stopped horrifically quickly and stayed on the feet, so that's the best sort of result in any of those options. But again, we don't know anything until we hear extra information.
Exactly. Camila was looking at the hind legs
Yeah.
rather than the front legs. Yeah, we don't know what happened there. But Camila's returned nice and safe. Hopefully the horse will recover.
Let's look at Mullane on the rail here, just absolutely swinging along. The gap doesn't come, but just wait and gets that lovely toe from Lajil Tati and says, thank you very much. I'll sit on the heels of my fellow grey and wait for the gap to come. The gap comes, this horse is sent for home, and it looks like a race-winning move.
Burst through, but RS saved all the energy in the early stages and has just a little bit more left to give out wide. Mojazal in the green silks currently in fourth, was also given the ideal trip up the rails. So the rail was a help, but at the same time the winner has come 4 or 5 wide throughout.
Second, third and fourth have all come through the same gap, which I think is quite interesting. They've all decided we're just going to follow horses fading on the rail. There's been a bit of a pace collapse, and they've all shot through that same space. Now you see, our low-drawn horses are the ones that are going to win this race, but they're not going to be to the 4 early, Tom.
No, they're not. The horses out wide want to go forward. The horse in 15, those seat, hopped at the start. That cost that horse any chance. The horse on the inside, drawn in 14, broke really nicely. That was Yehebni. But as you say, it was the horses drawn inside that took the pull early on and then came through late.
You mentioned So Seat hopping at the start, but So Seat was rousted up and took an early lead and was an early contender early on in the race.
Yeah, exactly. You can't use that much petrol early. If you hop at the start, you lose ground and momentum. It's the worst time to lose a quarter of a length because it pans out to a lot more than the quarter of a length rather than if you lose a quarter of a length due to being hampered late in the race, you can peg it back.
Yes, and it's just interesting to see the way this horse has been rousted up to get to the inside. Mullane has got a beautiful clear path coming out of those low draws, but just doesn't seem to be in any particular hurry to get to the head of affairs.
No, they were going hard up front, weren't they? So these jockeys understood that and they took a pull. They realised that today the track's riding pretty fair since that thunderstorm earlier, and riding just into mid-division or towards the back of the pack was no negative.
Yeah, then a couple of those horses, 4-way, broke really slowly and was just given plenty of time to get into the race, but ended up running on quite nicely as well from off the speed, but flattered because the pace really did fall apart in front.
Yeah, it really did. Yeah, 4-way I was trying to look for the whole race, couldn't find him for most of it.
Yeah, he was joining Woodman for company at the back. They were having a nice time enjoying themselves.
Exactly, not our best race from a selection point of view, but we've had plenty of winners this week. You had a great Thursday and a couple of winners on Friday. I had a good middle part of the card today, so we've had a good week. We can have one bad race.
Yes, and we've still got one more race to go, so hopefully Drawing Clocks can come out on top and make it back-to-back wins as we see them coming round the final turn here. And it's amazing to think Lajil Tati is the only one of these front-ranked horses that's still there at the finish. Everything else fades very quickly. The pace did collapse, but a lot earlier than we've normally seen it. Normally we see them collapsing at about 100 metres to go, and horses sweeping in from all different angles. We saw that on Thursday, a thrilling finish on that occasion. But here, it's collapsed right at the top of the straight, and the closers have had a long, long way to hold on, and that's how our eventual winner gets a great run of things and ends up coming home to win.
Yeah, precisely. This was a race for the closers. It was a great ride on the winner, trying to find those gaps out wide rather than scooting up the rail. It bemuses me as to why jockeys who are on horses going backwards tend to leave the rail, don't you think? Because you see it in every race, the closers go up the rail and scoot through, yet all those going backwards are wide on the track.
Yeah, I suppose you're looking at it from, is it a sporting sort of move? You kind of say, well, I'm going backwards, I may as well get off the rail. It actually cost your selection in Modern Artist. Bring it up again. He was hoping that they were going to stick to the rail and just breeze by, but the horse came off the rail and became a traffic problem. Tongue strap on here, clearly giving the horse extra room to breathe too, and it was all a winning move for Arath, who was our winner of our penultimate contest. Let's move on to our lucky last, the 9th race on the card, and this is a contest over 2,400 metres. Tom, you and I both love these races. However, we saw one yesterday, a race over 2,400 metres, and it wasn't much of a spectacle to finish with. They were out on their feet a long way from home.
Yeah, exactly. They were out on their feet a long way from home. There's 3 bends. It takes a lot of stamina to win a race of this nature.
Yes, so they will be hoping to go slowly first and start to build up gently throughout the race, but it's highly unlikely. I imagine they're going to go rattling into that first bend still. Plenty of horses here who you and I know a lot about, one of those being Helmy, who I think is going to relish this trip.
Yeah, should do. Was my second selection in this race, I have to admit. The wide draw was a slight negative for Helmy out in 15, but at the same time, the horse I like is also drawn wide in 16.
Who do you like in this contest, Tom?
Majestic Fighter for me.
Majestic Fighter.
Yeah, Gaith Al Gaith, I'm hoping can get this horse rolling again. Won last time up, a meeting 35. Prior to that, ran at meeting 12, so had a long layoff. Last time probably wasn't ready to run, wasn't 100% fit, yet got the job done nicely. So I'm hoping this son of Teofilo, who's got plenty of stamina, will be able to kick on and go in again.
Yes, I imagine this horse will be settled right toward the back of the field and just start picking them off one by one as the race progresses. I'm also going with another last time out winner in the shape of Drawing Clocks for time test. I think this horse is beginning to work out what is going on in the races. And now, Alex Fussy will take us through the runners and riders for our lucky last.
Cheers, Callum. Let's take a look at the field for the final race of the day then. As the guys have highlighted, we're up in trip, aren't we? 2,400 metres here. And a good race at that. We've got plenty of informed runners. Number 1 is Helmi, the mount of Abdullah Al-Kredis. Number 2, Majestic Fighter. Already been highlighted as one of the guys' selections there. 4 is Carabino. Luis Morales rides. 5, Premium Ticket, is the mount of Salim Alajimi. Number 6 is Gainline. A couple of places this campaign. 7 is Wesh Awala. Finished 3rd at meeting 27. Number 8 is Labib for Mohammed Said, and 9 is Forgivable, a winner, 2 back at meeting 27. Number 10 is Kokeli Warrior, very well named, a 2-time winner. 11, Monsieur Jumbo, is ever so consistent. 12, Drawing Clocks, a winner at meeting 38. Number 13 is Rich King for Camilo Ospina. 14 is Celestrand for Alexis Moreno. 15, Royal Crusade, Jimmy Carrion with a ride. 16, Entangling, looking for a seasonal return win, is Entangling. 17, Recurrent Dream. And 18 is Nusa Dua, that's Abdullah Alorfi. 19 will get in, Run Teddy Run. That will be the mount of Asil Al-Shahani. And of course, that's a result of the number 3 here, Pivolin being the absentee, making the 19 Run Teddy Run. Get a run in our final race of the day. Runners about to come forwards into the parade ring then for our final race. Good heat to conclude. Lots of informed runners here.
Thank you, Alex. A cracking little contest to get involved with, and I can't wait to get stuck into it, Tom. I'm sure you feel the same way.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a great race, and the horses with the stamina are going to come to the fore, that's for sure. You can have speed over this distance, but if you don't stay, you don't win.
Yes, if you don't stay, it doesn't pay, and I'm trademarking that straight away. But Helmi, we've spoken about already. This is horse number 1. Hopefully we'll get a nice close-up view of some of these. But I thought this horse is the type that would relish conditions and is consistent. But he's got no level on the consistency of Monsieur Jumbo, who looks like this horse can never finish out the first 2.
Yeah, Helmi finished 4th the last twice, super consistent as you say, but the wide draw is the one off-putting factor for that horse. Monsieur Jumbo used to be trained in the UK by Caravaggio running over a mile 4. You never see it, never see that. But look, last time finished 2nd, time before 2nd, time before 2nd, 2nd again.
You can only imagine. So there was a win back in meeting 3, and there was a disappointing 4th now by the looks of things in hindsight back in meeting 13. But yes, this horse is clearly a 2nd place Supremo. As we see horse number 1, this is Helmi, the dashing grey, who will love every step of this.
Yeah, it really will. It's by Quarto, quite clearly stays the trip well, super consistent. It's just a draw. It needs to get into a good position.
I imagine we'll come off the speed like the winner in our last race too, so that's certainly a good sign for him. Horse number 2 is Majestic Fighter, your selection, Tom. Let's have a look at that one.
Yes, my selection, but again, the draw is 16, puts me off a little bit, but at the same time, I think this is the most talented horse in the race. He won well last time at meeting 35 off the layoff. He looked a lot tubbier on that day. Still, he is carrying a little bit of condition today, but he's going to strip a lot fitter.
Rian Alteration, the pilot, as well, a very good jockey indeed. Number 3 doesn't go, so we go straight to Carabino, horse number 4, who was a mighty horse in England, has not shown that form over here.
Formerly trained by Sir Mark Prescott. Yeah, hasn't shown that form recently. Finished 12th last time at meeting 36, 10th the time before at meeting 30.
We move straight to number 5, whose Premium Ticket in the same colours of a Rayman.
Yet to win this horse Premium Ticket. It's by Dawn Approach, so should stay a mile and a half. 2nd last time was a reasonable effort.
We haven't seen number 6 Gainline, so we'll make sure to just wonder whether that horse is going to get the run. Has it gone down early? Gainline is here and has gone down early, so we go straight to number 7, which is Wesh Al Wala, who has 4 wins to the name and rated 82.
Rated 82, finished 3rd on the penultimate outing, and it's drawn well today, but probably going to come up short against this group.
Labib is horse number 8. You'll just see now a lovely looking animal, certainly passing the eye test.
Like Jcsa, finished 7th last time. This season's not really portrayed himself in the best of lights, but on his best form he has a chance.
Yeah, he's just a gorgeous individual. You can see the class and Exceeding Excel in the pedigree. This is forgivable. You wouldn't want to give him much forgiving for his last race because he ran quite a nice race.
He has. He's run well all 4 starts this year, winning one of them and finished 4th and 5th on another couple of outings. So don't write him off.
Kale Warrior is the mount of Muhammad Al Bail, a rare horse by the Gurkha, horse number 10 in your race card.
Yeah, the Gurkha was a miler, really, who then stayed further later in his career. This horse finished 11th last time, back at meeting 30, had a few weeks off now.
Yes, and this is horse number 11, Monsieur Jumbo, a real consistent performer.
Super consistent, not out the first 4 in 5 starts this year, has to play a part.
And we're going to move straight on to number 12, who is Drawing Clocks, comes out of stall 10. Hopefully we'll have better luck than Woodman, who came out of stall 10.
Yeah, you like this horse, don't you? Drawing Clocks.
Really do, really
by
do.
time test, won last time. The only last time out winner in this race, I believe, apart from
Majestic Fighter, your selection.
Wait, let me finish my sentence. Apart from Majestic Fighter.
Yeah, so hopefully that horse, hopefully those 2 horses can run very big races. 13 is Rich King.
Used to be trained in the UK as well by Glen Eagles, who was a middle distance horse. Camilo Ospina will ride. This horse will probably go forward.
Horse number 14 is Celestran. This horse is another big eye catcher in the paddock.
6-year-old who's run well early in his career. Lately he hasn't shown it in his second run up this term.
Alex Moreno in the saddle by the looks of things according to the race card. A Royal Crusade with Jimmy Carrion on board. Jimmy.
9-year-old regressing now. 1 start this year, finished 5th.
In the same colours of Drawing Clocks, we've got Entangling, clearly the only second string.
Yeah, needs to run. That's my one comment.
Needs to run. Doesn't look too unfit. I mean, certainly I've seen more unfit looking horses here today. This is first time up, so you imagine will improve from the effort. But certainly not looking the most unfit. We've seen horses carrying more condition. This is Recurring Dream.
He's not the nicest or most athletic of walkers, Recurring Dream. Finished 11th on his only start back at meeting 3, long layoff since.
This is Nusa Dua, horse number 18, 1 win in the career, 6 starts here in Saudi Arabia.
Should love the trip being by Australia. Finished 16th last time, minor layoff since then. Abdullah Alafi takes them out.
Run, Teddy, run, gets the run, sneaking into the reserve. This is a reserve we should be watching.
By Mason, who was a great horse for Richard Fahey back in the day. This horse finished 7th last time up. As you say, reserves always worth watching, but this horse has a lot to prove.
Yes, it looks like a nice shape of an animal, a nice chunk of animal, but unfortunately, it's getting a little bit warm in the preliminaries. So hopefully, we'll see how we get on. Shamila is down there. I imagine, Shamila, are you in the mini set?
You guessed right, Callum. I am in the mini studio, and unfortunately for Tom, the bugs are out in full force today, and they've been attacking me ever since I've been down here, so that's great news. My paddock pick for this last race of the day, last race of the weekend, is horse number 11, Monsieur Jumbo by Caravaggio, out of a mare called Pretty Darling. Not only does he look absolutely fabulous in the parade ring, he would win best turnout in any of the races today. I think he's the best looking horse I've seen today. He's been super consistent this season, has a bad case of second-itis, but today I really think that Abdullah Al Khamis can get his head in front on him. And I have been very well behaved. I've only chosen 1 horse for the entirety of the day, but I would like to highlight that Majestic Fighter, horse number 2, also looks really well in the parade ring. Now, my only setback in this race would probably be horse number 16, Entangling. Now, it is his first start. He's a 9-year-old colt. He is carrying a bit more condition than you would like to see, but hopefully with a few more runs, that'll just fall off him.
Thank you very much, Shamila, and what a shout out there, Tom, from Monsieur Jumbo. Not only the best looking horse in the parade ring today, but the best looking horse in the parade ring all week. Surely a massive positive.
That's got to be a positive. Shamila's done well with her paddock selections this week, and if he looks that good, I might have to change my mind.
Whoa, we can't be changing your mind now, Tom. Surely you've got to stick with your guns with your last about winning Majestic Fighter. Let's have a look at some of these in action. The first one we're going to have a look at is Helmy. This is the dashing grey right at the back of your shot here. It's going to come plugging on nicely.
Yeah, Helmy's really moving through this race right now into contention from the back of the pack. Closed nicely into the speed. Could never get up alongside the eventual winner or the second, who's making a big run. But at the same time, plugged on. And that's what you need over this distance. You need to stay.
with a proper Callum Helliwell selection performance. Showed no speed, but plugged on nicely to finish 4th. A very tight finish at the end, but the winner with a nice horse indeed. So certainly a horse to watch here. The next horse we're going to have a look at is Monsieur Jumbo. This horse is coming widest of all, but he's going to plug on well to finish 2nd. This run was at the end of August.
Wasn't much depth in this race. That's my one concern. As you can see, the race has already fallen apart turning in. Monsieur Jumbo finishes 2nd, but even then, he's not making massive inroads.
But who's the winner? Alma Moongate wins this race, and Alma Moongate has got his form boosted massively by a winner we've had earlier on this week. Your moment of the day from yesterday, Tom.
Take him out the race and look back at the field from about now. Yeah. Those 3, then there's a big gap back to the rest, and it just lacks depth.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right. Here is your selection, Majestic Fighter, who was doing this, not looking the fittest, but ran as if he had plenty more to give.
Exactly. At this stage, he looks vulnerable. He looks like he could get passed by the horse in 2nd. This is the runner-up finish. I thought this was the win from last time. Yeah, he ran okay. You know, Majestic Fighter for Gaith Al Gaith. This is definitely the win, isn't it?
This is the win. I'm sure it's the win.
Yeah, it says 2nd on the caption.
It's almost as if we didn't do our research, but we did. I was thinking there, I was like, I'm sure this is the race this horse won. This
absolutely.
is the win.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, back to what I was going to say. It looked like he was going to get collared at the top of the straight, but he kept rolling on nice and powerfully down the lane. 2,400 metres would be perfectly fine for him.
We have to believe in ourselves more. We were doubting ourselves there, and I'm like, hang on a minute, no, surely this horse. But then he did. He looked like he was getting caught right at the top of the straight, but then ended up pouring it on towards the end. And it was a really impressive performance, especially considering just how how unfit this horse looked before.
Yeah, he wasn't 100% ready that day coming off the layoff. Again, he doesn't look the fittest in the prelims, but at the same time, he might just be a horse that carries a little bit of condition. I think he's one of the horses to beat in here. This trip will definitely suit.
Now, the video team are clearly ones to follow here, and they've highlighted 3 horses there. They didn't mention drawing clocks. I'm going to give a good shout-out to this animal. I think this horse has improved with every start. You can see that from the form. But the way this horse has run, he's got a little bit of class. It's not just staying ability. He had to come right around the houses on his last win, end up going down the straight and put the race to bed in a matter of strides, won impressively. Now, this is a step up in class. Obviously, comes here rated 73. I think this horse has a very big chance. I wouldn't be surprised to see him come nice and wide around that bend again, keeping out of trouble.
Yeah, for sure. He's in 10. He definitely won't want to get into some scrimmaging over any distance, really. As they're just harrowing the track, which seems very late. The race is due off in around 5 minutes. So, yeah, they're harrowing very late in the day here. Drawing Clocks does have a chance. I don't love him as much as you, I have to say. You have an affinity to Time Test Progeny.
I do. I absolutely adore Time Test and his progeny. Very important stallion in my life. We are genuinely harrowing right behind us, which can only mean one thing. The clerk of the course fancies something drawn wide.
Absolutely. I don't understand why they're harrowing right now. This is the last race of the day. There's 4 minutes till post time. The horses have been circling for a long time in the paddock.
My only thought is they could have had a horse ambulance on course in the previous race, and they're just going to harrow over that part. So that would be my only thought. If maybe the horse ambulance had to come onto course, it's just there's obviously now a tractor and trailer on course, so they're just going to clear that off. And if they're doing the backside, they may as well do the full thing.
Yeah, you're spot on. You are spot on. I forgot about the incident with Bois Care. Hopefully, from our position, just to relay to you guys watching at home, the incident happened over the far side, basically obscured by the big screen. So we couldn't exactly see what happened in that moment in time. So, yeah, obviously that would be the reason why they are harrowing right now. And the horses are about to come onto the track for the last race.
Yeah, so they're coming out and they are going to start right over at the 2,400 metre start, which means, Tom, we are going to be able to get a good look at them because they're not only going to go past us, they're going to go past us and turn away. What do you make of this start position? I find it like one of the most fascinating start places in the race because not only have you got a sweeping bend coming down as they come into their first bend, you've got a very tight turn away from the stand. So I just think positioning is all important and you can lose a race early on here.
You can. You really need to be on your game if you're a rider coming into this first bend and then into the second bend. By the second bend, coming past the line, you're generally in the ideal spot. I don't think there'll be any excuses there, but the first bend comes up immediately and it really presents a problem for riders and horses alike.
Majestic Fighter is just going down past us there, Tom. Were you happy with everything you saw there?
Yeah, going down nice and slowly. I like to see that, saving the energy. A few of these horses are going down a little bit quicker. As we just see the horse number 6, who we didn't get to see in the paddock. He looks perfectly fine and really glowing in his coat as well.
Yes, gain line, dashing chestnut animal there. Probably disappointed in meeting 36. For that run back in meeting 17, before we got there, the form that I watched quite closely, because they're tied in with quite a lot of other nice horses, wasn't a bad run at all. And I don't imagine Gainline will be far away today.
No, he's probably a contender in this race, but I can say that about most of these horses. They're very much of a muchness. Alex Moreno's not on, number 14.
He's not, is he?
He was supposed to be riding 14 Celestran, and he's not jocked up.
We'll talk about number 14. No, gorgeous animal. Celestran looks lovely going down to post. Probably one of the main eye catchers. Big, strong type, but it's quite light on the feet. Sometimes you see them getting really deep into the dirt, skipping along the top.
Yeah, exactly. We can see there it's Khalid Al-Mamoni who's taken the ride instead of Alex Moreno. Not sure what's wrong with Moreno.
It's concerning that he's featuring in our after-show show, so we'll have to make sure that he's okay. But no doubt Shamila will know more than we do as they continue to canter on by. And on that note, we need to make our way down to our position for the after-show show, which means we give you over to Alex Fussy, who is going to give us the roundup, the voice, all the way through our final contest. And Alex, this is a cracker. Who do you like in this?
Thanks, guys. Thanks very much indeed. Yeah, I'm going to side with Helmy here in the last. I've been pleased with the way that he's performed over the last couple of starts. Seems like the race could pan out in his favour, and of course was a winner at meeting 15. So give him a chance here. Helmy to go out with a bang. Good last race, as the guys have highlighted. We've got plenty of in-form runners. Monsieur Jumbo, of course, very consistent. That win at meeting 3 has been followed up by 4th at meeting 13, 2nd then at meetings 24, 27 and 36. So has been on a real consistent roll, Monsieur Jumbo. Forgivable, 2 starts ago at meeting 27, so we ought to highlight that one as well. Rich King's in here for Camilo Ospina, of course, as well, was a winner at meeting 4th at meeting 27. You have got a whole host of in-form runners in this race. We've got a couple, well, more than a couple, that are going to be in similar ownership colours here. So you're going to be looking at different coloured caps during this race. You've got Carabino, the 4-horse, 13 Rich King, and also 17 Recurrent Dream, who will all be in the same ownership colours. So distinguishing caps between them. You've got a white cap on the 9, Forgivable. Don't forget Katie Warrior is also in that same ownership. So again, just looking at minor differences here, aren't we? And the other one to follow out and keep an eye for is the 18 and 19, Nusa Dua and Run Teddy Run. Of course, the reserve gets in, so as a result of that, means that we have 2 runners in the same colours there, the blue with the white braces, black sleeves and cap for Nusa Dua, and also Run Teddy Run. So just waiting for the last couple now to arrive at the starting point and filter off behind. I suspect they won't be too slow or delayed in terms of the load, because we are beyond our scheduled off time now. There's the 4, Carabino, who's got the black cap on, yellow cap for Recurrent Dream, or 17. Shot over the top of the course, isn't it? Beautiful view down towards the starting point on the drone. Floodlights beaming down on the racecourse as runners file forwards. They've gone forwards very, very quickly indeed. So we are nearly ready to roll for the last. Superb loading up process. Labib is moving in as well, and the last one goes forwards. Ready. Forgivable reared in 4, but they're now off and away. We're racing over 2,400 metres for our final race of the afternoon. Not a great deal of early pace actually here. 1 or 2 are being happy to take back and steady. Majestic Fighter, white jacket and blue cap, was away alertly. Also going forwards is Forgivable. Gainline up the inside running rail, the white and red, and deeper out now it is going to be Past Them All, Run Teddy Run. So Run Teddy Run gets over. In advance of Forgivable and Game Line. Majestic Fighter is now back in 4th place and is followed there by Wesh Awala, who's on the inside of Premium Ticket, who's in blue and yellow. Rich King races next, a white cap on the outside of Celestran, who's in green and races right in between rivals. Gurkali Warrior is up against the inside running rail, got the blue cap on the body, which is a white disc right on the inside rail. Deeper Out is Entangling. That runner races quite wide on the course. It's being followed through at this stage by drawing clocks as well. Looking back down the field, you've got Royal Crusade, White Jacket out the back. Helmy's got lots on at this point in time as well. As they swing down the far side, it's going to be Entangling, the last one to level. So heading midway down the back straight. Out in front then, Run Teddy Run is being pressed hard by Forgivable, and still right there on their quarters is Majestic Fighter. Trying to get to them now is Game Line on the inside, and still there as well, Weshawala's not far away as they work for home. Premium Ticket is in 4th. Right through on the inside running rail, here comes Gurkali Warrior with a good-looking effort as well. Heading inside the final 600 metres, now they are really upping the tempo as they begin the swing back towards us. In front, it will be Forgivable who will level in front with the advantage. Majestic Fighter is right there. Premium Ticket is still up on the outside. Gurkali Warrior not far off them here. From the back end of the field, 1 or 2 closing. Here's Monsieur Jumbo right on the scene down the centre, and Helmy also tries to get rolling late. It's Forgivable in front, but Monsieur Jumbo has now come on past. Here's the final 100 metres. It is Monsieur Jumbo. The run of seconds is broken. Monsieur Jumbo wins again. Beats Forgivable into 2nd place. Premium Ticket followed in. Then we had Helmy and also Entangling. So success in the last goes to Monsieur Jumbo. Good to see this gelding back in the winner's enclosure. He's been a remarkably consistent performer this campaign, and he's got another very well-deserved success here. For Abdullah Al-Khamis, it's 2:44.10. The winner's time, 2:44.10 for the winner, and 4 lengths will be the official margin of victory. Monsieur Jumbo had 11 to the 11 horses your winner, beats the 9 Forgivable, 5 Premium Ticket finished in 3rd, and the 1 Helmy did stay on, and that was eventually another 4th placed effort. That's a 3rd time in a row Helmy has finished in 4th. So 11, 9, 5 and 1, 4 lengths and 1 1/4 lengths is the official distances. That's how things are played out then in our 9th and final race of the day. We will head back for a wrap-up with Callum and Co.
Thank you very much, Alex. It's been a pleasure working with you as per usual. And Shamila flying in late with a winner. Congratulations, well done. You were all over Monsieur Jumbo. Said it was the best looking horse of the week.
I really did, and to be honest, even when he was going around the parade ring, I was like, I couldn't take my eyes off him. I couldn't even look at another horse, and he just goes and bolts up, and I'm well chuffed.
The eyes don't lie at all. Really impressive performance there. Abdullah Al-Khamis in the saddle. He seemed always calm and collected, came wide round the turn, swept to the front early, and finally this horse gets in front, the first time since meeting 15.
And big shout out to Thamar Al-Dehane as well, the trainer. He's been so unlucky today. He's had so many good runners and no luck, but saved it for the lucky last.
Saved it for the lucky last, he did. We've seen some very good performances today. Tom, tell us your top moment.
Hey, look, that was one of the best moments we've seen today. Obviously, we saw Food to Pine as well, but my top moment had to be Hala in race 5. I thought she was exceptional. Look, I love this filly. I think she's one of the best we've seen here, especially for the 2-year-olds. But today she really proved that she was very good. You know, her debut should be nothing, right? She won by 13 1/4 lengths, but she won nicely to the eye. Today she proved she has the talent to match and run in open races, in future cup races. I love how Farhad Al-Faradi was wide on the turn, waited, bided his time, got to the front, and albeit she was green and inexperienced late in the day, she got the job done.
Yeah, it wasn't just the inexperience that really caught my eye. It was the way she made that ground on the turn. I don't think I've seen a horse do that in such impressive fashion in a very long time. And I'm thinking about Tabar Fail and other talented 2-year-olds. It's going to be hard for them to do that on the speed the way Hala did.
Yeah, she was 4 wide throughout, wasn't she? And it was a race that we billed as an event with 5 horses in it, despite there being 7 runners. There was a lot of early speed in the race. She didn't have to go forward, and Farhad knew that. But being wide would never have been ideal. Now, she made a huge kick off the bend, and she kind of paid for it late in the day. But when she realises how to change leads, when she realises that she doesn't need to look around in the straight with her ears going back and forwards and just runs in a straight line, she's going to be a very good 2-year-old, arguably one of the best here in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, so it'll be exciting to see her in Riyadh. Shamila, you're a much better rider than Tom and I combined. Talk to me about changing a horse's leg. Is it possible to teach them that, or is that something they learn over time?
You can teach them how to change their legs. You kind of have to, in training in the mornings, you're using your reins. You kind of have to over-exaggerate and pull the horse's head in a way that you wouldn't do in a race. But just to get them feeling more comfortable and more confident, especially going around corners and turns, if they're on the wrong leg, it can completely throw them off and throw away the whole race.
And wasn't it wonderful to see a horse with so much inexperience, so many negatives about the performance, still be mightily impressive?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, she was very good. And you look at the winning margin when we come to analyse her race today in future, when she next runs, and we'll think, oh, she only won by half a length. But actually, she was far more dominant than that margin suggests. It's a bit like Fuda Pine. He won by 33 lengths, and we'd be saying, wow, he won by 33, but it was against nothing. So it's all contrasting, isn't it?
He also won by 33 lengths on the snaff. I mean, it was mightily impressive.
Yeah, he's one of the best horses we've seen in Taif, right?
Yeah, and I was watching the race in the press room, and I kind of just walked out halfway through. I was like, right, let's get Alex for the winning interview. I don't need to watch the rest of this race.
Yes, Alex was oozing confidence, and great to hear from the stewards as well. Still a little bit unsure about that call. I don't think he caused much interference. I think other horses suffered far more interference in earlier races on that card. But Tom, you're going to leave us now and head back home to the sunny climes of England. Shamila and I are going to stay around. We're going to stay and wrap up the rest of Taif. Only 9 more meetings, if I'm correct. So we are getting very, very close to the end of Taif. Tom, we will see you in Riyadh, though. You excited?
Yes, I'm very excited. The return of turf racing, for sure. That's one thing I'm really looking forward to. Obviously, all of these leading horses in Taif, the horses that haven't been running here and saving themselves for Riyadh as well, should be phenomenal. And we get international horses on the big day, which is a big tick in the box as well.
So Tom will be leaving us, but Shamila and I will be staying. The great thing is we'll be joined back by Rory Delagi. I'm sure you've missed him. It's going to be a shame to say goodbye to Tom because he has been tipping winners like a madman today, and he's been doing it all week, which is great. Rory will be back with us, and we are going to be doing Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And Saturday is Saudi National Day. So thank you for watching. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Shamila, as per usual. And we'll see you all next week.